Amen. L'on ouvre les portes. Let the doors be opened. Tabling of documents. J'ai l'honneur de déposer sur le bureau.
I have the honor to lay upon the table the Spring 2017 reports of the Auditor General of Canada. Pursuant to Standing Order 108.3G, these documents are deemed to have been permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Public Accounts.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Tabling of government bills.
Et par
Mr. Garneau, seconded by Mr. McCallum, seeks leave to table an act to amend the Canada Transportation Act and other acts respecting transportation and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts. This motion is deemed adopted. Mr. Garneau, seconded by Mr. Macaulay, seeks that it be read a first time and printed. When shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
déclaration des ministres.
Statement by ministers.
Terre.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills.
Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Davenport, I thought so. Davenport, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's a privilege for me to rise in the House today to present an e-petition that was initiated by Ken Robertson, an urban Aboriginal autism activist and a constituent of mine in my riding of Davenport. This e-petition calls on the federal government to gather data on urban Aboriginal children with autism and the length of the wait list for support for off-reserve children. In addition, it calls for the federal government to work with the province, territories, and stakeholders to develop a pan-Canadian strategy for autism spectrum disorder, including awareness and education campaigns, child, adolescent, and adult intervention, innovative funding arrangements for financing therapy, surveillance, respite care, community initiatives, and basic research. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to our government's response, and I would like to thank the almost 700 Canadians for supporting this important initiative. Thank you.
Wonderful. The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to present a petition from thousands of my constituents in Victoria. Falun Gong practitioners have faced persecution in China for over 20 years. Hundreds of thousands of people have been arrested, tortured, and imprisoned, where many were systematically killed to supply organs for a state-run transplant industry. As many as 100,000 such transplants have occurred every year in Chinese hospitals since 2000. These petitions are calling on our government, the Government of Canada, to establish measures to end the persecution of Falun Gong in China and to urge the Chinese government to bring the perpetrators to justice.
The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And of course, I rise once again to table petitions regarding the Algoma passenger train. Mr. Speaker, the petitioners they always ensure to indicate that the economic impact in Northern Ontario is pretty huge. $2.2 million subsidy was giving them a return of over $48 million of economic stability. So, Mr. Speaker, the petitioners are certainly concerned that this train is still not on the rails, and they are asking that the Minister of Transport put the Algoma passenger train back in service in order to ensure the mission of Transport Canada to serve the public's interests through promotion of a safe and secure, efficient and environmentally responsible transportation system in Canada. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
L'honorable député de Brome.
The Honourable Member for Brome-Missisquoi. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition this morning regarding the Champlain Lake addressed to the Minister of Global Affairs. This water, the water from this area, is consumed by the citizens of Brome-Missisquoi, and for years the water has been at a critical state because of cyanobacteria. These bacteria pose a risk to all the people who use this water, so the quality of this water is regulated by the Coastal Waters Agreement, and it was the quality of the water was studied years ago, but since 2008 nothing has been done. It is very important to protect these waters, and therefore we ask that the Joint Committee's mandate be reviewed so that it can continue to do this work.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise this morning to present two petitions. The first is a really critical issue that's unexamined in this Parliament, and there is successful legislation, as the petitioners point out, in the province of Quebec to ban something called SLAP suits. It's an acronym for Strategic Litigation Against Public Participation. Petitioners from my riding point out the case of Fraser versus Saanich in British Columbia as an example, where corporations use the courts to shut down public opposition to that corporation's activities or in other areas of public policy. I present this petition. The second, Mr. Speaker, is also from residents of Saanich Gulf Islands, and the threat of HIV/AIDS, while less than it was in our public consciousness a number of years ago, is still a threat. The petitioners call for the government to embrace the notion of a national AIDS strategy using the proven principle of treatment as prevention. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to present petition E739, which I sponsored and which has been certified by the Clerk Petitions. The petition has been signed by 1,863 Canadians. The petition calls upon the Minister of Immigration, Refugee and Citizenship to review and potentially modify the new selection process for parents and grandparents sponsorship application. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to present a petition in support of Private Members Bill C-316. This sensible proposal has been brought forward by my colleague and friend from Calgary Confederation. The petitioners are calling on the House to improve the organ donation system in Canada by making the process to register for an organ donor easier. This would be achieved by adding a simple question to our annual tax returns. Currently, 90% of Canadians support organ donation, but only 25% are registered. 46,000 Canadians are waiting a life-saving transplant. We know that making the registration process easier will save more lives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to table two petitions, if I may. The first petition is the e-petition number 154, the Health Canada Services. The petitioner notes that the Canada Health Act ensures access to emergency medical care and hospital stay. However, it notes that many Canadians pay out of pocket for prescription medications, many Canadians pay out of pocket for psychologists and registered therapists, and many Canadians pay out of pocket for ambulance services as well. They are calling for the Government of Canada to amend our Health Act to include as a right for all Canadians prescription medications, psychologists, and registered therapists and ambulance services regardless of their ability to pay. And this petition is signed by over 500 people calling for this action. My second petition has to do with animal cruelty, Mr. Speaker. And the petitioner notes that the vast majority of Canadians support modern and enforceable legislation that protects all animals from deliberate and reckless acts of cruelty. They also know that animal cruelty is considered a property offense under the provisions in the Criminal Code, which have not significantly been revised since they were first enacted in 1892. And the amendments of the provisions, which Parliament passed in April 2008, merely raised the potential penalties for the few accused persons who can be convicted and did not materially improve protection for animals. And it further notes that the amendments to the Criminal Code are still required to close the loopholes that allow perpetrators of animal cruelty to avoid convictions. And it feels that Canada has weaker legislation than other jurisdictions, and so therefore is calling for the government to modernize the animal cruelty provisions in the criminal code to effectively protect all animals from deliberate acts of cruelty. So on behalf of the petitioners, Mr. Speaker, I table this important petition.
Honourable member for South Surrey White Rock.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And this is on a supplementary submission on Mr. Rankin's question of privilege. Mr. Speaker, I am rising to offer additional submissions on the question.
Order. So, I'm sorry, to the honourable member for South Surrey White Rock. This is under petitions. I thought I saw that she had a green page with her document and that she was rising on presenting petitions. But apparently she wants, it's her point of order she wants to raise, which will be after, at the end of routine proceedings. Okay. Thank you, honourable member. Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. Questions inscrites au feuilleton. The honourable
Questions on the order paper.
leader.
To transfer myself. Yes. Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Government House Leader?
On a point of order?
Is rising. Well, the Honourable Member for South Surrey White Rock on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a supplementary submission on Mr. Rankin's question of privilege. Mr. Speaker, I am rising to offer additional submissions on the question of privilege, which was raised last week by the Honourable Member from Victoria and supported by the Honourable Member for Perth Wellington. In his remarks on Friday afternoon, the Honorary Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader quoted from one press release in an effort to exploitate the government's arrogant approach to setting up the Canada Infrastructure Bank while Parliament is seized with legislation proposing its creation. I'd like to refer you, Mr. Speaker, to the job postings at the appointment and the appointments at .gc.ca website mentioned by the Privy Council office. Mr. Speaker, those documents are the ones any serious candidate interested in the petitions would be reviewing. And guess what, Mr. Speaker? Nowhere on there is any suggestion that Parliament's approval has yet to happen. A reader might be given in concluding that the bank has already in existence and that it is a fait accompli. Not only do these job postings suggest that the bank is a done deal, but they also treat the particulars of the bank's mandate, which are actually details buried in the government's omnibus budget bill, Bill C-44, in the same fashion. Let me quote from the job postings as found on the government websites on Friday. On the posting for bank's chairperson, and we read, quote, "The new Canada Infrastructure Bank is being established to initiate and invest," end quote. That also appears in the postings for the directors and for the presidents. Then we read the following concerning the mandate of the Canada Infrastructure Bank. Quote, "The bank will be mandated to invest $35 billion into projects. The bank will also act as a centre of expertise on infrastructure transactions and provide advice to all levels of government in that context. In addition, the bank will lead a data initiative to improve knowledge," end quote. Those same phrases appear on all three job postings. Now, if we turn to the proposed Canada Infrastructure Bank Act, which would be enacted by Clause 403 of Bill C-44, we see the following. Paragraph 7(1)(e) of the proposed act would establish the bank as, and I quote, "a centre of expertise on infrastructure projects," end quote. Paragraph 7(1)(f) would give the bank a mandate to, quote, "provide advice to all levels of government with regard to infrastructure projects," end quote. Paragraph 1G would authorize the bank to, quote, collect and disseminate data, end quote. Section 23 of the proposed act reads, and I quote, the Minister of Finance may pay to the bank out of the Consolidated Revenue Fund amounts of not more than $35 billion in the aggregate, end quote. Later in the job postings for the chairperson and directors, we see this comment, quote, the board of directors of the bank will be composed of a chairperson and 8 to 11 other directors, end quote. Now, looking at the proposed act, its subsection 8.1 would provide that, quote, the bank has a board of directors composed of the chairperson and not fewer than 8, but not more than 11 other directors, end quote. These are all details which are currently before the House of Commons and could theoretically be amended at committee, at the report stage, or even by another place. But, Mr. Speaker, the government treats them as the final and settled, given how those job postings read. The parliamentary secretary's defense of the government's arrogance seems to be that some other document, including a passing reference to parliamentary approval, should get them off the hook. But Speaker Milliken ruled on May 29, 2008, at page 6,276 of the debates, on advertisements about pending amendments to the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act. Quote, it is with these precedents in mind that I review the advertisements in question. They contain phrases such as the Government of Canada is proposing measures. These important measures once in effect, and these measures are currently before Parliament. In my view, the advertisements clearly acknowledge that these measures are not yet in place. I am therefore unable to find evidence of a misrepresentation of the proceedings of the House or of any presumption of the outcome of its deliberations, end quote. There is nothing in the job postings to suggest that Parliament has yet to approve the bank's creation, or that it could, well, of course, in its work, tweak the government's proposed details. The job postings most certainly presume the outcome of deliberations in this House. Most recently, your predecessor, the Honourable Member from Regina Qu'Appelle, also was asked to rule on a procurement notice seeking audit information concerning the financial impact of scrapping the Canadian Wheat Board monopoly, a policy initiative in the 2011 Conservative platform. His ruling on December 28, 2011, at page 1,576 of the debates, held that, and I quote, the notice itself presents a hypothetical scenario. It does not foresee the specific timetable for legislative action, let alone presume the outcome of such action. As I see it, the notice and task form terms of reference form a part of the planning process that might be expected in contemplating the possibility of the repeal of the Canadian Wheat Board Act. I know the member from Malbec does not expect the chair to monitor all internal processes undertaken by the government as part of its preparatory work in advance of proposing legislative measures to the House. Accordingly, I cannot agree with the Honourable Member from Quebec's statement that the government presumes that the Act has been repealed, which in fact it has not. I see no evidence of such a presumption. In the present instance, I do not believe that the wording of the text of the notice of procurement posted on Merck's site is ambiguous. Rather, in my view, it presents a hypothetical case and seeks information on the impact of such scenarios, end quote. There is, to put it simply, nothing hypothetical about how these job postings read, Mr. Speaker. Given that the appointments of ... website is administered by the Privy Council office, I can only assume that they were acting on the express instructions of the Prime Minister's office, who would have been micromanaging the rollout of a marquee initiative in the budget. Mr. Speaker, Parent on March 13th, 1997, at page 8,987 of the debates, also called upon to rule on advertisements, offered this piece of advice to government communications staff, quote, those whose duty it is to approve the wording of communications to the public for a minister must surely be aware that the terms used in parliamentary language have a very specific meaning. Trying to avoid them or to use them for advertising purposes shows a lack of consideration for the institution of Parliament and the role of the members in the legislative process. If there is no ambiguity in the choice of terms, the public will be better served and the House can get on with its work without being called upon to resolve the difficulty caused by such misunderstandings." End quote. Unfortunately, this sound counsel was simply ignored by those in the PMO who approved the wording of these job postings. The whole episode is sadly yet another example of the Prime Minister and a government who are dismissive of Parliament and simply find the House of Commons to be an irritant and a speed bump on its path to governing. Mr. Speaker, the House of Commons is and must always be seen as more than a rubber stamp for the government's legislative proposals. To address this attack on the authority and the dignity of the House of Commons, I urge you to find a prima facie case of privilege.
I thank the honourable member for South Surrey White Rock for the submission that she has made to add to the submission from the honourable member for Victoria. And I'm aware that the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader has also made a submission on this question of privilege. I'll take it under advisement and look forward to coming back to the House with a ruling. And now I understand that the Honourable Member for Salkirk Interlake Eastman wishes to add additional arguments to his question of privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise again today to provide an additional addendum to the one that I provided on May 3rd to my original question of privilege that I raised on April 4th, 2017. As you will recall, and the record will show, my original question of privilege were concerning statements made by the Minister of National Defence in this House concerning the hardship benefits, danger pay, and the tax relief status of members of the Canadian Armed Forces stationed in Kuwait on Operation Impact. The additional information and evidence supporting my question of privilege comes from a briefing note provided to the Minister of National Defence obtained through the Access to Information Act by my office on Friday, as well as a ministerial order issued by the President of the Treasury Board on April 17, 2017. The briefing note reads in part, and I quote, "The initial assessments of the Operation Impact Kuwait locations were conducted on the 11th of June 2015 with an effective date of the 5th of October 2014, the start of the operation, and established a risk level of 2.13. In accordance with the Income Tax Act, the Minister of National Defence requested that the Minister of Finance designate Operation Impact Kuwait locations for tax relief. The Minister of Finance concurred with the request and designated Operation Impact Kuwait for tax relief. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, under the previous Conservative government, all members of the Canadian Armed Forces deployed to Operation Impact Kuwait were provided with a tax relief status on their hardship and risk pay effective October 5th, 2014. This was able to occur then because Defence Minister Jason Kenney took the initiative to request that then Finance Minister Joe Oliver designate Operation Impact Kuwait location for tax relief. The request was approved without question simply because it was the right thing to do. Mr. Speaker, the solution to this problem is rather simple and should have never reached this point. The briefing note goes on to say that the tax relief status was reevaluated on March 31st, 2016 under the current Liberal government. The result of this reevaluation was that our troops stationed at Camp Refjan in Kuwait could no longer receive the benefit effective September 1st, 2016. So according to the briefing note, which was prepared by the Minister of National Defence on November 24th, 2016, all troops stationed to Kuwait on Operation Impact were receiving the benefit effective the first day of the operation, October 5th, 2015, until September 1st, 2016. The minister and his office were aware of this. However, the minister said this in the House. On March 21st, 2017, he said, the previous government was the one that actually sent our troops to Iraq without the tax-free benefit. In question period on March the 8th, he said, I would also like to correct the member in terms of the previous government's actions on this. It actually sent troops into Kuwait without the tax-free allowance. And on March 9th, during a debate on this very issue, the minister said, our troops did not have tax-free status when they were actually deployed for that operation. It was in February 2016 after my visit to Kuwait. During that debate, he also said, I cannot change reality. When I visited the troops, they did not have a tax-free allowance, end quote. Mr. Speaker, the minister has already apologized once for his attempt to change reality. I hope he does so again, and this time actually takes responsibility for his wrongdoings. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Defence's first visit to Kuwait was in November 2015. As I read in my original question of privilege and the addendum, the tax relief status was effective for October 2014 until September 2016. Therefore, while the minister was visiting troops in November 2015 in Kuwait, the tax relief status was still in place. We now have several documents in our possession that prove all soldiers deployed to Kuwait on Operation Impact were receiving tax-free status on their hardship and risk pay effective from the date of the operation began, October 5th, 2014, until September 1st, 2016, including a briefing note prepared specifically for the minister and a response to an order paper question with the minister's signature. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, as you're well aware, due to the government's lack of willingness to take action to correct the mistake of cancelling the tax-free status for the soldiers in Kuwait in Operation Impact, I had to table a motion on March 9th, 2017, on behalf of the official opposition, which reads that the House call on the government to show support and appreciation for the brave men and women serving in the Canadian Armed Forces by reversing its decision to take away from the soldiers fighting ISIS the tax benefit which provides them the $1,500 to $1,800 per month for the hardship and risk associated with their deployment, and to retroactively provide the payment to members stationed at Camp Arif Jan, whose tax relief was cancelled as of September 1st, 2016. The motion was passed unanimously. And the minister told this House that, and I quote, we support the motion related to Canadian Forces members in Arif Jan who were deployed with the risk levels that were adjusted. However, on April 17, 2017, the President of the Treasury Board issued a ministerial directive to provide personnel at Ali Al Salam Air Base the tax-exempt status until August 16, 2017, while those at Camp Arif Jan, a mere 40 kilometers away, were only provided the tax-exempt status until December 18, 2016. Furthermore, the access to information request I referenced also notes that the Chief of Defence Staff provided direction to evaluate the Kuwait region as a whole rather than each base separately. This direction was ignored, which is evidenced by the ministerial order that extends a tax exemption for Ali Salam Air Base to August 2017, while Camp Arif Jan had their benefit cut as of December 2016. I hope the government isn't being vindictive and penalizing our troops at Camp Arif Jan for speaking out about this unfair situation. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, the government did not reverse its decision to take away the tax benefit and only provided retroactive payment for 3.5 months, leaving soldiers deployed for up to 8 months without the tax exemption. To summarize, Mr. Speaker, on multiple occasions in this House, the Minister of National Defence accused the previous government of deploying troops to Kuwait and Iraq without the tax exemption. We now have a response to an order paper question number 600 with the Minister's signature, multiple access to information requests, and a quote from the Minister in an April 19th press release from DND that says otherwise. Furthermore, by supporting the Conservative motion on March 21st, 2017, the Minister agreed to retroactively pay the tax relief benefits to soldiers at Camp Arif Jan. However, a ministerial directive issued by the President of the Treasury Board on April 17th and a press release issued by DND on April 19th state those troops will only be receiving retroactive payments for 3.5 months and not further full deployment. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of National Defence has clearly, intentionally, and repetitive pattern of misleading statements. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I submit for your consideration the following documents: the access to information request, which I just referred to, the ministerial order from the President of the Treasury Board issued on April 17th, the response to order paper question number 600 signed by the Minister of National Defence, and the press release issued by the Department of National Defence on April 19th confirming the ministerial order and that troops deployed to Kuwait on Operation Impact had the tax-exempt status effective from the first date of their deployment. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to your ruling on my question of privilege.
I thank the honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eaton for these additional arguments. I will take the matter under advisement, and assuming there are no further arguments on this question privilege, I look forward to bringing a ruling in due course. Orders of the day. The Honourable Government House Leader.
I move, seconded by the President of the Treasury Board, that in relation to the Senate amendments to Bill C-7, an act to amend the Public Service Labour Relations Act, the Public Service Labour Relations and Employment Board Act, and other acts, and to provide for certain other measures, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration of said stage of the bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration of the Senate amendments of said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the stage of the bill then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Jager, seconded by Mr. Bryson, moved that in relation to the Senate amendments to Bill C-7, an act to amend the Public Service Labour Relations Act, the Public Service Labour Relations and Employment Board Act, and other acts, and to provide for certain other measures, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration of said stage of the bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration of the Senate amendments of said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the stage of the bill then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Pursuant to Standing Order 67.1, there will now be a 30-minute question period. I invite honourable members who wish to ask questions to rise in their places so the Chair has some idea of the number of members who wish to participate in this question period. Honourable député de Louis Saint-Laurent.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This seems to be the government's signatory plan of action. As soon as it comes down to it, they use this means where the opposition members are muzzled, and it's completely unacceptable. The government's been in place for a year and a half. They've been in power, and regularly, and especially in recent days, the government is in a hurry, isn't respecting parliamentarians' rights. They want to ram bills down our throats, bills that are so essential for Canadians, and they're trying to do so very quickly without giving members of Parliament an opportunity to speak. We are here. We are the voices of Canadians who elected us. So we're not just 308 members of Parliament. We represent all Canadians, and everyone has a say. Why is the government continuing to cut off the voices of Canadians in this House?
President of the Treasury Board.
Madam Speaker, this situation is a serious one. We inherited a serious situation from the previous Conservative government. It had refused to take action and to deal with this important issue. A decision was brought down by the Supreme Court in January 2015. And when we were elected, we took power in November 2015. We had a responsibility to take action to ensure that the RCMP will have an appropriate regime that reflects the decision brought down by the Supreme Court. We greatly respect the work done by the RCMP across the country, and we fully respect the Supreme Court's decision dating back to January 2015. It's the responsibility of our government to respond especially given the fact that the previous government refused to take action in response to the Supreme Court decision.
And comments, the honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
General arguments about time allocation aside, I think with respect to this particular motion, there's an important question. Now, when the Senate reported back with its amendments, that was in June of 2016. That was almost 11 months ago, Madam Speaker. So the government's position was that it needed time to analyze those amendments and to come up with an appropriate response. They tabled that response 5 days ago, Madam Speaker. And so the idea that they needed time to consider to be able to pronounce on the Senate amendments, then offer amendments of their own that are no less complex than the ones made by the Senate, and provide not just opposition parties, although certainly also opposition parties, but stakeholders like the NPF and the MPPAC and the AMPMQ, only 5 days to consider their response, I think is just simply not enough. So I wonder why it is that the government thinks it's fine for them to take 11 months to consider those changes and then, and then tell us that we need to hurry this through under time allocation in order to get it done. Why couldn't they have come back to the House sooner with this response? And if it really did take 11 months, and that really was the case, then why won't they give the House a little bit longer to consider the response?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Speaker, I very much appreciate the question from the Honourable Member. In fact, our government's treatment of this legislation and engagement with both the House and the other place reflects our respect for Parliament. In fact, we accepted proposed amendments from the House to remove some sections pertaining to JICA, the workers' comp provisions, and we've accepted a number of the provisions from the other place, removing the RCMP specific restrictions on what may be included in collective bargaining and replacing these restrictions with a management rights clause, removing restrictions on the items that are generally not bargained in the federal context, such as pensions or items that would require amendment of legislation. We rejected that amendment because, for instance, on the pension issue, we don't typically include pensions in these collective bargaining areas. The point is we accepted both amendments from the House and the other place as part of this. We want to get this right. We have great respect for the work of the RCMP, and we have great respect for the decision of the Supreme Court. This legislation will provide for the first time the RCMP, members of the RCMP, with collective bargaining rights. It reflects the consultations which occurred under the previous government, where the RCMP wanted collective bargaining rights. There was a desire of one national union to represent them, and that union be focused on representing RCMP members, the right to binding arbitration. This legislation, I think, was strengthened by the engagement of both this House and the Senate, and reflects the wishes broadly of the RCMP and the Supreme Court decision.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for, Brantford Brant. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just hearing the response of the President of the Treasury Board, and back to my colleague's comments, we got the government's response 5 days ago, and the President of the Treasury Board likes to talk about how we're taking into consideration the amendments that were unanimously passed in the Senate, and there were 4 of them, of the things that they had to take into consideration that took them, by the way, just under a year, 11 months, June of 2016, when they first were presented the Senate's report. However, one must ask, and one must think about what the responsibilities are of this House when we bring in time allocation on something that is as significant as this, because the RCMP, or what's known as the unionization bill here, is important to the RCMP. It's important to many of their members. The member that led it in the Senate is a member of the government lead who agreed unanimously with the amendments they're bringing forth. But the President of the Treasury Board, and it comes back to us with, we accept some of this, but we don't accept all of it. Well, when the Senate does basically the scrutiny work over the course of bringing back through independent senators, through partisan senators in both parties, brings back the report, and then we're allowed only a very tight period of time to come back in here and debate the ones which the government decides arbitrarily they're going to accept and the ones they're going to reject. It seems to me, Madam Speaker, that this push to not have debate in the House is very typical of what we're seeing time and time again with the repeated time allocation motions coming to the floor of this House. This was the government who campaigned on being the exact opposite, coming to the House and coming to hear fulsome discussion of these issues from all parliamentarians, from all sides. I represent members of the RCMP in my riding, and most of us do in this House, and we've spoken with those. They have legitimate concerns on several fronts here. And all of a sudden we're told, no, let's just cut the time short on this because we need to push it through. And I'm going to ask the President of the Treasury Board, why when he says it's so important to get this right, is he cutting out the rights of parliamentarians to help get it right?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Madam Speaker, I can tell you that we take the work of Parliament, both in this place and the Senate, seriously, and which is why we have accepted amendments both from the House and the Senate to this legislation, which I believe reflects our respect of Parliament and our desire to ensure that this is the best possible legislation. Again, Madam Speaker, the previous government in January 2015, there was a Supreme Court decision. When we formed government, 11 months later, there had been no legislative action to respond to that. We as a new government have responded. I believe that we have the right balance that reflects the consultations that were conducted of the RCMP and reflect the intent of the amendments of the Senate. There was one amendment which we rejected and of the Senate. One of them I'll speak to specifically, and that is on the secret balloting issue. And that was one that completely contravened or contradicted the principle of C4, another piece of legislation on this. We viewed it as being an anti-union, anti-organized labor amendment that did not reflect the views of this government. I talked to my colleague from the Democrats. They were in agreement that this was not one that we could support based on our government's respect for organized labor and within the public service and broadly. We did not support that. So that's one we actually rejected. But clearly we took seriously the amendments proposed by the Senate, including eliminating many of the exclusions, and we are in a position now to move forward. And we took seriously the amendment from this House on JICA. Madam Speaker, we do respect this place, but there is an urgency for us to move forward with this legislation for the RCMP.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering, presumably if you want to get something like this right, you have to do some consultation. My understanding is that none of the prospective bargaining agents were aware of the language of this motion prior to Thursday. I'm wondering if the government can confirm to us that management at the RCMP didn't have a sneak peek or special input into the composition of this motion as well.
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Madam Speaker, the consultations with RCMP members were broadly participated in by RCMP members across Canada. That occurred again under the previous government, but it's my understanding that they were extensive consultations. which is why we felt we had a good understanding of the direction provided by those consultations, which is reflected in this legislation, which does provide collective bargaining rights to the RCMP for the first time ever, and the right to collective bargain leading to binding arbitration. The consultations were quite clear. The RCMP were not looking for the right to strike, but we're looking for the right to have collective bargaining and ultimately binding arbitration. We think this is a significant step forward, which is fair to the RCMP, for whom we have remarkable respect for their work and important work in protecting our communities, and we're looking forward to moving forward.
Questions and comments? Questions Gamatari, Honourable Member for Avalon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In listening to the President of the Treasury Board, I think it is important that we remember that Bill C7 represents a historic turning point for the RCMP. It will give them the labour relations framework to allow them to pursue their collective interests in the way that they want. Could the Minister please tell us about how Bill C7 specifically provides the framework that members have said and asked for? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for the Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
I want to thank the member of Avalon for his question and for his hard work on this file. This bill is a priority for us. It responds to what was initially a Supreme Court decision in January of 2015. The previous government did not respond expediently to that decision, and when we were elected and took office in November of 2015, we had a responsibility to act. The consultations which had occurred made it very clear that the RCMP were looking for collective bargaining rights and leading to binding arbitration, a national union to represent them, and that union be focused on largely representing RCMP members. We believe this legislation does reflect those consultations, but we also believe that the input both from the other place, from the Senate and from this House, again, this House, there was an amendment on JICA as an example, and the other place in terms of eliminating some of the exclusions. We are comfortable with that, and we have listened to and engaged RCMP members, but also this House and the Senate.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I do want to say that there's nobody on this side of the House. I believe there's nobody inside this House that is questioning the RCMP's right. It's in the backdrop of the Supreme Court ruling that this work and this legislation is being undertaken. But the real problem here, again, is what's becoming a daily occurrence, and that's the issue of the government invoking time allocation. And I go back to the throne speech, to what the government said, and to give Canadians a stronger voice in the House of Commons, the government will provide more time for open debate and free votes and reform and strengthen committees. Yet here we are, Madam Speaker, with just 5 days to debate this, while an unelected Senate took its time, issued a report to the government. The government comes back with a response late last Thursday, and an elected Parliament is only given 5 days to review this and very limited time to debate this. So, in effect, what the government is doing, Madam Speaker, is allowing the Senate to do the heavy lifting, and we in elected Parliament are just an afterthought. So my question to the President of the Treasury Board, why the hypocrisy? You talked about more open debate, and yet here you are invoking time allocation.
Member to address the questions to the Chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm sorry, but again, why the hypocrisy with respect to time allocation and not allowing this elected body to have a free and clearly strong debate on the issues that came back from the Senate? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, under our government, committees of the House have become more independent. I was here for almost 10 years in opposition when the Harper government ran committees of Parliament as branch plants of ministers' offices. And that was unacceptable then, and we have rendered committees more independent of the government. There are a lot of free votes, and government members frequently express their views or those of their constituents in those free votes. And I got to tell you, Madam Speaker, the previous government, and the member used the term hypocrisy, and I don't like using that term in Parliament, but Madam Speaker, and I'll say this respectfully to the honourable member, that the previous government prorogued Parliament to avoid confidence votes. If you want to talk about respect for Parliament, and if you want to consider using the word hypocrisy in this place, I would suggest that if the Conservatives want to use that term, they should look in the mirror, because proroguing Parliament to avoid a confidence vote was a low point in the life of this Parliament since 1867, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
We're talking about time allocation, and I'm just curious about the sequence of events here. The bill was referred to the Senate on May 31st. It was introduced at the Senate on May 31st. They took 20 days to consider the bill and send amendments back to the government, and so the amendments passed on June 21st. The government's had this bill with the amendments from the Senate for almost 11 months to consider the changes. And now before this House, it's being brought before this House, and we have 5 days to consider it. And Madam Speaker, looking at those 5 days, really there were only 2 days for actual debate, Madam Speaker. So, and one of which was a half day, but notwithstanding, I'll just say that that's 2 days. So this is the pattern in terms of the timeline with respect to that. Why did it take the government 11 months to consider the amendments from the Senate, and that they're really only allowing 5 days for consideration in this House with really an actual debate time of only 2 days, Madam Speaker?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Madam Speaker, the legislation has received over 16 hours of debate in the House. There's been 4 committee hearings that have heard from 25 witnesses. Our government has accepted amendments from both the House and the Senate, which I can say the previous, Mr. Harper's government, I can't remember the accepting of amendments from either the other place or from opposition parties. We believe that the time has come to act, to respect and respond to the Supreme Court decision of January 2015, and to do so in a way that not only respects the Supreme Court decision, but also the broad consultations conducted with the RCMP. This legislation, again, and I know the New Democrats are, as a party, have a strong belief in collective bargaining rights. This will provide to RCMP, for the first time ever, collective bargaining rights and the opportunity to be represented by a union or potentially unions, but it was clear in the consultations there was a desire to have a national union representing them. But this is a significant step forward, and I'm looking forward to us making that step together as Parliament.
And comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And my question to the Honourable President of the Treasury Board is that with time allocations being used time after time, and I think my colleagues have adequately made the point that on this bill, the government has had since June 21st of last year the amendments made in the Senate. This is important legislation, and of course collective bargaining for the RCMP is not being created in this legislation through the wisdom or goodwill of the governing party. It's a requirement of the Supreme Court of Canada. We do want to move ahead with it. But I do find it galling that we're being told we need time allocation on this bill. That will almost certainly mean that members of the Bloc Québécois and the Green Party are one or the other of us will be allowed to speak, not both. I find it really distressing, and I'm wondering if this is, and perhaps the President Treasury Board could shed some light on it. I can't see any reason for urgency, such as slapping time allocation on this bill, unless the rumors of an imminent prorogation are true. I hope they're not.
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Madam Speaker, one of the findings of the consultation was the desire among RCMP members to have one national union representing them. Ultimately, that decision will be made by the RCMP. It's important that we move forward to enable that to occur. Again, and I say this to the leader of the Green Party, with whom I've worked for a long time and for whom I have tremendous respect. The Supreme Court decision, which was over 2 years ago now, and the previous government did not act, and we inherited basically from a standing start on this. This is a significant piece of legislation. It's complex legislation. It's one that we do believe is a significant step forward for the RCMP, and we're looking forward to moving forward with it. But there has been 16 hours of debate in the House. We have had, committees of the House have reviewed this, and the Senate has been active. And I would say to the honourable member that we have accepted amendments from both opposition. For both, we've accepted amendments from the House and the Senate. She will recall that under the previous government, accepting amendments was not something that the previous government did. We actually believe in constructive relations and the acceptance of amendments which can have the potential to strengthen legislation. And we are actively engaging Parliament, both this House and the other place.
Comments? The honourable member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and to my colleague. As House is well aware, when we were in the third-party position, I had spent 2.5, 3 years working on the issues of sexual harassment and harassment in the RCMP at the request of members that were actually the victims through much of this. And one of the recommendations in the report Shattered Dreams and another one that I had done called for the fact that there need to be the opportunity to unionize, that there needed to be a collective agreement with the RCMP in order for, in addition to civilian oversight, but in order for the members to have somewhere outside to go to get true help. And I think I asked several times in the last year, when was this legislation going forward? Because I think there was a time issue from my perspective as wanting to see some movement happening in the RCMP so that those people that are working and the great members of the RCMP would have some additional protection. With the colleague, I know he has met with several of the women in particular that I referenced. I'd like to know if he would share one more of the personal stories that I know he is well aware of with the RCMP.
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for the important work she did on sexual harassment in the RCMP. It was important work. It was pioneering work at the time. It was a leadership role that she undertook that was very important. And we all, I would say every member of this House understands, regardless of partisanship, everyone understands that it is absolutely essential that the RCMP be a healthy workplace free of harassment and sexual violence. The Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness feels strongly and has acted and has worked with the RCMP and the Commissioner. We are absolutely committed to whatever steps are necessary to ensure that RCMP members, trainees, and employees feel safe and respected among their colleagues and supervisors. Reports that describe similar serious and long-standing concerns relating to harassment within the RCMP make it very clear there has been a real problem, a real issue that needed and needs to be addressed. As a government, we are seized with this. The issues identified whether it's, have come at bring significant cost to the victims' well-being and health, and to the reputation and credibility of the RCMP. And it is absolutely essential that we not only act to protect the health and well-being of members, but also that we defend the reputation of the RCMP, on which Canadians depend to provide security, safety, and law enforcement across our country. So again, I thank the honourable member for her work and her continued work on this, and our government takes it seriously and will continue to.
Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires. The honourable member for Brantford-Brant. Brief question, please.
It will be brief. It's kind of unbecoming for the President of the Treasury Board to get up and answer every question and lay it at the feet of the previous government when it took 11 months, almost a year, to bring back to be here today. He still hasn't answered the question, why did it take 11 months and all of a sudden there's a rush to get this done? Why did it take you almost a year to bring this back to this House?
That reminder, it didn't take me almost a year, and I just want to remind the member to address the questions to the chair. The Honourable President of the Treasury Board, a brief answer, please.
Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the honourable member's question, his intervention. It is clear there have been 16 hours of debate in the House on this. There have been amendments both from this place, from the House, and the other place, the Senate. We've had 4 committee hearings, and we've heard from 25 witnesses, but that is also built on the consultations done of RCMP across the country, which I understand to have been quite extensive under the previous government. All that being the case, we're in a situation now where it is important. It is over 2 years since the Supreme Court decision, and we are moving forward. And with amendments that reflect both the will of this House and the Senate. And so, Madam Speaker, we look forward to seeing this enacted, this legislation, which will provide RCMP members for the first time ever with the collective bargaining rights they deserve. Thank you.
It is my duty to interrupt the proceedings at this time and put forward the question on the motion now before the House. Madame Chagger, appuyée par Monsieur Bryson.
Madam Chagger, second by Mr. Bryson, moves that regarding Bill C7, an act to amend the Public Service Labour Relations Act, the Public Service Labour Relations and Employment Board Act, and other acts, and to provide for certain other measures, proceed that one more day be provided to study the amendments from the Senate.
The expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the study of the said stage of the bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and, in turn, every question necessary to dispose of the said stage of the bill shall be put forward forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt this motion? All those who support say yea.
All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Convoquez les députés.
Call in the members.
Order. Order. The question is the following one. Ms. Chager, seconded by Mr. Bryson, moved that in relation to Bill C-7, an act to amend the Public Service Labor Relations Act, the Public Service Labor Relations and Employment Board Act, and other acts, and to provide for certain other measures, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted for the consideration of the Senate amendments to the bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the study of the said stage of the bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required, for the purpose of this order, and in turn, every question necessary to dispose of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Knoll.
Mr. Knoll.
Ms. Scroll.
Ms. Scroll.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Lausanne Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lausanne Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Kara.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Shifke.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Ms. Hutchins.
Ms. Hutchins.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Aldaig.
Mr. Aldaig.
Ms. Allislev.
Ms. Allislev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Hernandez Sangre.
Mr. Hernandez Sangre.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayliss.
Mr. Bayliss.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. DeBruson.
Mr. Moss.
Ms. DeMoss.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascato.
Mr. Fragascato.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Ms. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Monsieur Massey, Avignon, La Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Monsieur Massey, Avignon, La Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territory.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nessier.
Madame Nessier.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission, Matsqui, Fraser
Mr.
Canyon.
Sidhu, Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Sobera.
Mr. Sobera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs.
Mrs. Zahid.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Poirier.
Mr. Poirier.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mrs. Gowan.
Mrs. Gowan.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Polius.
Mr. Polius.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Abul Tayyif.
Mr. Abul Tayyif.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lawson, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kester.
Mr. Van Kester.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Bertha.
Mr. Bertha.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins-Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins-Lévis.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shield.
Mr. Shield.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Benzin.
Mr. Benzin.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Mr. Nautel.
Monsieur Nautel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell
Ms.
River.
Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Yeas pour 165, 165. Nays contre 122, 122.
I declare the motion carried. Je désire informer la Chambre qu'en raison de...
I'd like to inform the House that due to the time allocation deliberations, government orders will be extended by 30 minutes.
The day.
Government orders, government bills, comments, resuming consideration of a motion respecting Senate amendments to Bill C-7, an act to amend the Public Service Labor Relations Act, the Public Service Labor Relations and Employment Board Act, and other acts, and to provide for certain other measures.
Allowed. Allowed.
Order.
First to take their conversations into the lobbies, and I'd ask members to assist me with the usual shh. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Elmwood Transcona has 16 minutes remaining in his speech.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So I'll pick up more or less where I left off last Friday. You'll recall debate started on this government response to the Senate amendments last Friday. The response had been tabled only the preceding evening, on the Thursday evening, and I think I want to come back to that because it is an important part of the debate around this government response that there has been, and because of the time allocation that just passed, because of the government, there's only going to be a very limited amount of time for consideration of this government response in the House. That's not just time for debate, Mr. Speaker. That's time for the opposition parties, to be sure, but also stakeholders like the prospective bargaining agents and for RCMP members themselves to digest what the government response to the Senate amendments is, and then to determine whether or not they agree with that, Madam Speaker. And so I do think it bears repeating that it's really not a lot of time. When we look at the government's own assessment of the complexity of the matter and how much time it takes to do justice to these issues, you get a very different idea of how much time one would want to take in order to be able to consider their response. They took almost 11 months to consider the response of the Senate to their bill. I'd remind the House that we voted on the original version of C7 on May 30th of 2016. That bill was then introduced in the Senate on May 31st, 2016, and the Senate, I haven't heard from the government, I haven't heard them say that the other place didn't give Bill C7 its due consideration. In fact, they say that the Senate did quite the job of going through the details of that bill. They did that in about 20 days, Madam Speaker, from May 31st, 2016 to June 21st, 2016. And then it took almost 11 months for the government to come back, and they're now asking us to take a position on their response within only 5 days, Madam Speaker. So there is, I think, a real question of fairness, and I would never, of course, want to suggest that the President of the Treasury Board was, being misleading in his answers to the House. Earlier, he did say that, we've debated this bill in the House for 16 hours. Well, if that wasn't meant to deliberately mislead, then I think it's a sign of some laziness, perhaps, that he didn't bother to change his speaking notes from third reading of the bill, which also was moved under time allocation, Madam Speaker, because what we debated at that time in May of 2016 is very different than what we're debating today, which has to do not only with the amendments made by the other place, because we haven't had an opportunity to deliberate on those in this place, but on top of that, on top of the amendments made by the other place that the government took 11 months to consider, we're now also having a debate on the government response to those amendments, Madam Speaker. And that's not a simple response. It's not a simple rejection or acceptance of those amendments. It's actually an amendment to those amendments. So the idea that we're going to do a proper job and do justice to RCMP members across the country who have fought for years in court to get the right to bargain collectively and want to see it done properly, and the government says they want to see it done properly, the idea that we're going to get that done in 5 days, unfortunately, I don't think we can. And I regret that, and I regret that we only have those 5 days. We're doing the best that we can on this side of the House to give our considered opinion on the content of that legislation, but it's hard to do under the time constraints, I think, unreasonably and unfairly imposed by the government on this motion. So that's important to say, because it's no small part of how the debate today is going to unfold and the decision that's ultimately going to be taken. We do have some concerns. There are some positive aspects to this response, and then there are some aspects, frankly, that I think warrant further study. And I'll repeat again that study that is not going to happen, because we're going to settle the issue today one way or another, and it's going to be on its way back to the other place. On the positive side, I mean, it's no secret here, and I won't spend a lot of time on it. I mean, we do support having a card check system as an option for RCMP members. The government has been clear and consistent in their support for that. We agree on that. That's good, and we're glad to see in the government response that they're maintaining that commitment to make card check available. That's something that's important in principle, but it's also important, I would argue, logistically in this case, because RCMP members are spread out right across the country. They're in rural and remote communities. Some RCMP members are posted internationally, and I think if you were to try to, you can reach 50% or more of the membership, and if they agree with having a union, then you know that effectively, if you were to have a vote, you're going to get that 50% plus one. If you have a vote all at once, that means everybody has to get a ballot at the same time. They have to be able to return that ballot within a similar time frame, and the logistics of organizing that are very difficult. They're especially difficult if that's going to be thrown on the prospective bargaining agent. These aren't established unions by definition, because the RCMP haven't been unionized before, and C7 rightly requires that a union representing RCMP members would have to consist only of RCMP members, and C7 also talks about a national, one national bargaining unit that's police only. So you just don't have a pre-existing union with the resources and the expertise that could mount that kind of vote and do it in a way that I think all RCMP members could be reassured that it has the thoroughness and integrity of process that RCMP members would expect when certifying a bargaining agent. So we were glad to see that in the bill. We're glad to see the removal of exclusions from the bill. Members of the House who have been following this legislation will know that we in the NDP have been arguing, very hard for the removal of those exclusions, because we believe that the best way to ensure that RCMP members get the free and fair collective bargaining that they fought so hard to achieve for themselves in court. And I'm going to have just a quick aside here, Madam Speaker, because we've heard, I think sometimes the government trying to take credit somehow for conferring collective bargaining rights on RCMP members, and that's simply not true. The Supreme Court made that decision, and it's because of the Supreme Court that RCMP members have the right to bargain collectively. That wasn't a decision of this government. That was already conferred, and it wasn't a decision of the last government by any stretch. That's a right that was conferred on RCMP members by the Supreme Court as a function of our Charter of Rights and Freedoms here in Canada. That the court has said guarantees people the right to collective bargain if they want, and if they choose that for themselves. So C7 helps set a framework for collective bargaining, but we also know that C7 is not necessary, although it's desirable if the government gets it right, because it will have certain things that RCMP members have said they want. One national bargaining unit, binding arbitration, and some other features, and that's good. It makes sense to have a unique framework for the RCMP in terms of collective bargaining, but C7 doesn't give them that. They have the right to collective bargain right now, and in fact there's 2 applications before the Labour Board, active applications right now to represent our RCMP members. One by the NPF for a national bargaining unit, and another one by the AMPMQ to represent members only in Quebec. And I'll come back to that in a little bit, Madam Speaker. So this is where we're at. C7 is not the government conferring collective bargaining rights to RCMP members. That's a right that they won. That's a right that is theirs, irrespective of the point of view of any government of the day. That's something that's been guaranteed to them by the Supreme Court, and we're glad to see the exclusions being removed, and the government ultimately agreeing with what the NDP suggestion was at committee here in the House of Commons last May, which was to get rid of those exclusions. But we do have concerns that the management rights clause that they're putting in their place may be used as a way to reintroduce those exclusions by other means. And it may be that we could dispel those concerns over time if we had the time to study this properly. It is true that, in many cases there are management rights clauses, either in collective agreements or in legislation, and that's okay. But some of the language is interesting. So in the Senate amendment, Madam Speaker, the Senate said that essentially the management rights of the RCMP would include anything having to do with the human resources powers conferred to the RCMP Commissioner under the RCMP Act. And what we've heard from the government is that they didn't agree with that, and they're going to change that. They want a more targeted management right clause. But note, the word used by the Parliamentary Secretary on Friday in debate is targeted, not limited. And so they changed the language from, management rights having to do with the human resources authority granted to the Commissioner under the RCMP Act to a management right clause that enshrines the power of the Commissioner to ensure effective operations. And that sounds on the face of it pretty good. I mean, who wouldn't want the operations of the RCMP to be effective, except that the arguments made by the Commissioner before committee, both at the House and the Senate, for the exclusions were essentially saying that all these things have to be excluded because to not exclude them would impede the effective operations of the RCMP. So I think RCMP members and Canadians have a right to feel suspect that this management rights clause, that I would argue, while it may be more targeted from a functional point of view on the effectiveness of the force, is nevertheless broader in that that allows the Commissioner to reach outside of his existing authority under the RCMP Act for human resource issues only. That's an itemized list in section 22 sub 1 items A through L, and interpret that to mean just about whatever the Commissioner may want to have it mean, depending on what's being brought to the table. So there are reasonable concerns about that, and I think more time is needed in order to examine that and see if this isn't going to just be another way for the RCMP Commissioner to reintroduce exclusions. And I would say, even though you may be able to challenge the RCMP Commissioner's interpretation of that language, the RCMP Commissioner may not be the final authority on that. What it does mean is that when a new bargaining unit, if the RCMP members do choose to certify one, brings things to the table, they can end up in lengthy delays, first at the Labour Board potentially, and then in court, trying to define what effective operations mean. And then you're going to have someone at the Labour Board presumably weighing in on whether the Commissioner is right or not about what it takes to run an effective operations as the RCMP. So it's not clear to me that this management rights clause doesn't provide another way of introducing some of those exclusions. It's not clear to me that it's not going to trigger lengthy and onerous processes in order to ultimately be able to define that language, because it's not defined by the government what effective operations actually means. So there's no limited scope to that definition offered by the government, and I think that's something worth being concerned about. With respect to grievances, the government says that they don't want grievances filed under the PSLRA and under the RCMP Act, and so grievances should rest in one place. You don't have dual claims. And again, I mean, on the surface, that does make some sense. That sounds like a pretty common sense argument, just like it sounds pretty good when the President of the Treasury Board says, we've already debated this for 16 hours. Except then you look into the details and you wonder if maybe that's not a little bit misleading. So the thrust of many of the government's arguments with respect to C7 is that they want to align RCMP labor relations better with the pre-existing model of the public service. Except here, all of a sudden, what we're seeing is the grievance process carved out and put under the RCMP Act. Rather than trying to have the maximum amount of grievances happen under the PSLRA, we're getting the maximum amount happen under the RCMP Act. Now, there are two issues with that, Madam Speaker. One has to do, in a very practical sense, with what that means in the workplace. The non-officers, or the non-commissioned officers of the RCMP are being deemed public servants. That's a process that's happening and will be complete sometime in 2018. What that means is that you may have an RCMP officer and a civilian member working side by side in the same office, like a divisional headquarters, for instance, dealing with sexual harassment from the same superior officer, that are going to have two different grievance processes. One is going to happen under the PSLRA, and you're going to have an independent third party essentially oversee that grievance process. But for the person who's the officer, that grievance process is going to happen under the RCMP Act. And we know that at the end of the day, it's the Commissioner ultimately that rules on that. And in fact, we just had a report come out yesterday that said that part of the problem in the institution and the culture of the RCMP is that grievances ultimately get determined in-house by the Commissioner. And one of the recommendations was to move away from that. So the report from the Civilian Review and Complaints Commission for the RCMP just yesterday, it was called Report into Workplace Harassment in the RCMP, says, unlike public service employees who have the right to grieve the outcome of a harassment complaint in accordance with the procedures set out in their collective agreement, including arbitration before an independent third party, RCMP members still do not have access to an impartial third party appeals body. That's because their grievances go through the RCMP Act. So what the government is doing in its response directly contradicts the advice of the report that came out yesterday that said that grievance processes need to get further away from the Commissioner, not closer to the Commissioner. And they're doing that in a way that actually deviates from their mainline argument for most of what they're talking about, which is to bring RCMP labor relations practices into closer conformity with the rest of the public service. So it feels a little bit like there's some cherry picking going on in terms of when to apply the argument for harmonizing public service labor relations and RCMP labor relations. And then when it's convenient, either to the government or management, it's not always clear, to then have things dealt separately under the uniqueness of the RCMP. And so we're concerned that there's issues of fairness there, both, as I say, in the concrete case of the workplace, and also in terms of the general arguments provided by the government. And I think it bears saying that one of the problems with this process, and I know my time is getting short, has been that I think it's been too often too difficult to determine the difference between the government interests and management interests in this debate sometimes. And so that's why I asked the President of the Treasury Board earlier, we know that stakeholders didn't get a sneak peek at their government response. We asked if RCMP management did, and if RCMP management had special input that other groups didn't have into this process. And I note, Madam Speaker, that we didn't get a straight answer to that question. We got an answer to another question that wasn't asked. And so if the government is going to try, and I think they should, not only try to give the perception that they're not tied at the hip to management in this process, but to actually give some independent, but to actually be an independent third-party arbiter that's trying to set up free and fair collective bargaining, I have to say, Madam Speaker, so far they've done a very poor job of that. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Family, Children's and Social Development.
Thank you very much, and I listened with interest to my colleagues' remarks and noted that the focus tended to be on how to simultaneously govern the RCMP as public servants but also as police officers. And it's a challenge that municipalities and provinces and other authorities right across this country have, insofar as the police have duties which are completely different from the civil service in terms of the management structure as well as the execution of those duties and the powers that those duties contain. And would the member opposite not agree that you can't treat them as civil servants, pure and simple, precisely because of the extraordinary powers that they have, and therefore you need to custom fit a regulatory process around a separate collective agreement around the police component of the RCMP workforce in order to make sure that the law enforcement components of it are treated separately. And subsequent to that, if they acknowledge that, is it not for the RCMP themselves and management to set out the terms of those relationships and the effectiveness of those relationships? It's not necessarily something the Parliament should impose from afar.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, I mean, I couldn't agree more. I do think there are unique aspects to the RCMP. RCMP members would tell you that. They think that they should have a special framework for bargaining. That's why we're supportive in principle of C7. Our dispute has been with the details of how that's going to be implemented. So, yes, absolutely, you do need a unique bargaining framework. And then our point has been, yeah, that should be determined by management and the union at the table. Our concern has been that the government approach, in my view and in the view of the NEP, has too often not been distinguishable from the management approach. And therefore, our concern is that some of the broken aspects of the institution right now, and there are some, and that's what the CRCC report yesterday was talking about, that not all is well within the RCMP. And our concern is that by giving layer and layer and layer of protection to management in the legislation will actually legislate some of the broken aspects of the current culture and not allow management and the union to work that out. Because we believe that having a good union and having that union have the full range of capability to bring things to the table and to try and work things out at the bargaining table and at job sites effectively is actually a good way to start correcting some of what's wrong in the RCMP culture, and that the government may be interfering with that by the way they're protecting management and legislation.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his comments. From the comments that he's made, it's clear that the bill is very detailed, is complex in terms of the changes that's been brought forward, and hence the issue around adequate debate that needs to take place in this House, and of course the government's chosen to bring in time allocation to this. Now, he raises the point, which I think is very important, with respect to potentially different points of view between management and the stakeholders. I have an example from my constituent who raises the issue on another bill, on Bill C4, which was meant to repeal Bill C-377 and C-525. And in fact, at committee, he highlighted the fact that his employer was invited to the committee and offer a different point of view than that of his. Case in point, management took a point of view of opposing Bill C-4, but him from that company do not agree with management. So that is a very important distinction. And so hence the importance of actually ensuring that those voices are heard as well. And I wonder if the member would like to elaborate on that, about that distinction and the importance of that and how this process that the government has embarked on has fell short.
The honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, thank you very much to my colleague from Vancouver East for the question. And I think this really has been part of the story. It's been a long story now because the need for legislation creating a framework for collective bargaining for RCMP members has been before the government and just about before the House since we convened. And all along through that process, I think there are many who have felt that the government is in a very close working relationship with management on this, and that it's simply not the case that prospective bargaining agents who are providing the voice of rank-and-file members have had the same access to government and the same influence on government when coming up with these rules. And so for us in the NEP, I mean, the role that government should be playing is as an independent arbiter. There was a decision made by the Supreme Court that said that RCMP members should have the right to free and fair collective bargaining, and the role of government then should be to have gone out, figured out what are those aspects that are unique to the RCMP that call for a special framework. We heard from RCMP members themselves. They want one national bargaining unit. They want binding arbitration, and they don't want the right to strike. Those are the important elements of C7. But beyond that, there's been a lot of our debate, particularly with respect to the exclusions, has been about how much of what management wants to not have to deal with are they going to be exempted from dealing with through the legislation. And I think a lot of people have felt that the government is simply too close to management on those issues, and that's a problem because it creates, even if it's not the case, it certainly creates the perception that RCMP management is calling the shots. I'll give another example of where I think the government has helped to make a mess where there needn't have been one. The 11-month period from getting the Senate amendments to now was, I think, way longer than it had to be. And so what happened in April, just a couple months ago, say like 8 months after the Senate amendments, was that you had two organizations apply for certification. One is making an application to be a national bargaining agent, which would be allowed under C7, but the other is making an application to represent Quebec members only, which would not be allowed once C7 passes. And I've heard from members who now feel that if C7 had passed earlier, that they wouldn't have had a problem. But now that these applications have been made, they feel that the government's rush to get this through effectively amounts to taking sides between one applicant or the other. Because the legislation, when it passes, and that's a question that's now before the Labour Board, when it passes, will rule one of those applications out. So by needlessly delaying, they've created at least a perception that they're taking sides that needn't have been created. They created a lot of legal uncertainty, and for the organization that's applied to represent Quebec-only members, a lot of needless work. Because at the end of the day, this wasn't gonna happen for them if the government gets this through. So. No, and I'm just saying that's what we've been hearing, and I think it's unfortunate to be in a position where the government is perceived to be taking sides by anyone. It didn't have to be that way. We just had to have this conversation 2 months ago.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Don Valley West. Oh, I'm sorry. L'honorable député de
member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thought I had moved during those few minutes. I'd like to thank my colleague for his statement and his very competent response to the questions he's been getting. He's somebody who knows a lot about union business, the right of workers to unionize and so on. Earlier, I asked why the government took so long to bring this bill back before the House. 11 months, no explanations. There are members here in the House who are saying, well, we can't take sides in this issue. But that is exactly the question I'm asking my colleague. How can the government explain such a delay. Either it's incompetence, they've been lazy, or they're taking sides.
Member for Edmund Elmwood, Transcona.
Yeah, I mean, this is a problem, and it's not one that I think the government can say in good faith that it wasn't aware of, because it's one that we raised. We've said, look, we need to get C7 back to the House because it's creating legal uncertainty for prospective bargaining agents. And exactly because C7 is not what confers the right of collective bargaining on RCMP members, because it's a decision of the Supreme Court, they're allowed to apply at any time under the existing rules. So it's because the NDP actually agrees with what the government says, if not what they do, that there is justification for a unique collective bargaining framework for RCMP members, and we may disagree about the details of what should be in it, that we thought it's really important to get that in place as soon as possible, because we knew, and they knew, that there were prospective bargaining agents out there getting people to sign cards, demonstrating interest in the lead up potentially to a vote, because C4 hasn't got through the Senate. The government can't seem to accomplish that. So they don't know if they're going to need to have a vote or whether card check is going to work. There's a lot of legal uncertainty. And we've been saying for a long time, you need to act on C4, get it done. You need to act on C7, get it done. Or you're risking getting into a situation where people start to act in the current legal context and then the rug is pulled out from underneath their feet. And all of a sudden the rules that they were organizing and applying under aren't the same rules that their application is being treated by. That's exactly the situation that's developing. And it wasn't hard to see or imagine that that would happen. So it's a real shame we've got to this point, and I think the government needs to do a better job of extricating itself from this, lest it be perceived as being partisan in an area where it really ought not to be.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Don Valley West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to have this opportunity to speak in support of the government's motion related to Bill C7, and I'll be sharing my time with the honourable member from Oakville North Burlington. Begin by saying that this piece of legislation is important for both the RCMP and for Canadians, and it's a step forward in Canadian labour relations. As we all know, it originates with the decision by the Supreme Court of Canada more than 2 years ago in January of 2015, and there is some urgency to us getting this piece of legislation forward into law so that we can have the best RCMP police force in the world, as well as having good management practices and the ability of our RCMP officers to keep Canadians safe. The court found that certain parts of the RCMP labour relations regime were in fact unconstitutional because they prevented the formation of an independent RCMP employee organization. So the government took steps, including an extensive consultation, to bring this framework into compliance with the Supreme Court's ruling. And Bill C7 is the result. And I would differ with the position of the previous speaker in saying that there has been extensive consultation. This bill has been under a microscope for a great deal of time, both in committee in the House of Commons, as well as committee in the Senate, debate in the House of Commons, debate in the Senate, and it's time now for us to act quickly on this motion and to ensure that we can have effective collective bargaining for the very important and hard-working members of the RCMP. Mr. Speaker, with the passage of this bill, the RCMP members and reservists would, for the first time, have a labour relations framework in place that allows them to choose whether or not to be represented in negotiations by an employee organization, something that other police services in Canada have already. In fact, almost 100 years ago, the Vancouver Police Union received its charter and was established with the mandate to effectively and democratically represent its members as a bargaining unit under the British Columbia Labour Code. So, Mr. Speaker, it's time for us to act so that Canadians have a similar approach to policing in Canada. Action is something that RCMP officers know a lot about. And just for a moment, as the chair of the Public Safety and National Security Committee, I want to commend members of the RCMP for consistently and constantly serving and protecting Canadians with diligence, with grace, and also with tremendous competence that Canadians have begun to appreciate more and more. Whether it's diving into cold, icy water to rescue a woman in distress or protecting us in this very place, RCMP officers demonstrate their personal dedication and sacrifice to self in service of others. And now, we as members of this chamber need to reciprocate and need to help them, to serve them, to protect them. The Prime Minister and the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness are strongly committed to whatever action is necessary to help RCMP members, trainees and employees feel safe and respected amongst their colleagues and supervisors. A number of steps have been taken since 2014 to protect RCMP members in the workplace. These include members that address harassment and conflict management, as well as to promote a healthy and respectful workplace. The RCMP continues its ongoing efforts to improve its work environment, including a modernized code of conduct, a streamlined harassment investigation and resolution process, and improved training for harassment investigators. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-7 builds on these efforts to implement a robust labour relations regime for the RCMP. And to that end, the government has given them thorough consideration to the Senate's amendments and is now ready to move forward. The government's response, I believe, significantly addresses the main concerns that we both heard at the House of Commons Standing Committee as well as in the Senate, and I'm very proud to support the government's response to the Senate amendments. For one, in the spirit of compromise that is so important in an institution like ours, the government is willing to accept the removal of all restrictions on what may be included in collective agreements and arbitral awards that are specific to the RCMP. These restrictions on what could be collectively bargained for was a focal point of the criticism that we heard at committee and that we are now acting on. And sometimes this kind of conversation takes time. However, that conversation has been had, and I stress upon members of this chamber that the reality is we need to act quickly and effectively. We have considered, and now is the time to act. That's why I'm pleased to support and report that the government's response will allow the employer and any future RCMP member bargaining agent to engage in meaningful discussions in good faith on topics of importance to the RCMP members and reservists that were excluded from collective bargaining rights under the original version of Bill C-7. As a result, matters associated with transfers, appraisals, harassment, and general aspects of workplace wellness, including the promotion of a respectful workplace and early conflict resolution, could be discussed at the bargaining table and included in a collective agreement or in an arbitration award. And of course, conditions of work such as hours of work scheduling, callback, and reporting conditions can also be collectively bargained, as can leave positions such as designated paid holidays, vacation leave, sick leave, and parental leave. And labour relations matters such as terms and conditions for grievance procedures and procedures around classification and workplace adjustment are also part of that process. Mr. Speaker, the proposal before us today also accepts the idea of a management's rights clause, but proposes implementing a more targeted clause that focuses on protecting the authorities that the RCMP Commissioner needs to have to ensure effective police operations. This approach is a balanced approach. The reality is the bargaining unit has the right to engage in conversations at the bargaining table about issues important to RCMP members, and management reserves the right to ensure that Canadians are safe and are protected, and that we have operational institutional effectiveness at the RCMP, not excluding anything in collective bargaining, but ensuring that we have a targeted approach to make sure that the RCMP functions properly as Canadians would have them act. As I'm sure to all my honourable colleagues on these benches, the Government of Canada takes responsibility to protect the safety and security of Canadians seriously. And this amended management rights clause supports that responsibility. Now, let us consider why the motion disagrees with the removal of restrictions that replicate those applying to other areas of the federal public service. As our National Police Service, the RCMP must have a labour regime that is aligned and consistent with the fundamental framework for labour relations and collective bargaining that exists within the whole of the federal public service. As such, Bill C-7 extends to RCMP members many general exclusions that already apply to the rest of the public service, such as staffing, pensions, organization of work, and the assignment of duties. With respect to pensions, while the Public Service Pension Plan has never been the subject of collective bargaining under Public Service Labour Relations Act or its predecessor, the Public Service Staff Relations Act, the federal government has traditionally consulted with employee representatives on pension issues and is committed to continuing that conversation, that negotiation, that consultation. Public sector pensions have established a statutory pension advisory committee whose membership is composed of employer, employee, and pensioner representatives. These committees review matters respecting the administration, design, and funding of the benefits provided under the Superannuation Acts and makes recommendations to the responsible minister about those matters. This is an activity that we will continue. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the certification process, I do not believe that the certification of a bargaining agent to represent RCMP members and reservists should require a secret ballot. We need to be consistent with the government's proposed law, Bill C-4, and it would be reasonable that an organization wanting to represent RCMP members should not be subject to different certification processes than other organizations under Federal Labour Relations Act. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the government proposes not to proceed with expanding the mandate of the Public Service Labour Relations and Employment Board to hear grievances on a wider range of matters relating to terms and conditions of employment. That would be inconsistent with their work with the rest of the federal public service. Now we have time to act on Bill C-7. The House of Commons Standing Committee deliberated it thoroughly and thoughtfully, heard concerns. The Senate has deservedly done its work and has appropriately amended it. The government has considered those amendments, has determined that some of them fall in line with the government's proposed agenda with respect to the RCMP certification process. I'm pleased to support it and welcome all other members to support this bill and our amendments as we go forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I noted in my colleague from Don Valley East speech that he used, again, with respect to the management rights clause, the word more targeted, not more limited. And I think that's an important difference because we on this side of the House are still trying to get our head around, how exactly the RCMP Commissioner's right to maintain an effective operations is defined and how broad a scope that actually gives to the RCMP Commissioner. It's not defined anywhere else as far as we know. Perhaps as a member of the governing party and a supporter of the bill, the member for Don Valley East has some information. I think our concern is that when he talks about RCMP members being able to bring their concerns to good faith in the table and have management hear them and then make a decision about what they think constitutes effective operations of the force, it'll be a little bit like Liberals when they listen to Canadians and they say, yeah, you guys can say what you want, we'll come to town halls, and then they do what they want. I'd cite electoral reform as an example where Canadians had the right to consult, and the Liberals went out and they listened and they heard, and then they did whatever it was they wanted. In fact, in this case, completely contradicted the testimony we heard at committee and everything else. So we don't simply want the RCMP management to have the right to behave as the Liberals do on issues that matter to Canadians. We want to make sure that that something effective can come out of negotiations at the table. And we're just not convinced we're there. So what exactly does it mean to give the RCMP Commissioner the right to ensure the effective operations of the force? Where is that defined? If you could point us to the document, that'd be great.
Honourable member for Don Valley West.
It is Don Valley West. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And West is best. That's what we say in my neighbourhood. The reality is that the management of RCMP needs to consider thoughtfully the number of issues that ensure the safety of Canadians. And what the government is proposing is absolutely consistent with what we believe about collective bargaining. Collective bargaining, it's very important to ensure that everything is on the table that needs to be on the table. And so the number of exclusions, which were in the initial draft of the bill, have been reduced to zero. And I am very pleased that the government has accepted, or is accepting that Senate, the proposal from the other place, and to ensure that RCMP members have absolutely every opportunity to express themselves and to negotiate issues of harassment, issues of appraisal, issues of relocation, issues of the kinds of things that they were asking for. And that is consistent with evidence that we heard at committee. We also heard at committee that for the effective functioning, the proper appropriation of the authority that is given to the Commissioner of the RCMP, management needs to reserve some rights to ensure that they can target and appropriately use their authority under obviously, legislation that is given to them by this Parliament to ensure that Canadians are safe and to ensure that the operations of the RCMP are not limited. That means that absolutely, RCMP officers face different challenges in different parts of the country. And having been a longtime resident of Yukon, M Division, I worked closely with the RCMP there. The reality is some things are different in Yukon than they are in other parts of Canada. Other places where we have a force that is contracted to the provinces are different than the places where we are a national police force. The RCMP commissioner and our new commissioner who will be appointed sometime in the near future needs to have that authority to ensure that the operations of the RCMP are effective and safe and Canadians can rest assured. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Nous avons le temps pour une question très
We have time for a very short question.
for Brentford Brant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his speech. Now, how we get here today is the fact that that the government received amendments unanimously sent by the members of the Senate. In other words, they studied the bill, they sent them back here to the government for consideration in June of last year. So you might say 11 and a half months, almost a year. And today we're put in the situation in opposition to be told you have a limited time to speak to those amendments. Now, it's important to, and I'll drive to the question, it's important to note that they were unanimously passed in the Senate, and the Senate, in some ways, did the hard work of scrutiny of this bill, which is welcome. And so then we're told last Friday morning, when I first heard late Thursday evening, that this is the government's position. That's 11 and a half months later. I asked the President of the Treasury Board earlier why all of a sudden this government needs to rush this bill into existence. What's the rush? It took you almost a year, your government almost a year. Perhaps you could shed some light on this in terms of why we're now placed in a position where we have limited time to speak to these amendments.
I just want to point out that we have 45 seconds left. We've gone over, and I want to assure the honourable member for Brantford Brant that I'm sure he wants the response from the honourable member for Don Valley West, not me. So I'll let the honourable member for Don Valley West reply.
It just gives me an opportunity to thank the members of the Public Safety National Security Committee that really considered this legislation very strongly and at length, as did the Senate. And this is one of those lessons in parliamentary democracy. We have two houses. We have a government that listens to both houses. We have good deliberation in committee in both places. And the government receives those recommendations and takes its time to deliberate. And I am sure looked at the evidence heard in our committee, heard in the committee in the Senate, and was able to take due deliberation time. And I also want to thank, frankly, the members from the other side of the House at that committee as well, at our committee as well, because they were effective in their questioning, they were effective in the way they brought forward the issues, and I think they probably are very happy with the ultimate result. So I think they can rest assured and will support us in getting this piece of legislation done quickly so RCMP officers and Canadians can have a mutually beneficial relationship and Canadians will be safe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the reprise du débat, the honourable member for Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise today in support of Bill C-7. Let me begin by saying that the government appreciates the thoughtful consideration given by the Senate to this historic piece of legislation that would enshrine in law the collective bargaining rights of regular RCMP members and reservists. Our National Mounted Police Service has been keeping peace across the land for almost a century and a half, and I would like to thank members of the RCMP for their service and also for their advocacy on this legislation. The only police force in Canada to not have the right to engage in collective bargaining has been the RCMP. Mr. Speaker, the labour relations regime this bill would create marks the beginning of a new era in the history of the RCMP. Bill C-7 has several elements which reflect the clear preferences expressed by the RCMP members during the consultations with members that occurred during the summer of 2015. Specifically, members indicated that they wanted a labour relations framework that provided for a single national bargaining unit, a union that is primarily focused on representing RCMP members,
And finally, the recourse to binding arbitration if a collective agreement cannot be negotiated. Bill C-7 creates this framework. It also builds on previous efforts to implement a robust labour relations regime for the RCMP, efforts that include a number of measures to promote a healthy and respectful workplace. For example, in support of the 2014 amendments to the RCMP Act, several of the RCMP's human resources management processes, policies, and procedures were updated. Among these are, number one, a new investigation and resolution of harassment complaints policy that provides greater clarity and a single, streamlined approach for dealing with complaints. Two, a process to address misconduct in a more timely and effective manner and at the lowest appropriate level. Three, a new code of conduct that specifically identifies harassment as a contravention of the code. Four, an amended training curriculum that specifically addresses respect in the workplace and harassment. And finally, an informal conflict management program. Moreover, in February 2016, the Minister of Public Safety asked the Civilian Review and Complaints Commission to undertake a comprehensive review of the RCMP's policies and procedures on workplace harassment and to evaluate the implementation of the recommendations the Commission made in 2013. The Commission reviewed the adequacy, appropriateness, sufficiency, and clarity of these policies, procedures, and guidelines for preventing and addressing allegations regarding workplace harassment at the RCMP. Further, in July 2016, the Minister of Public Safety announced the appointment of Sheila Fraser as a Special Advisor. Her role was to provide advice and recommendations to the Minister regarding the application of various policies and processes by the RCMP after the filing of legal proceedings against the organization in 4 specific cases. The recommendations made by Ms. Fraser and the Commission will be carefully reviewed and will inform further work on improving the workplace of the RCMP. While the RCMP has made strides with the initiatives, programs, and policies it has implemented, these 2 reviews will be useful in helping the Minister fulfill the mandate the Prime Minister has given to him to ensure the RCMP is free from harassment. The Government is strongly committed to whatever action is necessary to help RCMP members and employees feel safe and respected amongst their colleagues and supervisors. As a member of the Status of Women Committee, we have studied the issue of gender-based violence and harassment, as well as barriers to economic security and workplace leadership of women. We've heard that harassment in the workplace is a large barrier to women's participation in the economy, so I'm very pleased to see the Government take action to ensure that female members can feel safe and respected at work. Mr. Speaker, our proposed response to the amendments would strengthen the actions I've outlined by increasing the scope of what can be bargained, including harassment, an issue I brought up with the Commissioner at the Public Safety Committee. The Government's proposed response meaningfully addresses the concerns with Bill C-7. Mr. Speaker, the bill we are debating today seeks to accept certain amendments and amend or not accept others. Let me begin with the Government's proposal to accept the removal of all restrictions on what may be included in collective agreements that are specific to the RCMP. As a result, matters associated with transfers, appraisals, harassment, and general aspects of workplace wellness, including the promotion of a respectful workplace and early conflict resolution, could be discussed at the bargaining table and included in a collective agreement or an arbitral award. With this one change, we have increased the scope of what can be bargained considerably. I'm pleased that the Government has heard the concerns of the Senate and acted upon them, in particular around the issue of exclusions. The proposal before us today also amends the Management Rights Clause adopted by the Senate and proposes implementing a more targeted management rights clause that focuses on protecting the authorities that the RCMP Commissioner needs to ensure effective police operations. This approach will preserve the Commissioner's authority to manage the RCMP, as well as ensuring the operational integrity of the police service and the broader accountability of the RCMP for safety of Canadians. The Government of Canada takes the responsibility to protect the safety and security of Canadians seriously. This clause supports that responsibility. Let me now turn to the proposal to reject the requirement for a secret ballot vote for the certification of a bargaining agent to represent RCMP members and reservists. Our government believes that there should be choice between secret ballot and a card check system. A secret ballot-only system is inconsistent with providing a fair and balanced process of certification and properly recognizing the role of bargaining agents in that process. Mr. Speaker, let me now speak to our proposal to not proceed with expanding the mandate of the Public Service, Labour Relations and Employment Board to hear grievances on a wider range of matters relating to terms and conditions of employment. Under the existing Public Service Labour Relations Act, the Public Service, Labour Relations and Employment Board has jurisdiction to hear grievances related to the interpretation or application of a collective agreement. Accepting this expansion would be inconsistent with the role of the Public Service, Labour Relations and Employment Board in relation to the rest of the federal public service. What's more, there are already specialized grievance and appeal processes established under the RCMP Act to deal with these matters. In fact, such an expansion would create two different grievance processes applying to the RCMP members, allowing them to file identical grievances under the Public Service Labour Relations Act as well as the RCMP Act. This could potentially lead to conflicting decisions and undermine the Commissioner's ability to ensure effective police operations. Instead, and consistent with the rest of the federal public service, Bill C-7 allows represented RCMP members and reservists, with the support of their bargaining agent, to file grievances pursuant to the Public Service Labour Relations Act on the interpretation or application of a collective agreement or arbitral award. Such grievances would be adjudicated by the Public Service Labour Relations and Employment Board. RCMP members' right to file grievances and appeals to address workplace issues would continue to be administered pursuant to the RCMP Act. Mr. Speaker, I heard repeatedly from RCMP members about the exclusions contained in Bill C-7. I believe that proposed response to Senate amendments meaningfully addresses the concerns with Bill C-7 by increasing the scope of issues that can be bargained. The amendments would also ensure the employer and any future RCMP member bargaining agent could engage in meaningful discussions in good faith on topics of importance to RCMP members and reservists. At the same time, the proposal takes into account the operational integrity of the RCMP as a police organization, and it ensures alignment with the labour relations regime that applies to the federal public service employees. With these amendments, Bill C-7 continues to respect the 2015 Supreme Court of Canada decision by providing RCMP members and reservists with a meaningful process for collective bargaining. And I thank the RCMP members for their patience as this bill moves through the legislative process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend for her remarks. I want to ask about her comment that the government believes in choice between a card check system and a secret ballot, because that sounds good. But on the other hand, if I'm a member of a workplace that is certified through a card check system, I actually don't ever get a choice. I just wake up one morning, go to work, and I'm told, oh, well, card check process happened. You're part of a union now. You never got to vote. You never got to talk to your colleagues. Nobody ever explained the process. You just came into work one day and there's a union. That's not choice, I would submit. And I would say that a good legislative framework in terms of unionization would ensure that choice is invested in every single member of that workplace, such that they have an opportunity to deliberate and then decide in an environment where they are protected from intimidation either by management or by other workers. And a secret ballot is what we have in this country for other elections because it reflects that principle. Why does that member think, why does the government think that in the sort of misguided name of choice, that some workers should actually not even be consulted until unionization is already a fait accompli?
The honourable member for Oakville North Burlington.
I thank my colleague for his question, and I think on this issue, the two sides of the House have a fundamental disagreement on the best way to proceed with the formation of a union, with the fair and balanced approach to unionization. And I do believe that giving the union the choice of which method to use is consistent with what our government has been proposing through various legislation for labour relations.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Longueuil.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a simple question for my colleague. How does she justify that this piece of legislation was shelved for some 11 months, almost a year in fact, and now all of a sudden we're in a big hurry to make a decision on it? It's so urgent. But they were asleep at the switch for so long. What happened and how can she explain that?
North Burlington.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for his question, and I would say that as a member of the Public Safety Committee, this bill received extensive consultation. We had considerable discussion on it. It has since gone to the Senate for further consultation on what's right. It came back to the government, and I'm quite pleased with what we've got before us today. It's what we heard repeatedly at committee they wanted to have in place. So I'm quite pleased the government listened to what the Senate sent back to us in terms of the exclusions. If there was one issue that I heard about more than anything, was the fact that exclusions were in the bill. So we've removed those. It's here today. The RCMP have told me that they would like to see RCMP members have told me that they would like to see this legislation move quickly. In fact, I have one woman who's contacted me almost weekly. So I think she will be, and other members will be quite pleased that this bill is coming to the House today and that we are moving on it.
Questions and comments? We have time for a very brief question. The honourable member for Mississauga Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much, and I'd like to thank my colleague and friend from Oakville North Burlington for her excellent speech and for her service on the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security. And Mr. Speaker, today is a good day because the RCMP is now going to be able to bargain the issue of harassment, and I'm wondering if my colleague could expand on what she's heard and what her views are on the importance of this step today.
The honourable member for Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you so much for the question from my honourable colleague, and also for his advocacy on gender equality in the workplace. And I know it's something that has been an issue in the RCMP and something that I know we've discussed at Public Safety Committee. I've questioned the Commissioner on the issue, and to see us moving forward and allowing members to have that issue on the table for negotiation, I think is critical. And I think it's extremely important for RCMP members, in particular female RCMP members who have been predominantly the ones who have been subject to harassment in the workplace.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Brantford-Brant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, let me state from the outset that and remind the House actually in its earlier debate that as the official opposition, we respect the Supreme Court decision and that the RCMP officers and the RCMP are entitled to bargain collectively. The Conservative Party supports the Royal Mounted Police, and we thank them for the great work they do on the front lines serving Canadians every day. Now, Mr. Speaker, it's interesting to hear the prior speaker from the government's side say that we need to move so fast when it's taken the government almost 12 months since June of 2016 to bring it to the House in terms of the response to the Senate amendments. 12 months RCMP families and members have been waiting. It's well known within policing circles across Canada that the RCMP have fallen behind significantly in terms of their remuneration, in terms of their benefits, as a result of that 12 months, and as a result of the fact that this issue has taken so much time to come back to the House. So when the members across the aisle say, I meet with members and they're going to be happy, well, of course they're going to be happy because we're finally dealing with it. But it's taken them 2 years since the time of the decision, taken us 2 years to get to here, and clearly, Mr. Speaker, this is something that could have happened a lot sooner, and then today we're told, no, you're only going to have 5 days of debate. We're shutting this debate down, and in fact, in reality, we'll have 2 days of debate. So just let me give a quick background, Mr. Speaker, on what is known as the RCMP unionization bill. The Supreme Court ruled that the Mounted Police Association of Ontario versus Canada, that the existing labour relations regime violates the rights of the RCMP members under Section 2D, Freedom of Association of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. The court ordered the government to remedy this charter breach. As the official opposition, we took the position that the original bill, while a reasonable response to the court's ruling, could not be supported as it denied the RCMP members a right to vote, or what some people refer to as a secret ballot, in the certification process. In June of 2016, the Senate returned a significantly amended Bill C-7 to the House. And let me talk about those Senate amendments, because these are Senate amendments that came back after their scrutiny and study that were unanimously supported by all members on all parties, on all sides within the Senate. And here's what they were. Number one, they introduced a right to vote. Again, the secret ballot certification process. Two, it confirmed and clarified the existence of management rights for the RCMP commissioner. Three, it removed a number of items excluded from negotiations in the original bill, such as transfers, relocations, and dismissals, uniforms, and equipment. And number four, it enabled an arbitrator in a decision to consider not only the collective agreement, but the legislative context as well. Now, here's the government's response to the motion, which we received their response late last Thursday, early Friday. That number on those four issues, and I'll just go at them one at a time. First of all, they disagree with the creation of the right to vote through a secret ballot. So they disagree with that. Number two, they agree with the RCMP Commissioner, Management Rights and Amendment. Number three, they agree with the removal of all exclusions. And four, they disagree with the broader interpretation of grievances. Now, clearly, Mr. Speaker, the government must take action to restore the confidence of the frontline police officers in the RCMP's management and restore the confidence in Canadians in the RCMP. That means making sure that the RCMP pay is in line with pay of other police forces, and it also means working to ensure appropriate recruitment and retention programs. In January of 2015, as mentioned, the Supreme Court versus Canada, Mounted Police Association of Ontario, that the labour relations law violated the RCMP's members' rights under the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. The majority ruling stated, and I quote, "What is required is not a particular model, but a regime that does not substantively interfere with meaningful collective bargaining and thus complies with the freedom of association." I remind the House, Mr. Speaker, that in its ruling, the court gave the government 12 months to remedy this charter breach. In January 2016, the government requested and received an extension from the court until April 2016. To be fair, this was not an unreasonable request, Mr. Speaker, as there had been a general election in the interim. The government did, after all, deserve an opportunity to get it right. Well, the reality is, Mr. Speaker, they didn't get it right. Now again, to be fair, the bill in its original form was, for the most part, a reasonable response to the court's ruling. And members on this side of the House did take the time to point out, when it was originally debated almost a year ago, more on that later, and I'll discuss how we did that later. We also expressed our willingness to move this legislation quickly and to work constructively with the government, because all of us as members of Parliament represent members of the RCMP in our ridings. Some of us know them closer than others, but we all have heard from them through our constituency offices as to what the issues are in terms of their importance. And in fact, There has been some discussion, anecdotally, in my riding, of the reason why we're here today, in fact, and not delayed even further, this bill has been delayed further, was because of the yellow ribbon campaign of the frontline officers who began to basically take stripes off some of their uniforms and put yellow ribbons out to express the fact that nothing was happening. But suddenly, when they do that, we get action. We also expressed our willingness to move legislation quickly, as I mentioned. But, Mr. Speaker, it had a fatal flaw. Specifically, Mr. Speaker, it denied the RCMP members a right to vote, the secret ballot. And by doing so, it denied those RCMP members with a choice, free of intimidation from all sides, on whether or not they, as individuals, wanted representation and who would represent them in collective bargaining negotiations. I would point out, Mr. Speaker, that the bill was returned to the House amended to include that right to vote secret ballot clause. Let's not forget that the actual mover of the motion in the Senate, the supporter on the government side, unanimously agreed, who happened to be, by the way, an RCMP member at one time, unanimously agreed to send it back to the House with that included. And I also would point out that this was an amendment supported by the government bill in the Senate, and as I mentioned, by the RCMP officer. It was in June of 2016, I repeat, June of 2016, that the Senate returned the amended bill to this House. For months, the government told us they were considering the Senate's amendments. I would quote, as quickly as we can, Mr. Speaker. And here we are, nearly a year later, Mr. Speaker, and we're just getting the government's response. It's been nearly 2.5 years since the Supreme Court brought down its original ruling. One can't help but wonder why, after such a long delay, there is suddenly a rush to get this bill passed. As I mentioned, perhaps it was the Yellow Ribbon campaign that was the catalyst, Mr. Speaker, launched in response to an equally long-awaited pay package. Perhaps it is the increasing frustration from more and more RCMP officers who are expressing openly with the RCMP management and with the government on a number of issues. Unfortunately, RCMP members had to be brought to the brink before this government finally woke up. To quote the Commissioner, I tell you all solemnly, we went to bat and our minister went to bat, and there was no better package to be had at this time. If true, I give the minister full credit. But guess who's the only person in a position to strike the minister out when he went to bat for those RCMP members? Who was that, Mr. Speaker? You guessed it, it was the Prime Minister. As mentioned earlier, the Senate's amendments introduced a secret ballot or right to vote certification process. As well, they confirmed and clarified the existence of management rights for the RCMP Commissioner. They removed a number of items excluded as non-negotiable in the original bill, and they enabled an arbitrator in a decision to consider not only a future collective agreement, but legislative context as well. Mr. Speaker, we're glad to see that the government has finally come forward with its response to the Senate, even if it did take nearly a year or so. And we continue to support the general direction of this bill. But we simply cannot support any legislation that denies employees, especially RCMP members, the right to vote in a secret ballot free of intimidation from all sides. My colleague earlier rose on a question to the member who had just previously delivered a speech about this issue and how it is a fundamental right in our democracy for that secrecy of our vote. And I could give you many examples of how we defend this around the world as a government. Many members over the years from this government actually are asked to go to monitor elections in other countries, to monitor the fact that we hold sacred that right to be able to choose without intimidation from any side. One of the members that I personally spoke to on this issue expressed to me their deep disappointment in the fact that the Senate amendment for the right to vote has been turned down by the government. As they related to me, as was mentioned in another answer today, RCMP detachments take all forms in terms of size, scale, and scope. And so you have many small detachments around the country, and you have large detachments as well. But he pointed out in the small detachments around the country that might have 5 or 6 members working there, maybe even less, how much the intimidation will play, a role it will play in terms of how those members are asked to vote in terms of this process. Because the office has their superiors there, it has members at all different ranks in terms of their membership in the RCMP and in their occupation. And as he explained it to me, he said they really will not have a choice at all. They will have to be falling in line with their supervisors, essentially. This is a crime, Mr. Speaker, that should not have happened in terms of the government turning down what the Senate unanimously brought back as an amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are in support of our frontline members, and we would like to see them have the direction that this bill is taking in terms of giving them the collective rights. Two last points. It's taken far too long for this government to get off its heels, to bring it to the House. And number 2, we will always protect the right to free voting. Thank you, sir.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver Quadra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I listened with interest to my colleague from the Conservative Party's comments. And the background to this bill, Bill C-7, that we're debating today, is that the Conservative Party is essentially against appropriate collective bargaining rights, and they showed that when they brought in anti-labor bills such as C-525 and C-377, which is why our government's tabling Bill C-4 to put the discretion of certification back with the Public Service Labor Relations Board where it used to be, determine whether a secret ballot or a card check is the most appropriate. And we know that the board is committed to making sure that members' interests are reflected in the choice made. So given that that is the system that we have had until the previous Conservative government made those anti-union changes, and also given that when the RCMP members were extensively consulted by the previous Conservative government, this was not on their list of priorities, that the certification method be narrowed down to exclude a card check system. So the Conservative member is not reflecting the desire of the RCMP members. He is not reflecting the fact that the dual system arbitrated through the Public Service Relations Board has been in place for many years successfully. Why would he let this one element convince him to vote against all of the positives of providing a labor relations opportunity to be represented by a union for the RCMP members, which is what they want and which is what the Supreme Court ruled that they deserve to have? Why would he vote against that?
The honourable member for Brantford Brant.
Well, first of all, let me correct the member, and I thank her for her question, first of all, but let me correct the member. The Supreme Court did not say this is the right they need to have. Let's make that very clear. It did not say that, because that's very misleading to say that the Supreme Court decision said that they should not have the right to vote or the secrecy of their vote. It did not say that in the decision. So number one, let's be very clear on that. Number 2 is the basic fundamental of our democracy is based around this principle of people having free choice without intimidation. We, as I mentioned in my speech, Mr. Speaker, We defend this around the world. We're asked to, as a model democracy, to go to other countries to make sure that intimidation isn't happening in those environments. And Mr. Speaker, you know, you can make all the reasons you want, but until you're in that environment that, as I said, I have RCMP members who are friends and neighbors and, in fact, constituents of mine who've spoken to me about this issue. Until you're in that environment, you do not fully understand the kind of things that happen to sway your vote. And they are intimidating things for people, Mr. Speaker. So the point that the member is making, yes, it is a fundamental right, and yes, we will stand on principle on that right.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Mr. Speaker, we've heard a number of times from the government that, you know, we've had ample time to debate this. I think the number they're using is 16 hours, a debate on the bill. I mean, what I find interesting about that claim is that it's kind of got a presumption buried in it, which is that the conversation that happens in the House is simply for the benefit of the government to listen when they want and not when they don't. And then they go away and they come up with the answer, and then that's the answer. And that's what we're going to deal with. But the conversation that happens in Parliament isn't just for the benefit of government legislative drafters. It's for Parliament. And the idea is that Parliament might actually want to weigh in and may actually want to make some changes. And the idea that somehow we've been debating the content of this motion for 16 hours, whatever number that the government wants to use, I think is false. I'm wondering if the government wants, or if my honourable colleague wants to speak to the veracity of that claim, because you know, I mentioned earlier some issues, and the members mentioned some others around how the grievance procedure is going to work, whether that's consistent with the CRCC recommendations that came out yesterday, how exactly we're going to define the scope of the Commissioner's power to maintain effective operations. These are all things we don't know, and we're not part of the debate. To my memory, perhaps the member has a different memory of events, but those weren't part of the original debate on C7. So there's genuinely new material for us to study and discuss in order to make sure that we get this right, as the government claims, in the House anyway, that they would like to do.
Honourable member for Brantford Brant.
I really thank that member for giving perspective to this and context, because he's absolutely right. The fact is, this was a motion from the Senate to bring these amendments back, which really haven't been debated at all until such time as today. And now we're given time allocation right from the onset to say, well, we really don't want the debate. What we want is we want to push it through as fast as we can, just like they've done on many other occasions in this House. This is not only a developing pattern, this is a technique that looks like this government's going to take forward from this point on legislation that they want to dictate to the rest of Parliament. And I continue to be reminded in my mind about how they arrived in this House early on as a government and tried to stuff Motion 6 down our throats to take away our abilities as to be an effective opposition. It's dictatorial. It's ramming it down the throats of the opposition. This is not what they were elected on, a platform of open debate in this House. This is exactly the way my colleague member just described it. This is not real debate. This is taking something and dictating to the rest of the Parliament this solid boot and totally disrespecting us in the opposition and disrespecting Parliament, frankly. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, when I sat in opposition, the Harper government brought in time allocation well over 100 times, 100 occasions. On a number of those occasions, I was very sympathetic to the government, saying that, you know, all it takes is just 12 members. 12 members of the House can indefinitely delay any piece of legislation with a little thought to the process. And I argued even back then when I was in opposition, you had to be a responsible opposition in sitting down and working with to try to figure out what is the best way to advance legislation. And I'm wondering if the member across the way would recognize, as Stephen Harper did, at times there's a need to use time allocation, because if opposition refuses to see legislation pass, it only takes 12 members to cause a whole lot of havoc, Mr. Speaker. And I'm wondering if Mr. Harper was wrong that 100+ times in which he invoked time allocation.
for Brantford Brant.
You know what's really curious in this whole debate so far today, including the questions during time allocation, is how this government wants to paint themselves by blaming the previous government for all the things they did. They went to the polls. They went to the polls. They said they'd be different. They said they would do things differently. They represented themselves to Canadians. These are the things we're going to do to reform our Parliament. And you know, they come here today, including, it's just so unbecoming of the President of the Treasury Board, because they come here today with the argument that all the blame should be placed on the previous government regarding this bill. Mr. Speaker, this is a narrative that's worn out. They are doing the exact opposite than they promised Canadians they wouldn't do during the general election.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
Honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. A very brief question, please. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Knowing to what extent the Liberal government is good with communications, I mean, they know how to pull the hood over people's eyes. How is this restraining our time for debate today show that they were asleep at the switch for nearly a year?
For Brant, very briefly, he has 45 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for those 45 seconds. First of all, the straightforward answer to the question that was asked, why did it take almost a year, 11 months, never got answered. It was danced around by President of the Treasury Board and anybody else who we've asked it to today. So number one is they will not answer that question, why it took so long. As I said, many of the RCMP members thinks it was the Yellow Ribbon campaign that pushed them to the brink. But that said, this government really, it boils down to what many are saying, that really Parliament is a bit of an inconvenience for them. It's a bit of an inconvenience that they would have to go through the processes of the scrutiny of this great Parliament, and it's really a shame.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Markham Thornhill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will be splitting my time with the member for Mississauga Lakeshore. It is my pleasure to rise today to speak in support of the government's proposed response to amendments to Bill C-7 made in the Senate. I applaud this bill and the process that has led up to where we are today. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that the government and members of the Senate both agree that we need to support regular RCMP members and reservists by creating a labor relations regime that promotes their rights to collective bargaining. Who could be more deserving of such support than the dedicated and proud members of Canada's National Police Service? These heroic men and women combat organized crime and defend our country against terrorists. They guard us from those who deal in illicit drugs and those who commit economic crimes. And they provide contract policing services in 8 provinces and 3 territories. This is by no means an exhaustive list of what these brave individuals do to protect Canadians. These men and women, recognized as a symbol of Canada around the world, deserve our respect. The motion before us today gives members the respect they are due while addressing the key concerns of the Senate. Tout d'abord, la motion l'a faite en...
First of all, the motion removes the restrictions, the proposed restrictions on the RCMP, which can be because these other issues can be included in a collective agreement or an arbitral award.
And second, by implementing a more targeted management rights clause, which focuses on the authorities that the RCMP Commissioner needs to ensure effective policing operations. Ensemble, ces deux modifications.
Together, these 2 amendments would broaden the scope of what could be debated and possibly included in a collective agreement, and would meet or respond to the main criticism of Bill C-7.
These amendments would ensure The employer and any future RCMP member, bargaining agent, could engage meaningfully in discussions in good faith on subjects of importance to RCMP members and reservists. Mr. Speaker, allow me to provide a few examples of subject matters that could be included in a collective agreement or an arbitral award. First, matters commonly associated with harassment and workplace wellness, including, for example, the promotion of a respectful workplace, early conflict resolution, and workplace remediation. Second, general aspects associated with the appointment and appraisals of RCMP members. Third, criteria and timing for conducting the appraisals of RCMP members. And fourth, members to mitigate the impact of discharges and demotions of RCMP members, including workforce adjustment provisions. Clearly, Mr. Speaker, the government has listened to the concerns raised and expanded on what may be included in a collective agreement or an arbitral award. As is the practice for other negotiations in the public service, a wide range of other matters can be bargained and included in a collective agreement or an arbitral award. These include rates of pay, hours of work, and leave provisions as such, designated paid holidays, vacation leave, sick leave, and parental leave. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to take this opportunity to comment on the management rights clause related to the RCMP Commissioner's human resources management responsibilities. This clause was first suggested and adopted in the Senate, and we believe there is much merit to such a clause. In fact, it is proposed that the government adopt a more targeted management rights clause to focus on the authorities that the Commissioner needs to ensure effective police operations. The amended and more targeted management rights clause would allow all proposals related to matters that were covered by RCMP specific restrictions in Bill C-7, as originally proposed, to be discussed at the negotiating table. It would also allow the parties to potentially incorporate these matters in a collective agreement, except where the employer considers that they infringe on the authority of the RCMP Commissioner to ensure effective police operations. Should the bargaining agent seek to go to arbitration, the chairperson of the Public Service Labor Relations and Employment Board would decide whether the proposal infringes on management rights before the matter could be referred to arbitration. The adoption of a management rights clause for the RCMP is consistent with the labor relations regime that applies to the rest of the federal public service. Mr. Speaker, let me now turn to why it is important to preserve the restrictions that replicate those applying to other areas of the federal public service. Since 1967, matters that are of broad cross-sectional interest, such as pensions, are included from bargaining and dealt with under the legislation to ensure that the public interest is taken into account. Pensions for the rest of the public service are dealt with under the Public Service Superannuation Act. Pensions require a high degree of stability to assure pension plan members that their benefits are secure and will be delivered as expected. However, the federal government has traditionally consulted with employee representatives on pension issues and is committed to continue this practice. In the case of the RCMP Superannuation Act requires that an RCMP Pension Advisory Committee be established. Mr. Speaker, the RCMP is a national police service operating within the federal public administration. This is why the proposed labor relations regime for the RCMP was designed to align with the federal existing framework for labor relations and collective bargaining. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, I will not have time to speak to the government's proposed response to the other two amendments that concerns of secret ballot vote and the other one that addresses the mandate of the Public Service Relations and Employment Board, but I would like to close with a clear and an unequivocal statement. The government is committed to supporting RCMP members and reservists by providing them with a meaningful process for collective bargaining. Our proposed response addresses the key concerns of the Senate. It also takes into account the RCMP's role as a police organization. And finally, it ensures that its labor relations regime is aligned with the regime that applies to other federal public servants. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her remarks, and I'll give her a chance to address the matter of the secret ballot with my question. There seems to be a fairly significant contradiction between this Liberal government's defense of the secret ballot in corrupt United Nations commissions and agencies, for example, the United Nations Commission on Human Rights or the United Nations Commission on the Status of Women, which sees secret ballots covering the way Canada voted for the election of non-democratic countries to significant positions on these bodies. Saudi Arabia certainly notable in both of those cases. So I'd like to ask my colleague, how she rationalizes the objection to the secret ballot amendment before us today, at the same time that she talks about respect for members of the RCMP.
Honourable member for Markham Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member opposite for that question. Our government believes that we will bring in some fairness back to the collective bargaining regime for members of the RCMP. We are rejecting the amendment for secret ballots because it is at odds with Bill C-4, which will restore a fair and level playing field to labour relations. We believe that the Labour Relations Board should have the ability to decide whether a vote or a card check is the most appropriate and fair method for certification on a case-by-case basis. There is no reason to treat the RCMP differently in this regard. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Victoria.
Speaker, there have been discussions among the parties, and if you were to seek it, I think you would find that there's consent to adopt the following motion: that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, the recorded division on the amendment to the opposition motion in the name of the member for Beloit-Chambly, deferred until the expiry of the time provided for oral questions this day, be further deferred until the expiry of the time provided for government orders later today, and that notwithstanding the order adopted December 1st, 2016, the provisions under Standing Order 45 respecting the length of bells shall apply today, and finally, that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, following oral questions on Tuesday, May 16, 2017, a member from each recognized party, as well as the member for Pierre-Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères, and the member for Saanich Gulf Islands may make a brief statement. Thank you.
Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? Yes. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. Carried. Okay. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver Quadra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for her speech on the Bill C-7 that we're discussing today. And she mentioned that in the Management Rights Clause amendment that the Management Rights Clause will be consistent with the labour relations approach in the rest of the public service. And she specified that that means that if there were something that the management believed would be contrary to the effectiveness of police operations, if it were to be bargained, that it would then go to the Public Service Labour and Relations and Employment Board to determine whether it would be in or out of scope of the bargaining. Now, Mr. Speaker, the previous speaker in the House from the NDP was implying that these management rights could be akin to reinstating the original exclusions, which would give a lot more of the power as to what to negotiate or not into the hands of the RCMP commissioner. However, what we heard in her speech is that it's actually the PSLREB that would determine whether something was in or out of scope of bargaining. So I would love to have her comment on whether or not this new management rights clause in this final, hopefully final version of Bill C-7 actually provides that neutral party determining what's in or out of scope of the bargaining.
Honourable member for Markham Thornhill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for that question. We do agree that a management rights clause should be in this bill, and what the government is proposing is to adopt a more targeted management rights clause than that adopted by the Senate to focus on the authorities that the Commissioner needs to ensure effective police operations. The adoption of a management rights clause for the RCMP is consistent with the labour relations regime that applies to the rest of the federal public service and with that of other police forces across the country. If there is a dispute between RCMP management and the eventual bargaining agent about what exactly falls within the management rights clause, the dispute will be resolved by the Public Service Labour Relations Board. It is important to emphasize that the Management Rights Clause does not give RCMP management carte blanche to exclude things from collective bargaining.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mississauga Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I stand today to offer my support to the government's motion regarding Bill C-7, a bill that provides a new labour relations framework for the RCMP members and reservists. And since its beginning in 1873, when Prime Minister Sir John A. Macdonald introduced in this very House the Act establishing the Northwest Mounted Police, the RCMP has been an integral part of Canada's development. And as my talented and tireless legislative assistant, Adrian Zeta Bennett, advises me, we need only read our history books. When it came to bringing law and order to the Northwest Territories, Mr. Speaker, the RCMP was ready and willing with their march west in 1894. During the Klondike Gold Rush, the RCMP rose to the challenge of policing the stampede of people looking to get rich. And when it came to being the first ship to completely circumnavigate North America, the RCMP schooner St. Roch claimed that honor. In World Wars I and II, Mr. Speaker, the RCMP played vital roles. But despite their long and storied contribution to Canada, these members did not have the full freedom of association with respect to collective bargaining. But that has changed, and the Supreme Court has removed the barriers that RCMP members faced in exercising this right. Bill C-7 provides the appropriate framework of labour laws that would govern the RCMP. It ensures that RCMP members and reservists can be represented and bargain collectively like other police services in Canada. C-7 has several key elements which reflect clear preferences expressed by RCMP members during the consultations with members that occurred in the summer of 2015. Specifically, members indicated that they wanted a labour relations framework that provided for a single national bargaining unit, a union that is primarily focused on representing RCMP members, and the recourse to binding arbitration if a collective agreement could not be negotiated. Bill C-7, Mr. Speaker, creates this framework. It would do this by amending both the Public Service Labour Relations Act and the Royal Canadian Mounted Police Act to create a new labour relations regime for RCMP members and for reservists. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to offer my support to the government's response to the amendments of the Senate. To begin, the government's motion accepts the removal of all restrictions on what may be included in collective agreements and arbitral awards that are specific to the RCMP. This includes matters such as harassment, transfers and appointments, and appraisals of RCMP members. Harassment in the workplace is an issue that the Government of Canada takes very seriously. Discrimination based on gender or sexual orientation, as well as bullying and harassment, are flatly unacceptable. I believe quite strongly that this one concession in and of itself addresses the chief criticism of this bill. The government's motion also accepts the management rights clause adopted by the Senate and proposes targeting it to focus on protecting the authorities that the RCMP Commissioner needs to ensure effective police operations. This also goes a long way to meeting the concerns raised by the Senate. The government's motion proposes retaining the restrictions that replicate those applying to other areas of the federal public service, such as restrictions preventing pensions from being bargained. It does not agree with the requirement for a mandatory secret ballot vote as the only option for the certification of a bargaining agent to represent RCMP members and reservists. Mr. Speaker, our government believes that there should be choice between secret ballots and a card check system.
The issue of secret ballots was not an issue specifically related to addressing the Supreme Court's decision. Moreover, an organization wanting to represent RCMP members should not be subjected to different certification processes than other organizations under federal labor relations legislation. Bill C-4 reflects the principles of fairness and balance and also gives proper recognition to the role of bargaining agents. Finally, the government proposes not proceeding with expanding the mandate of the Public Service Labor Relations and Employment Board to hear grievances on a wider range of matters, including many that are outside of a collective agreement. This would be inconsistent with the application of the Public Service Labor Relations Act to the rest of the federal public service, and it would create overlap with the appeal and grievance processes established under the Royal Canadian Mounted Police Act. Mr. Speaker, I think that we now have the best possible legislation given all the competing interests that must be accommodated. It is therefore important that we act now to put in place a new labor relations framework to minimize disruption for members, reservists, and RCMP management. Mr. Speaker, there is currently an overlap between the Royal Canadian Mounted Police Act and the Public Service Labor Relations Act, which could result in confusion and conflicting interpretations. In addition, members could be represented by multiple bargaining agents, which would make it difficult for the RCMP to maintain a cohesive national approach to labor relations. And there would be more uncertainty among RCMP members about their collective bargaining rights. Bill C-7 would effectively provide RCMP members and reservists with a process that ensures independence and freedom of choice in labor relations matters. The bill, Mr. Speaker, would also recognize the specific requirements of a national police service and the unique attributes of the RCMP as set out in the Royal Canadian Mounted Police Act. And it would balance this with the need for consistency with the broader public service labor relations regime of which it is a part. Mr. Speaker, the government has taken important steps to ensure that workers can organize freely and that unions and employers can bargain collectively and in good faith. Bill C-7 is one part of that, and it honors the right of the RCMP members and reservists to freedom of association with respect to collective bargaining. The time for talk is over, Mr. Speaker. Now is the time to give RCMP members and reservists the respect that they are due. I, for one, am proud to vote for this motion that does just that. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for his approach, for his remarks. I'm seeing once again that maybe it's a lack of experience, but they're claiming that they're irreproachable, they have knowledge of everything, they're perfect, but they've been sitting on this bill for a year, and now they're forcing the Parliament to go quickly. It's a bit sandwiched in here because before sending it to the Senate, it's under time allocation, and so our rights are being limited. So they've been sitting by, not taking action on this bill for a year, and now forcing us to move quickly. I'd like to hear his views on that.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his question and his commitment to these issues.
Today is a reflection of the Canadian legislative process at work. We have heard from Canadians, we have heard from RCMP members, we have heard from the reservists and management. The Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security has held hearings, and we have heard from the Senate of Canada. Sober second thought, which in this complex case is very much appreciated. Mr. Speaker, it is not so much a question of how much time. Should it be rushed? Should it be taken slowly? The most important question is the legislation of the quality that Canadians seek. And it's my view, in support of the government, that this legislation, as it's currently drafted, represents the best possible constellation of the various competing factors. It is the best quality piece of legislation that we can put forward at this time, and therefore, and for that reason alone, it is time to act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Quadra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to compliment my colleague from Mississauga Lakeshore for his comments, and also for his thoughtful response to the previous question and his comment about it being a good day and a good quality of legislation, and so it needs to proceed further. Another aspect of this being a good day, the member alluded to this in his speech, is the fact that under the changes to the, or this final version of the bill, I would say, hopefully final version, the RCMP members can bargain harassment through their representatives. And so, given the context of the situation with the RCMP and the concerns about the atmosphere, the workplace issues, and historic challenges with harassment, I'd like to hear his comments on this aspect of the bill. Thank you.
The honourable member for Mississauga Lakeshore.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague and friend from Vancouver Quadra for this very, very important question. It is a good day for the second, more specific reason that RCMP members and reservists are now able to bargain the issue of harassment. As we all know, this is a tremendous challenge for the organization. There's a culture change that needs to take place, and it has to involve the members, the women and men who serve us through the uniform of the RCMP. The ability to bargain this issue is therefore fundamental, Mr. Speaker, and if I can just very briefly use the opportunity to highlight my own private member's bill, which is Gender Equality Week, a bill that I will have the chance to speak to tonight on third reading. I very much look forward to the RCMP being engaged in this process of looking at gender equality, identifying issues across the country that need to be addressed, and harassment in the RCMP definitely is part of that. So thank you again to my colleague for this important question. I'm absolutely excited and thrilled that harassment is something that can now be bargained.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time with the member for Parry Sound, Muskoka. So, Mr. Speaker, my colleagues and I have tremendous respect for and appreciate the RCMP and admire its work. We don't question the wisdom of the Supreme Court when it ruled that the current labour regime for the RCMP needs reform in order to comply with RCMP members' Section 2 charter rights, which is why we supported this bill at second reading when it was first introduced. What we disagree with is the disregard for democratic governance that Bill C-7 contained when passed at third reading. We also disagree with the government's choice to reject important amendments to Bill C-7 wisely passed by the Senate. This bill enables RCMP members to unionize for the purposes of collective bargaining if they see fit to do so. This bill is not about whether the RCMP should or should not unionize, and I take no position on that question. Most of this bill is agreeable, but it does contain one fatal flaw. As the official opposition's deputy critic for Treasury Board, my opposition to this bill, as passed at third reading, and my support for the amended version, which the Senate has returned to the House of Commons, rises from concern for the working environment which it will create for members of the RCMP if passed without amendment. Bill C-7 does not require a secret ballot to certify or decertify a union to represent RCMP members in labour negotiations. My fellow Conservatives and I cannot support this bill unless the issue is corrected. I supported this bill at second reading, as did my Conservative colleagues, for one purpose. We wanted to send it to committee then, hoping that the majority of members would accept sensible amendments to protect RCMP members' right to privacy as well as their freedom of association. Conservative members argued that any decision to certify or decertify a union to represent RCMP members must include a secret ballot to protect members from undue pressure or reprisals. I'll return to that point in a moment. But the Liberals rejected this amendment at committee and returned the bill for third reading, and now the Senate has sent it back to the House with amendments. Two of these amendments require a secret ballot vote for certification. So the motion before us today says, quote, that government respectfully disagrees with Amendments 2 and 4A because the government has introduced legislation to repeal secret ballot provisions for other public servants, end quote. Motion also disagrees with other amendments which the Senate made in recognition of the RCMP's unique structure and circumstances which require modifications to existing labour law. And focus my remarks on the amendments around secret ballots and let other members speak to the merits of the other amendments. So, Mr. Speaker, Canadians should never feel unduly pressured when exercising their democratic rights as citizens in a free country. None of us should worry that third parties will keep track of our voting choice or to seek to reward or punish as a result. As members of Parliament, we should know this well. We were all elected by secret ballot. Voters took their ballots behind a privacy screen, filled them in alone with their conscience, folded them so no one could see their selection, and put the ballot in the box. It's not too difficult to imagine how different Canada would be if political organizers, neighbors, ethnic or religious community leaders, employers, union leaders, friends, or even family members hovered over a voter's shoulder when voting in an election. As my friend from Carleton mentioned on March 22, 2016, the rate of success for unionization drives appears demonstrably higher with a card check system alone than with a secret ballot, as workers who would prefer not to unionize appear to give in to pressure to sign petitions that would not be present under a secret ballot. Mr. Speaker, when members of Parliament selected you and your predecessors as Speaker of this House, members of Parliament did so by secret ballot, and this, Mr. Speaker, is in part to shield you from any appearance of partiality and to remove any doubt that Canadians might have when you rule on any issue regarding a particular member. Protecting individuals from undue pressure, recrimination and reprisal should apply to Canada's national police force even more so than to parliamentarians, and certainly more so than in other workplaces. Decisions to certify or decertify unions or associations significantly affect workplaces. How one votes or how one chooses can determine the course of many relationships if the choice is known. And in a hierarchical organization like the RCMP, which is modeled as a paramilitary force with a clear chain of command, trust and confidence between ranks is even more important than in other workplaces. Superiors must know that their subordinates will dutifully follow orders. Subordinates must know that superiors will exercise good judgment and not put them in harm's way without cause. Trust and undivided loyalty to the force is essential to police morale and to the safety of its workers. So a card check system of union certification in which everyone knows who signed the petition creates rifts within the hierarchy. And such division has serious repercussions, especially for police morale. The secret ballot would avoid these risks by protecting all members' privacy. Unless members discuss their positions with others and unless they disclose how they voted, no one can be certain what a given member chose. Secret ballots also better fulfill the spirit of the Supreme Court's case which gave rise to Bill C-7. Among other points, the Court emphasized the need for meaningful representation, choice, and independence from management. A secret ballot enables meaningful representation by allowing workers to select the union which they believe will best protect their interests. It shields them from undue pressure to vote for merely whoever pushes the hardest. As my colleague from Carleton discussed when Bill C-7 came up at second reading, the bill gets it right when requiring any union representing the RCMP to do so as its primary mandate. Such a union may not be affiliated with another bargaining agent or association with a different primary purpose, and it cannot be certified to represent any other group of employees. So since the association would be composed of RCMP members representing their colleagues, secrecy at the ballot box is essential to avoid resentment in the ranks if the association fails and needs to be decertified and reconstituted. Secret ballots facilitate individual choice as the basis for consent for corporate decisions. They also facilitate representation independent from management by ensuring that members can freely reject a proposed representative if they consider the representative to be too close to management. Mr. Speaker, I understand the reasons behind the government's rejection of Amendments 2 and 4A. I simply disagree. The rule of law demands that law be consistent and treat similar things in similar fashion. Since the Liberals are stripping other workers of secret ballot protection via Bill C-4, they say it's therefore consistent for Bill C-7 to reject the secret ballot requirement for the RCMP. So the Liberals' decision today may be consistent, but it's wrong. They're wrong on Bill C-4, and the reasons why they are wrong on Bill C-4 are amplified in Bill C-7 because of the very nature of the RCMP. So instead of seeking to be consistent by refusing to extend secret ballot protection to the RCMP while repealing secret ballot provisions for everyone else, the government should do exactly the opposite. It should restore secret ballot protection for all federal workers and agree to Amendments 2 and 4A to extend it to the RCMP. If the Liberals value consistency, they shouldn't argue that secret ballots for workers are somehow undemocratic. Each of them was democratically elected by secret ballot. Instead, they should acknowledge that secret ballots to certify unions are both democratic and consistent with secret ballots to select union leaders. They should join British Columbia, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Ontario, and Nova Scotia, who all require secret ballots for certification decisions. They should lead the way for a consistent standard for workers across provincial and federal jurisdictions. So, Mr. Speaker, I conclude by encouraging all of my colleagues in this House to protect the democratic rights of RCMP members by voting against today's motion and insisting that the government adopt the amendments from the Senate.
Questions and comments? Questions and comments. The honourable member, l'honorable député de Laurentides de la...
The honourable member for Laurentides de la Belle.
Just wondering very quickly about their push for a secret ballot. If they believe that there's ever a circumstance where that is not appropriate from their point of view. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
I'm not sure if I heard or understood his question, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to know if well, Mr. Speaker, we believe that in certifying a union that it should be done by a secret ballot for the reasons I gave in my speech. That's consistent with the way we elect members of Parliament. It's consistent with the way we elect you, Mr. Speaker, and so we support the election by secret ballot. It's the only way to protect the conscience of the voter.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his speech here today. This government refused to provide in its initial legislation the opportunity in collective bargaining to deal with a number of things that are usually taken for granted in a regime of this sort: staffing, deployment, harassment, and discipline. Today, the Auditor General pointed out that the government is failing to meet the RCMP mental health needs for failing to implement a mental health strategy. Mr. Speaker, through you to the member, we've had a grand total, I believe, of 4 or 5 days to deal with this bill, and yet the government took 11 months to respond. I'm wondering if you think that arithmetic makes sense, that we should have longer to deal with such a complicated, important bill, or should we just get on with it?
The honourable member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Well, I thank the member from Victoria, and he makes an excellent point in his question that this government has been sitting on these amendments from the Senate for almost a year and is now suddenly insisting that this be rushed through with minimal debate, doing some tricky math around days and hours of debate and things like giving us an hour and a half on a Friday and calling that a day of debate. It's shameful, it's disingenuous, it's disappointing, it's unsurprising. And with respect to some of the other issues that the member from Victoria mentioned, the report on the mental health responsibilities to members, certainly these are things that the government will be accountable for, and and it will be our job to hold them accountable. I had confined my remarks in my speech primarily to the issue, well, strictly to the issue of the secret ballot. But there are many other issues here, and time has been lost. I'm not really sure what they were doing with the rest of that time over the last year. They didn't pass very many other bills, so it is very disappointing.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver Quadra, very briefly, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think it's actually disappointing that the member opposite strictly narrowed his remarks to the secret ballot issue. Is there nothing else important to the RCMP? Wait, in fact, that's not something that was being asked by the members themselves. And in fact, the discussion on the secret ballot is well served in the debate on C4. And that bill will be putting the discretion as to the certification methodology into the hands of the Labour Board. So perhaps the member can explain how will he explain to RCMP members in his riding that all of the benefits of collective bargaining that they will be acquiring through Bill C7 are being rejected by his no vote because of a matter that's actually being handled under C4, a different legislation?
The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry the member from Vancouver Quadra was disappointed with my speech. She may have noted from the outset that I did broadly agree and support with the aims of this bill, but the important issue at stake of the secret ballot is such that it renders the rest of the bill, unfortunately, unworthy of support. And Bill C4 as well is unworthy of support, and it's not too late for the government to fix both of these bills at once.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Parry Sound.
Merci, Mr. President. C'est un honneur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to be here to debate Bill C7, which deals with how the RCMP labor relations is managed.
Talking about labor relations with the RCMP. For those watching at home, if you just joined this mini melodrama involving this bill, we are debating the Liberal government's response to amendments that were made in what we call the other place, in other words, the Canadian Senate. To begin, I'd like to say that Conservatives do accept the Supreme Court decision in the Mounted Police Professional Association of Ontario v. Canada case. It is clear that members of the RCMP, despite the force's paramilitary heritage, have the right to collectively bargain. The key, however, is making sure it is done right. That is the key. And that is where I believe that the Liberal government has failed the test. It's completely unacceptable that we are considering denying RCMP members a secret ballot vote on the decision of whether or not and how to unionize. Why could this be problematic, you might ask? Well, let's look at the report that was released yesterday from Ian MacPhail, the chair of the Civilian Review and Complaints Commission for the RCMP. And may I say that I've known Mr. MacPhail in various capacities for over 40 years. That's 4-0. I know that's hard to believe, but it's true. And he has done a great deal of service to the Canadian public, I should say, at this initial outset. But Mr. MacPhail and his team reviewed numerous complaints of workplace harassment, intimidation, and bullying within the RCMP. He even found that, and I quote, the RCMP lacks both the will and the capacity to make the changes necessary to address the problems that afflict the workplace. Of course, this report is of great concern, and we believe that the government must take action now to restore the confidence of frontline officers in the RCMP to their management, to restore the confidence of Canadians in the RCMP as a federal organization. And that means a number of things. It means making sure that RCMP pay is in line with the pay of other police forces. It also means working to ensure the appropriate recruitment and retention programs. Now, there are many ways that we can work towards this goal. Many ideas have been put forward, Mr. Speaker, in this regard. For instance, we could explore separating the RCMP into two forces, one which deals with contract policing on the ground and one which deals with federal policing. We could explore new recruitment methods that allow experts in various fields to move laterally into similar positions in the RCMP without having to start at the bottom. We could explore new ways of allocating caseload so that the level of burnout is not nearly as high as it is currently. But unfortunately, the legislation before us today does none of these things. And what these amendments will do is to strip the approximately 28,000 members of the RCMP from the right to vote in secret on unionization. As I said before, this is completely unacceptable, that rights that serve as the cornerstone of our democracy are being taken away from those who get up every day and go to work to keep us safe. Now, why is the secret ballot so important, Mr. Speaker? Because that is the only guaranteed way to ensure there is no coercion, there is no intimidation applied from any side of the argument. It would be to ensure that no matter the rank and file or the seniority, all members of the RCMP are treated equally and fairly, and most of all, without any fear of repercussions on how they proceeded on collectively bargaining. We just got a report tabled on the bullying culture that goes on in the RCMP, and yet this government is moving full steam ahead to deny the secret ballot, which of course guarantees further bullying in the future, Mr. Speaker. Many members in the House, of course, represent constituents who have been or currently are serving members of the RCMP. In fact, there are currently RCMP members posted to Parliament Hill, Mr. Speaker, as you well know, and they are part of our daily lives while the House is in session. So it seems passing strange to me, Mr. Speaker, that we would take action that would limit the rights of these people. There is no particular reason that the government would want to take away this democratic right of these members of the RCMP. It almost causes me to wonder, Mr. Speaker, whether there's some sort of ulterior motive, whether the government is using RCMP unionization as a bargaining chip with other public sector unions, which of course would be unfortunate. Because studies have shown that when Canadians are given the right and the opportunity to choose by secret ballot, whether or not to unionize, more often than not, they choose to represent themselves, Mr. Speaker. So it seems that this old Liberal philosophy, that because workers may not make the same choice the government knows best Liberals in Ottawa want them to, they should not be entitled to make that choice at all. And, of course, we've seen this in many different files, Mr. Speaker. But from my perspective and the perspective of my colleagues, this is an intrinsic right that should be found in our legislation to make sure that the RCMP members have access to the secret ballot. This is not new law, Mr. Speaker. This is not something that has come out of the mind of the caucus on the Conservative side that has no precedent. Of course, this is the precedent, Mr. Speaker. This is the precedent to allow the secret ballot on issues of importance that affect your daily life as an employee, and certainly as someone who wakes up every morning to protect his or her community, Mr. Speaker. In closing, Mr. Speaker, while there are some meritorious aspects of this bill, and let me explain again that we accept the Supreme Court decision with respect to the allowing of collective bargaining with the RCMP. We respect that decision. We accept that decision. But this is a fatal flaw in the legislation that has been put forward to us, a fatal flaw in the legislation put forward by this government, by the Liberal government, that denies a simple and well-accepted and standard right, the right of the secret ballot, Mr. Speaker. This should not be allowed to happen. I encourage my colleagues to vote against this piece of legislation, and I encourage those on the other side to have a last-minute change of heart. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Hamilton, Winnipeg North. Before the honourable member begins, very good. I just wanted to remind everyone that debate is taking place, and it's nice to see everyone getting along and speaking, but it makes it very difficult to hear the questions and the answers. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, one can get very easily disappointed in the Conservative Party when it comes to issues dealing with labour. They come to the table with a bias which is really very much so against unions, Mr. Speaker. And whether it's this bill or Bill C-4, once again, they are the isolated party in the House where you have not only the government of the day, but you have the NDP and the Green Party, from what I understand, recognizing the value of the legislation, yet the Conservative Party chooses to want to try to divide labour and management. And my question to the member across the way, because it is in relation to unions in general, when he talks about the RCMP, and we all recognize the valuable role that our RCMP play in our society, and we applaud each and every woman and man that performs for us day in and day out. But my question to the member quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, is why is it that the Conservative Party continues to play up labour divisive issues as a wedge type of an issue? Why doesn't the Conservative Party recognize that the Canadian economy will work better if you have harmonization, or more harmony, I should say, within our labour and management and business, Mr. Speaker?
Member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
I sense that this is a trick question, Mr. Speaker, but I will. He has cut me to the quick, the honourable member has, and he has exposed a bias that I have. My bias is for a secret ballot. My bias is for true democracy within the rank and file of the RCMP. That's my bias, Mr. Speaker, and I stand by that predilection that I have, however bizarre it may seem to those on the Liberal ranks that people could vote in secret whether they are members of the union or not. We think this is a fundamental right and privilege. And, Mr. Speaker, forgive me, but I have to reiterate, the RCMP is in crisis right now. We have reports that have been issued just this week. Intimidation, harassment, dysfunctionality, up and down the line. This is not a time for the honourable members to expose the rank and file of the RCMP to further harassment and intimidation because of a lack of a secret ballot, Mr. Speaker. They are at cross purposes with the needs of a fully reformed and modernized RCMP by presenting this bill.
The honourable member for Parry Sound will have 2.5 minutes, 2 minutes and 30 seconds after a question period when the stakes comes back. In the meantime, statements by members, déclaration des députés. L'honorable député de Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's with great joy that I rise to congratulate the Granby Volunteer Action Centre, which is celebrating its 50th anniversary this year. Volunteerism in our community is crucial both for the well-being of citizens as well as the vitality of our community. For 50 years, with patience and immense generosity, the volunteers of Granby have supported their fellow citizens with great dedication. For their thoughtful actions, their compassion, and their gratitude toward others, volunteers in our community deserve our recognition. I would like to give them my sincere thanks. There are so many people who worked within the Granby Volunteer Action Centre over the years, and I'd like to applaud the current team, led by Mireille Giguère and the Director General, Nathalie Roberge. I wish you a very great 50th anniversary and continued success with volunteerism in our region.
Honourable Member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A compassionate
entrepreneur who views success as a responsibility. This describes Murad Al-Khatib, President and CEO of AGT Food and Ingredients. It's a Saskatchewan business that supplies pulse crops to more than 120 countries and has facilities in 5 continents. Murad is a business owner responsible for more than 2,200 employees, including many in my home province of Saskatchewan. Murad has been the recipient of many distinguished awards, and today Saskatchewan's Lentil King is in Norway to receive yet another prestigious award. He is the first Canadian to receive the Oslo Business for Peace Award, nominated by the Greater Saskatoon Chamber of Commerce. Congratulations, Murad. You are a wonderful role model for entrepreneurs everywhere, and we are very, very proud of you. Here, here.
The Honourable Member for Moncton Riverview Dieppe.
Member of Parliament for the area of Moncton Riverview and Dieppe, and as the former coordinator with the Kodiak RCMP, please allow me to sincerely thank all of our law enforcement officers across the country for the outstanding work they do in keeping our communities safe. In Canada, we are surrounded by dedicated public servants who put their lives in harm's way every day to help defend our security and uphold our freedoms. Ces gens travaillent.
These people work extremely hard so that we can live in a society where we enjoy fundamental freedoms and values. So let us not neglect to thank all of the police officers, volunteers, and support staff for their help in maintaining order, preventing crime, and ensuring that we all live in safety. Their continued dedication and professionalism are an inspiration to us all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. On May 11th, 200 people participated in the Rural Youth Gala in Ormstown. Since 2010, this gala has recognized young people, groups, and initiatives set up for young people. Award recipients have to prove their energy, dedication, and ability to achieve their goals. I congratulate this year's 13 award winners, as well as the 5 notable mentions, chosen by the jury in various categories, from academic achievement to the environment and cultural achievement. I also want to congratulate Daphne Godin-Lemieux for winning the junior prize, and Céline Ouimet, General Director of the Saint Chrysostome. I'm proud to see that there are so many young people between the ages of 6 and 24 showing leadership, engagement, and generosity in their community. The gala is a great asset to the Upper St. Lawrence region, and I want to thank the organizing committee, which dedicated so much time and energy to this very important event. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Markham Thornhill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is with great pride that I rise today to recognize the outstanding work done by the students in my riding of Markham Thornhill. Thornley Secondary School has partnered with Nubian Book Club and the Harry Cares Foundation to support an ethical book drive. This book drive was organized to send much-needed school and pleasure reading books to Nigeria. Thousands of books were donated, and the students sorted the books to ensure that they did not perpetuate stereotypes, but instead work to affirm or broaden cultural and social identities and undertakings. Last Friday, I also had the pleasure of visiting Middlefield Collegiate Institute's Sikh Student Association's Turban Up Day to promote diversity, inclusion, and cooperation among the diverse communities within their high school. I'm very proud of the outstanding work done by the students in Markham Thornhill, and I congratulate them for their work, and it makes me incredibly happy to represent them in Markham Thornhill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Grand Prairie Mackenzie.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Trudy Edgar has served as my executive assistant for the past 11 years. I hired her having witnessed her dedication to our community in the 12 years that she had served as assistant to my predecessor. She agreed to stay on, but warned that she wouldn't stay long. Every few years, she'd bring up retirement, and I would agree that someday we should talk and then never bring it up again. She has been the heart of our office. She is the first to show up and the last to leave, the person who has taught, challenged, and cared for the stream of staff that have flowed through our offices. Through good and bad, she has been the source of wisdom and encouragement for me and my family.
and she has served my constituents with great care and compassion. I am thankful for the sacrifices that she, her family, and her husband Lance have made so that she could serve. A couple of months, Trudy brought up retirement again, and this time she wouldn't let me avoid it. Trudy will be missed. She has been a caring servant, a teacher, and a friend. On behalf of my constituents, staff, and family, we wish her good health and many blessings in the years to come.
The Honourable Member for Mount Royal.
Inventor, businessman, performer, man of integrity, genius. These are all words to describe Peter Trent, who announced last month that he was stepping down as mayor of Westmount. Peter wrote, "A political career is like a love affair. Any fool can start one, but to end it requires considerable skill." Peter showed that considerable skill throughout his 26 years on council. He leaves Westmount with no net debt, a world-class recreation center, and excellent infrastructure. More importantly, he leaves the Montreal Island with 15 cities instead of 1, because it was Peter who led the fight against the PQ's forced mergers, and Peter who made the next Liberal government promise a demerger process. The cities in my riding, Côte Saint-Luc, Hampstead, and TMR, owe their existence to Peter's leadership. As a demerger disciple of Peter's and someone who served with him for many years as mayor, I am proud to call him a mentor and friend. Peter and his wife Catherine are with us today. Please join me in thanking him for his exemplary public service.
The Honourable Member for Cape Breton Canso.
Mr. Speaker, today I'll join the Prime Minister and the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Labour and hundreds of this country's best tradespeople as they unveil the new monument dedicated to those who have built the foundations of this country. Canada's building trade unions will be across the canal from this chamber at Majors Hill Park to celebrate in monument the contribution of the hardworking and devoted men and women who do incredible work day in and day out, and as well pay tribute to those who have lost their lives in doing so. The monument will stand in the National Capital Region among some of Canada's most prized agricultural achievements, buildings that were constructed by building trades members. It will contain iconic tools of the trade to represent the different skilled trade unions who have helped sponsor the monument. Our Prime Minister will accept the monument on behalf of the grateful people of Canada. On this day, let us stand together and celebrate the contributions of the hardworking men and women who have helped build this great country.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, sometimes in life you meet someone who changes your understanding of the word family. Today, I want to pay tribute to one of those people, the one and only Jocelyne Harvey. The Harvey family is well known in the business world of La Malbaie and in the horse riding world through the Charlevoix Rodeo. Jocelyne Harvey is known to be the foundation of her very tight-knit family. A woman with a big heart and an iron will, she rallied her family around her cause, the cause of unity. Today, Ms. Harvey is fighting a valiant fight against illness. But she is surrounded by loving family members and friends who have taken up her fight. Ms. Harvey, it was a great privilege for me to cross paths with you. You will always have a place in my heart. Best of luck. The Honourable Member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
Monsieur le Président, today is
Mr. Speaker.
Prescott Russell Day on the Hill. Organized in partnership with the United Counties of Prescott Russell and the Township of North Glengarry, GPR Day aims to showcase the amazing local foods, wine, and beer our great region has to offer. I know some members want to free the beer, but I challenge them to come drink the beer. Beau's All Natural, Castle Brewery, Cirque de Brou, and Etienne Brûlé are ready to serve. Monsieur le Président...
Mr. Speaker, I know some members here are also sommeliers, so I invite them to come taste the wine from the Domaine Perrot or the Clos de Vully winery. And of course, if there's wine, you need cheese. Well, no problem. We have cheese from the St. Albert Cheese Factory, the Scotidagus Farm, and the Glengarry Fine Cheese Farm.
About those MPs who are vegans, can they eat cheese? The answer is yes. Fromagerie Zengary offers tasty options for vegans. J'invite tous les...
I invite all members to reception immediately after question period in the Commonwealth Room. Come taste some of our local products. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Nipissing-Temiskaming.
Mr. Speaker, when Ellen Gibb was born, Canada was a young nation of 7 provinces, and Wilfrid Laurier was its Prime Minister. She's seen 16 more Prime Ministers come and go since then. Ellen was nicknamed Dolly during her teens because of her fashion sense. Celebrated her 112th birthday on April 26th. According to the organization that tracks the world's supercentenarians, or people who are at least 110 years old, Dolly is Canada's oldest citizen. Dolly was born Ellen Box in Winnipeg in 1905, where she grew up, married her husband Dave, and they raised 2 daughters. She spent many years in Thunder Bay and moved to North Bay, Ontario when she turned 100. She has 9 grandchildren, 22 great-grandchildren, and 10 great-great-grandchildren. She likes to enjoy an occasional glass of scotch or wine and a bottle of beer every day. On behalf of honourable members, I'd like to congratulate Dolly on an absolutely super centenarian, and here's wishing her many more birthdays.
Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is a value that compassion is a value that Canada espouses, yet compassion requires courageous action. The ruthless authoritarian rule of Venezuela's Nicolas Maduro has led to the dissolution of democratic institutions, imprisonment of political dissidents, economic collapse, and societal ruin. Canada must stand with the millions of Venezuelans who are fighting for democracy and for freedom and for liberty. Canada must take courageous action now, and with that, I call upon the Government of Canada to condemn the ruthless authoritarian rule of Nicolas Maduro and allow for free, open elections. Follow the lead of the Americans and the EU Parliament and implement targeted sanctions against Venezuelan human rights abusers. And put political pressure upon Guyana, Bahamas, Jamaica, Barbados, St. Lucia, and Trinidad and Tobago to stop the practice of blocking action to help Venezuela at the OAS. Actions speak stronger than words, and it's up to the Liberal government to take courageous action today.
Honourable Member for York Centre.
Mr. Speaker, in September 2015, Venezuelan opposition leader Leopoldo Lopez was sentenced to 14 years on politically motivated charges. Today, his wife and mother, Lilian Tintori and Antonieta de Lopez, are in Ottawa to speak about his plight, a fate shared by far too many. Lopez is held in a military prison by a regime which treats the democratically elected political opposition as criminals. Intimidation and repression are the tragic norm. Freedoms are denied. Venezuelans have been failed by the Maduro government. Protesters, including children and seniors, have been met by extreme and excessive violence. On April 3rd, Canada co-sponsored an OAS resolution once again calling on Venezuela to restore constitutional order and uphold its international commitment to democracy and human rights. I ask all members of this House to join me in calling for the immediate and unconditional release of all political prisoners, including Leopoldo Lopez, and an end to the ongoing repression of human rights in Venezuela.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Mr. Speaker, as you know, I'm the sponsor of an important private member's bill, which deserves the attention of all my colleagues. In fact, this bill is a response to the repeated calls from a strong majority of Canadians. Few subjects enjoy such broad support. Of course, I'm talking about mandatory labeling for genetically modified food products.
80% of Canadians say they want to know if their food contains GMO. There is no reason to refuse them this information. That is why I have a bill to do just that, and it's up for a vote tomorrow evening. If this House truly represents Canadians, it should easily pass second reading. If my bill is defeated, then it will be clear that the majority of MPs put corporate interests before 80% of concerned citizens. This will be a failure for our democracy. I ask all members of this House to put the interests of their constituents before those of Monsanto. Canadiens have a right to know. Les Canadiens ont droit de savoir. S'il vous plaît, appuyez mon projet.
Please support my bill.
Honourable Member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Mr. Speaker, I remember clearly the day the member from Sturgeon River Parkland was elected as our interim leader of the Conservative Party of Canada. She said, "We will be the best opposition party that Canada has ever seen." But we have an obligation to hold the government to account, to ask the tough questions, and be a voice for the taxpayers. She has done all that and more with extraordinary ability, integrity, knowledge, and understanding. Our party is strong, incredibly united, and our interim leader has made us all a part of it. She's listened to the concerns of Canadians, whether it's local, like my Arva Flour Mill in the rural riding of Lambton, Kent, Middlesex, or of international importance, such as standing up for our Canadian troops at home and abroad. She works incredibly hard, Mr. Speaker, and she inspires us. Both her and JP have made such an enjoyable trip for us, and those we both held dear. You're a champion in our eyes, and of all of Canadians, thank you, Rona, and may God bless.
Rob. Honourable Member for Beaches, East York.
Gilda Radner once said that having cancer gave her membership in an elite club she'd rather not belong to. We all know friends and family who have had membership in that club. I've lost uncles, my wife lost her mum. For years since, Amy's run a health-promoting supper program at Gilda's Club Greater Toronto, an organization dedicated to the idea that no one should face cancer alone. Others, like Dr. John Dick, are working to ensure that fewer of us face cancer and that those of us who do will face it successfully. Dr. Dick is well known for his pioneering research as the first scientist to identify cancer stem cells. Among many titles, he's the Canada Research Chair in Stem Cell Biology, a professor of molecular genetics at the University of Toronto, and a senior scientist with the Princess Margaret Cancer Centre. He's also the recent recipient of the Gold Leaf Prize for Discovery from the Canadian Institutes of Health Research. So to Dr. Dick from Beaches, East York, and to all recipients of the inaugural Gold Leaf Prize, thank you for your work.
There you go.
Questions orales, oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the government released a report on the future of the National Energy Board. It's the second report in a month, and surprise, surprise, it recommends something completely different. This is creating even more uncertainty in the oil and gas sector, and there is a lot at stake. Any changes the Prime Minister makes will affect thousands and thousands of families. When is the Prime Minister going to stop interfering in the independent National Energy Board process and let them do their job so projects can get approved and people can get to work?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in order to move forward on projects of import to our economy and to our future, Canadians have to have confidence in both the process and in the government. And that's why for 10 years under the previous government, Canadians had no confidence because they refused to understand that you need to build a strong economy while protecting the environment at the same time. Over the past year and a half, we have worked very, very hard to demonstrate how serious we are about both protecting the environment and creating jobs and growing the economy. We will continue to do that in a way that demonstrates our respect for Canadians and gets the confidence of Canadians.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let's talk about confidence because the Prime Minister's latest report recommends that the National Energy Board headquarters be moved from Calgary to Ottawa. Why? Does the Prime Minister not have confidence in Calgarians to do the job? This is supposed to be an independent group of people. The further away from Ottawa and politicians it is, the better. Can the Prime Minister understand why this is such an insult to Western Canadians? Will he commit to leaving the National Energy Board headquarters in Calgary on the front lines and not burying it in some government department in Ottawa?
The right honourable Prime Minister.
I find it a little bit much that this member and that party is talking about meddling with independent processes around National Energy Board. The fact is that government chose to politicize the National Energy Board in its decisions. It torqued and stacked the deck in so many ways that Canadians had lost confidence in the regulatory frame and withdrew support for building energy projects. That's why we've worked so hard to restore that confidence, to demonstrate that we are both protecting the environment and building a strong economy at the same time, why this government is getting it done when the previous government did not.
Order. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has talked about phasing out the oil sands, and now we know how he plans to do it. He's going to slowly but surely kill it with red tape. Everything he does is making it harder and harder for energy companies to create jobs. Business investment is at an all-time low, and this is at a time when the U.S. is unleashing the oil and gas sector in the United States. Mr. Speaker, can't the Prime Minister see that the decisions he's making are costing Canadian workers their jobs?
The right honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, for 10 years, Canada saw a government that refused to accept that building a strong economy goes hand in hand at the 21st century with protecting the environment. We know that investing in a responsible approach to the environment is not just going to protect our world for future generations, but it's going to create the kind of good jobs, clean jobs that this generation and next generations are going to need. We know that the way to grow the economy is to demonstrate both economy and environment going together, and that's what Canadians elected us to do. That's what we're going to continue to deliver on.
Chef de l'Opposition.
Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is subject of an inquiry from the Ethics Commissioner. We know that the Commissioner is going to retire prior to the inquiry being finished. It is the Prime Minister who has to appoint the successor. The conflict is evident. I think everything indicates that the House should do it instead. Nonpartisan appointments are important, and this is one of the most important ones that the Prime Minister is going to do. Does he understand that this must be done without the involvement of his party and his caucus? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, after a Conservative government for 10 years, which did not do well with the appointment process, which showed partisanship in all of its choices, we are proud of the independent process that we have implemented in order to make appointments that are merit-based, that reflect diversity. We are going to continue to choose people that are highly qualified in order to fill the roles of this government and throughout the country. That's what Canadians expect, and that's why the Canadians voted for us. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
This is likely my last question to the Prime Minister, so I'm going to make him an offer. I'll call off the attack dogs, and nobody on this side will ask the question 18 more times. I think it sounds like a pretty fair deal. So let's end this with a real answer. Has he met with the Ethics Commissioner, yes or no, and if yes, how many times?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians expect every member of this House to cooperate with the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner. The Commissioner has stated at committee and to my office that she does not want us discussing the process in case. But I can answer the member and say that in all my years as a parliamentarian, I have met a number of times with the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner at both formal and informal occasions. And I can assure Canadians that when this...
Order. If members wish to chant, they can do so outside. L'honorable député d'Outremont.
The Honourable Member for Outremont.
Speaker, the Prime Minister's explanation of his now infamous vacation is so full of holes and contradictions, starting to sound like a White House press briefing. Let me recap. The Prime Minister broke the law by taking a private helicopter to the island. He defended this by saying that it was simply a family vacation with a family friend, along with a few senior Liberals. But now we learn that the island doesn't actually belong to the family friend. So, will the Prime Minister finally own up to this entire mess and admit that he should never have taken that exclusive holiday?
Right, Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as I've said many times, this was a personal family vacation with a longtime friend, and I'm happy to work with the Ethics Commissioner to answer any questions she may have. That's what Canadians expect of any parliamentarian, and that's exactly what I'm doing. And I am confident that Canadians will see at the end of this process that we collaborated and cooperated with the Ethics Commissioner every step of the way on any question that she might have.
Honourable Member for Outremont.
There's a small problem, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister told Canadians that the Aga Khan's private helicopter was the only way to get to the island. However, not only does the helicopter not belong to the Aga Khan, it is not true that it was the only way to get to the island. Will the Prime Minister at least admit that the statement he made was false? Right, Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, in this institution, we have an ethics commissioner. This commissioner is responsible for looking into these issues, and I can confirm with a high degree of certainty that at the end of this process, Canadians will see that my government, my office, and myself have cooperated and answered all the questions that the Commissioner had about this process. The Honourable Member for Outremont. Talking about ethics, last year, Liberal MPs voted to kill the investigation into KPMG. That same month, a director from KPMG was appointed treasurer for the Liberal Party. Ending the KPMG investigation and then hiring somebody from KPMG, that's called a conflict of interest. The Prime Minister approved the appointment himself. Can the Prime Minister get up today and state that there's not even the appearance of a conflict of interest? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, it's regrettable that I have to remind the Honourable Member that there is independence, and I want to thank the Finance Committee for the work that they did on this matter and the good work that it does every single week for the House of Commons and Canadians, because tax evasion is a file that we take very seriously. That's why in Budget 2016 we invested $444 million, and we continued investing more with Budget 2017. We take tax evasion very seriously, and we are going to continue to work to counter it. The Honourable Member for Outremont.
The Prime Minister's principal secretary sits on the party's national board. The party's constitution states the Liberal leader must consent to the appointment. And this individual worked for the Liberals and KPMG at the same time. Yeah, totally independent, Mr. Speaker. For all this talk about the middle class and those working hard to join us, this Prime Minister has shown time and again that his priority is the Liberal Party and those working hard to influence it. How many conflicts of interest does it take before the Prime Minister finally drops his talking points and recognizes the ethical problem?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's troubling to hear the member opposite call into question the independent work of committees. The fact is we respect the work that the Finance Committee does and thank them for the hard work. Canadians know that the level of openness, transparency that this government has brought forward, both when it was a third party in the House of Commons and now as government, is essential to maintain the trust and confidence that Canadians have in their institutions and in their democracy. We will continue to demonstrate the highest levels of openness, accountability, and ethics.
Order. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about leadership, Mr. Speaker. For several years, I had the opportunity to sit next to two great leaders. For 18 months, I've had the opportunity to sit next to the interim leader of the Conservative Party of Canada, and before that, for more than 2 years, I was able to sit next to the Prime Minister, Stephen Harper. In one meeting with President Bush, resolved the softwood lumber issue for 10 years. Not only did he resolve it, he signed an agreement on the pulp and paper green transformation, which helped the forestry industry. When is this Prime Minister going to, the Right Honourable Prime Minister? The former Conservative government let the agreement lapse. We oppose the decision to impose an unfair tax. Those accusations are unfounded. We continue to work on this issue with the United States, as does the Prime Minister every time he meets with his counterpart in the United States. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member for Lac-Saint-Jean. The agreement expired in October 2015. While he was campaigning, what he's saying is false, and everybody knows it. Now they're dipping into the Employment Insurance Fund, $56 billion in the EI fund, and now they're not looking after workers. We don't want more unemployment. We want to get people working by setting up an agreement with the Americans. It's time to start talking and time to start resolving. The Parliamentary Secretary to Social Development.
Action on this file and protect and support the workers and the communities that are suffering as we move through this very difficult time on softwood lumber. Softwood lumber remains a priority for this government. A negotiated deal is a priority, but we need a good deal, not just any deal. We stand ready to respond to the communities, the municipalities, the provinces, and the community organizations that are suffering during this time, and remain committed to making sure the Canadians receive the benefits they can as we move through these tough times.
Honourable member for Red Deer-Lacombe.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is currently under 2 investigations by the Ethics Commissioner for breaking the law. The current Ethics Commissioner is set to retire this July. So in an attempt to save face, the Prime Minister has appointed his House Leader to choose the person who will be investigating the Prime Minister. What a joke. I'm sure the Government House Leader who serves at the Prime Minister's pleasure is so grateful for the opportunity to be entangled in the Prime Minister's ethical mess. Did the Prime Minister provide the House Leader with a short list of Liberals that are fit for the position, or did he only provide her with a single name?
Honourable Government House Leader.
I'm sure the honourable member would agree that we are elected to this place to serve Canadians. Those are the very people that I work hard for. Those are the very people that this government works hard for. And those are the very people that I encourage to apply. Because this government has actually brought in a new, open, transparent, merit-based appointment process. When it comes to making appointments, we encourage Canadians to apply because these positions are available online. Exactly what we committed to Canadians, we will deliver on. I look forward to seeing the merit-based appointment be fulfilled, and I look forward to handling the work. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Député.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, the appointment of the next Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner next July leaves a bitter aftertaste. Transferring the responsibility for the appointment from the Prime Minister's office to the office of the Leader of the Government, that's a barely disguised decoy. Mr. Speaker, can the Prime Minister confirm that the selection criteria for the next Ethics Commissioner will be the same as for the new Official Languages Commissioner, which means being part of the Liberal family and being a generous Liberal donator? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. I am pleased to rise in this House to talk about Madame Meilleur, our new Official Languages Commissioner. I hope the appointment will be agreed upon by this House and the Senate. She has received the support of many organizations throughout the country. The president of the Federation of Francophone and Acadian Communities said that the commitment of Madame Meilleur when it comes to the francophonie and linguistic duality is well known. She lived the struggle to save the Montfort Hospital, and as Minister of Francophone Affairs in Ontario, she implemented a commissioner for French language services in the province, and many recognize her qualities.
Mr. Speaker, does no one on that side see the ridiculousness of the Prime Minister giving the House Leader the job of appointing the person who will be investigating? The House Leader was given her job by the Prime Minister. She answers to the Prime Minister, and every day we see her standing up answering for the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister has acknowledged that there's a conflict with him appointing the next Ethics Commissioner. That's good that he's acknowledged that. Does he not see that this is not a fix? And the same conflict still exists, and I hope the House Leader doesn't get up and answer for him because it proves my points.
House Leader.
By Canadians. We are here to serve Canadians. Those are the very people that we work hard for. That's always been my goal, and that's why I always encourage all of us to work better together. When we come to the appointment process, this government put in a new appointment process that is open, transparent, and merit-based. Our aim is always to identify high-quality candidates who will help to achieve gender parity and truly reflect Canada's diversity. I encourage all Canadians to apply, and if the member has a name she recommends, I encourage her to tell her constituents to apply as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All opposition House
Leader. But, Mr. Speaker, the House Leader will be appointing somebody who will be investigating her boss, the person who appointed her. This is nonsense, and it would be really nice if we had a Prime Minister who wasn't always in ethical hot water. Unfortunately, here we are in this position where the man who is leading this country is also under multiple investigations. He's acknowledged that he can't be the one appointing the new Ethics Commissioner. Will he do the right thing? Will he make the right decision, find a real solution to this actual problem instead of this farcical fig leaf of a fix?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
And that's exactly why we put in a new appointment process, an open, transparent, merit-based appointment process where all Canadians from coast to coast to coast can apply. Positions that are open are available online. Canadians are welcome to apply so that they also can be part of this process. We know how important these positions are to the work that the government does. We will continue to work hard for all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
Monsieur le Président, les liens étroits entre BlackRock, le gouvernement, la Banque d'infrastructure et ses profits n'étaient pas suffisants. Voilà que maintenant que KPMG se rapproche des cercles fermés du Parti libéral et du...
Je comprends qu'il n'y a pas d'interprétation.
I understand that there's no interpretation for the moment. Is it now working? I would ask the Honourable Member for Sherbrooke to restart. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The close ties between BlackRock and the government and the Infrastructure Bank were just not enough. Now, KPMG is getting closer to the closed circles of the Liberal Party and the Prime Minister himself. This is on top of the revolving door between the CRA and KMG and the many public contracts that are still being granted to that firm. The Minister says that the jaws of the trap are closing on tax sheets, so how to explain the closer ties being woven between the Liberal government and the accounting firm KPMG? When she says that those jaws are closing, does that mean those are the jaws of the same trap closing on jobs for the Liberal Party? The Honourable Minister of Revenue. I would like to thank the member for giving me the opportunity to tell everyone that the government is firmly committed to fighting tax evasion and aggressive tax planning. That's why, in the last budget, the government invested $444 million. This is a historic investment. In the budget that was just tabled, there were even more invested. This has allowed us to go get $13 million last year, Mr. Speaker.
For Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister clearly has a conflict of interest problem. Not only is he currently under an ethics investigation, but his solution to the whole mess is that the Prime Minister is asking his own House Leader to appoint a new ethics watchdog to investigate the Prime Minister. So the Liberal House Leader, who will likely stand and defend the Prime Minister's ethical challenges yet again, is being asked by her boss to choose an ethics commissioner to investigate her boss, and apparently Joe Volpe made the short list. The Liberals likely can't spell conflict of interest, let alone understand it. So how in the world can she claim to do this job with any credibility whatsoever?
Honourable Government House Leader.
As I have said time and time again, this government has put in a new process, an open, transparent transparent, merit-based process where Canadians can apply, and I encourage them to apply. And when it comes to a shortlist, there is no shortlist, so if the member has information that he would like to share, I look forward to receiving it. But what is important, Mr. Speaker, is the important work that the Conflict and Ethics Commissioner does. This position is a serious position. We will always work with the person in that position, and I encourage Canadians to apply. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order.
Order. The Honourable Member for Louis-Saint-Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, even better than I do, that the Liberals like to brag about being green and transparent, but the reality is something else entirely. Today, the Auditor General had to study the issue of fossil fuels, and in the report table today, the Auditor General is using strong words. The Minister of Finance refused to let us be informed, refused to give us access to information that we needed. Mr. Speaker, why is the government saying one thing and doing another? Why are they putting obstacles in the way of the Auditor General? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. I would like to thank my colleague for his question. The Office of the Auditor General has produced excellent work, and we welcome the recommendations. These funds will allow us to invest in clean growth and will help the country get on the right track for an economy, for a low-carbon economy. We are progressively eliminating ineffective subsidies to fossil fuels by 2025, a G20 commitment. And we are on the right path to meet that commitment. The Honourable Member for Louis-Saint-Laurent.
Speaker, it's only when the government is cut that he tried to act correctly. Because, Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General was very straight this morning, very critical to the action of the actual government about green policies. They say, the Auditor General said, and I quote him, "We had a dispute with the government department over our right to access the information we need to do our work." Mr. Speaker, we're talking about transparency and we're talking about environmental. Why this government is always wrong on those issues?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And we thank the Auditor General for his work, and also we accept his recommendations. Our government has a strong plan to invest in clean growth that will help create good middle-class jobs and get the country on a path to a low-carbon economy. We have made commitments to our partners in the G20 to phase out inefficient fossil fuel subsidies by the year 2025, and we are on track to meeting those targets, Mr. Speaker. Eliminating policy measures that subsidize the production of consumption of fossil fuels is an important step in addressing climate change. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for South Surrey White Rock.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Since 2009, P3 Canada, a Crown corporation, leveraged over $6 billion for infrastructure from an initial investment of $1.3 billion. An internal report advised putting the infrastructure bank under an existing body, such as P3 Canada, would be cost-effective, efficient, and less bureaucratic. Had the Liberals listened, the $35 billion investment to P3 Canada can leverage neither $170 billion for transformable infrastructure. Can the minister tell Canadians why he ignored that expert advice?
Honourable Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, let me quote the Canadian Council for Public-Private Partnership on the bank. What they say, the Council is optimistic that the bank will play a significant role in attracting more private capital while growing the pipeline of P3 projects across Canada. Mr. Speaker, our goal is to build more infrastructure that Canadian communities need. And we will do that in cooperation with our municipalities, in provinces, as well as private sector, to make sure they have the right type of infrastructure that they deserve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Athabasca. We have a problem, Mr. Speaker. This week, the Minister of Finance said that Cabinet is going to have the final word on the projects selected for the Infrastructure Bank. However, the Minister of Infrastructure and his acolytes said at committee that the only projects that would be selected were those that would be the most interesting to investors. My question is simple. Who's going to decide on the good projects for this infrastructure bank? Will it be the Prime Minister, the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Infrastructure, or the investors based on their own potential profits?
Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, for the last 2 weeks, the members of the opposition have been criticizing us for being too close to private capital. Now they're saying that we will have an oversight. We have created a right balance that will allow us to mobilize private capital, build more infrastructure, at the same time being accountable to Parliament and making sure that government is there to protect the public interest and to ensure that projects being built are serving the public interest. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, while the Liberals continue to repeat their commitment to protecting the supply management system fully, today's Auditor General report shows the opposite. It shows the failure of the supply management system for eggs, poultry, and dairy. This concerns us all. When will the government take action to protect a system that works and that provides us with a sufficient quantity of well-priced, high-quality Canadian products that we consume every day?
Minister of Agriculture.
As I've said many times in this House, we have and will continue to support supply management. Yes, with the duties relief program, when I became Minister of Agriculture, I found it was a big problem at the border. We addressed that problem, and there has been 6 import companies lost their certificate to import products into this country, the supply management products. We're working on this issue. It's a big issue, and we will have and will continue to make sure supply management is protected.
Honourable member for Hamilton Central.
Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General regularly exposes government negligence and incompetence, and today is no exception. Exactly. But the latest report also reveals that the Liberals refused to give the Auditor General the information he requested. The power to access information is crucial to the AG's independence and is in fact protected in law. But after being elected on promises of openness and transparency, the Liberals have deliberately stonewalled the Auditor General. Shame. Why is the government undermining the Auditor General, and what exactly are they trying to hide from Canadians?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Ministry of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And once again, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. We also want to thank the Auditor General for his report, and we accept his recommendations. Greater openness and transparency in government helps strengthen Canada's truth in the public institutions. That is why the government continues to take action to better reflect the values and expectations of Canadians on this important matter. Going forward, the government will provide budget preparation information and other documents as defined under existing OICs to the Auditor General as they become available. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Brampton East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Air travel is essential to Canada's economic growth and prosperity. Canadians, businesses, and tourists all benefit from a safe and efficient air industry. With recent media reports of denied boardings, lost luggage, and runway delays, the time for action is now. Can the Minister of Transportation please update this House and all Canadians on the steps being taken to protect air travelers in Canada?
Great Honourable Minister.
I want to thank the member from Brampton East for his excellent question. You know, when a Canadian purchases a ticket, sometimes at considerable expense, he or she expects to be treated with fairness and respect. Yes. In a sense, a contract has been signed. Yes. Well, I was very proud today to table, on behalf of the Government of Canada, a new legislation that will ensure that we have passenger rights. And, Mr. Speaker, you can be assured that if any of those passenger rights are violated, the passengers will be suitably and properly compensated in a timely manner. Thank you.
The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Mr. Speaker, while our competitors in the United States are busy cutting taxes and making it easier to get to yes on energy projects, the Liberal-appointed National Energy Board review panel has recommended layering on even more red tape. They want to double review timelines to over 3 years and make it even harder for job-creating energy projects to be approved in Canada. No amount of additional red tape will turn a pipeline opponent into a pipeline proponent, so why are the Liberals so intent on making it harder for these job-creating energy projects to proceed?
Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that the honourable member will agree that the National Energy Board that we inherited wasn't perfect. And I'm sure he might agree that significant reform would be a good thing for Canada's energy industry. I think he might also acknowledge that since this government took power, 3 pipelines have been approved. Yes. We will now take the recommendations that have been given to us by an expert panel of 5 who have consulted Canadians, and we will review that with the objective in mind of creating the greatest regulator in the world, right here in Canada.
Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the world already thinks we have the best energy regulator in the world. The Prime Minister revealed his true feelings toward the oil sands when he said he'd phase them out, and revealed his true feelings towards Alberta when he said that Canada wasn't doing well because Albertans were in charge. So it comes as no surprise that this Liberal-appointed NEB review panel would imply that Calgarians cannot be trusted to independently and professionally evaluate energy projects. Will the Prime Minister condemn this anti-Alberta recommendation and stop pitting one region of the country against the other?
Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
I had the pleasure of being in Calgary last week, and while in Calgary, announcing projects with the Government of Alberta to incent the industry, which is known not only across Canada but around the world to be innovative and creative. We have all the respect in the world for the entrepreneurship of Albertans. We are working with them as we move gradually to a lower carbon economy, and we wish that the members opposite had as much confidence in the people of Alberta that we do on this side of the House.
The honourable member. Order. The honourable member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, in the war on terror, Canada most often follows the United States in designation of terrorist entities such as al-Qaeda or successor groupings. Now, the latest incarnation, Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, isn't on the U.S. list because it absorbed a U.S.-sponsored guerrilla body in Syria's multidimensional civil war. But Canada, by also not listing this clearly terrorist composite group, is creating challenges for prosecution of terrorist funding or recruitment of Canadians by this group. Why won't the government act and designate?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the question from the member opposite. He knows that Canada has a framework around which we designate groups around the world as terrorist organizations, and we continue to use that robust framework in all of our designations of terrorist groups while we continue to work with international allies to rid the world of terrorist organizations and make it safer, specifically for the people of the war-torn country of Syria. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
One of the Broadway tickets that the Prime Minister bought for wealthy bankers and diplomats was for the permanent mission of Venezuela to the UN. The permanent representative at this mission has been a man who was the longest-serving cabinet minister under the despot ruler, Hugo Chavez, and then served as foreign affairs minister to the despot Nicolas Maduro. Can the Prime Minister confirm that the Liberals use Canadian tax dollars to wine and dine this man while Venezuelans suffer?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, this government is well aware of the deteriorating political and economic situation in Venezuela. Just today, I had the opportunity to meet with the wife of imprisoned political opposition leader Leopoldo Lopez, along with his mother, to talk about the terrible situation in Venezuela. Canada has been a leader on the international stage, co-sponsoring a resolution at the Organization of American States. We continue to work with our regional allies to call on the Venezuelan government to uphold its international commitments, restore order, and respect democracy in Venezuela.
Honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Yesterday, the Minister of Health confused Vancouver and British Columbia when it comes to the opioid crisis. Clearly, the member for Vancouver Central was correct when she said her government is ignoring the West. But one thing the minister did get right is the horrifying increase in overdose deaths under her watch. 3,000 Canadians will die in 2017, a 50% increase over last year. Mr. Speaker, does the minister still think she's making progress?
Very good.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for raising this issue again in the House. And again, we will talk about the fact that this is an unprecedented national public health crisis, and we are working determinedly on all aspects of this crisis. Our response is comprehensive. We've invested money in prevention. We are investing money in treatment. We are scaling up access to all ranges of treatment, including pharmaceutical-grade diacetylmorphine. We are making sure that we are expanding harm reduction sites, including the passage of Bill C-37 in this House yesterday, to make sure people will have harms reduced, and we will continue to work at all levels to save the lives of Canadians.
Order. Order. The member for St. Albert Edmonton is having trouble containing himself. There are often heated discussions in this place, but members know that the rules provide that we're not to interrupt. We need to listen and hear the questions and the answers.
The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. The government wants to help young Canadians find jobs and improve their lives, but it has a lot of trouble showing it. While youth unemployment is stagnating at about double the national average, precarious employment is exploding. Apparently, we have to get used to that, according to the finance minister. So much so that the expert panel on youth employment issued its report at the end of March, according to a tweet by its chair, but the government has not published it. My question is simple. When will it make this report public and take action to create high-quality jobs for our youth?
We're reviewing the report right now. We'll have more to say about that in the near future. But what I'm excited to talk about is the investment that we continue to make in youth to ensure that they have the skills of today and of tomorrow. And that's why we invested unprecedented amounts in this particular budget of 2017 to make access to skills training available to youth across the country. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, L'Orléans, Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, partisanship, elastic ethics. The first appointment of a senior officer of Parliament by this government is clearly happening against this backdrop. If you don't fund and help the Liberal Party, and even if you have all the skills necessary, you will be set aside. The recipe is simple: $5,000 to the Liberal Party, $500 to the Prime Minister's leadership run, and you get the position of Commissioner of the Official Languages. Is this the recipe for the modus operandi of the Prime Minister for upcoming appointments? Mr. Speaker, our two official languages are a priority for this government. After a very long, open process, Ms. Meyer qualified for the position for 30 years, as I said so. Ms. Meyer has fought for Francophone rights, including Montfort Hospital in Ottawa to guarantee French health care. I mentioned earlier to what extent many groups who support her candidacy throughout the country were convinced she's the best candidate, and we will get the support of both houses, the House of Commons and the Senate.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this Liberal government is taking cash for access to a whole new level. Now, for a $5,000 donation to the Liberal Party, including $500 to the Prime Minister's own leadership campaign, he's appointing Liberal friends to be commissioners of the Official Languages Act, officers of this House. So my question is very simple to the Prime Minister. How big of a donation to the Liberal Party does it take to get appointed as the Ethics Commissioner?
Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Fighting for our government, and after a rigorous, open and transparent merit-based process, Mrs. Meyer emerged as the most qualified candidate for this important position. She has worked tirelessly for the defensive community language, official languages communities rights, and she's been very much involved, especially in the protection of the Montfort Hospital, which was to ensure that Ontarians have access to health care in the language of their choice. We're convinced this is the best candidate suited for this important position, and I hope that the House and the Senate will support this.
The Honourable Order. The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
When it comes to cronyism and appointing friends of the Prime Minister and Kathleen Wynne to plum patronage positions, the light speed at which the Liberals move is simply amazing, Mr. Speaker. Yet when it comes to replacing the Ethics Commissioner, whose term ends in less than 2 months, The appointment process is moving at a snail's pace. With the deadline looming, it can cause one to wonder why the delay. Is the Prime Minister stalling, knowing that the Ethics Commissioner has said she may not have time to complete her investigations into his ethical lapses, or is he hoping the investigation will ride into the sunset along with Mrs. Dawson's retirement?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has said many times that he will answer any questions that the Conflict and Ethics Commissioner has. When it comes to the appointment process, we have introduced a new merit-based appointment process that is open, transparent. All positions to apply are available online. I encourage Canadians to apply. It's a very important position. We know that they do important work, and we will continue to work hard for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to helping the middle class in my riding of Sault Ste. Marie and across this great country. Domestic steel operations directly employ over 22,000 Canadians while supporting an additional 100,000 indirect jobs. In my riding, a strong steel industry helps a strong middle class, including the hardworking members of the United Steelworkers at SR Steel and Tenaris. Will the Parliamentary Secretary of Finance please share with this House how Budget 2017 is strengthening the steel industry in Canada?
The Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd first of all want to thank my colleague from Sault Ste. Marie for his important question and also his continued advocacy for the steel industry. As a part of Budget 2017 and Budget 2016, actually, our government has taken significant steps to support the Canadian steel producers. Most recently, measures in Budget 2017 include important changes to Canada's trade remedy legislation. We consulted with Canada's steel producers, listened to their suggestions, and took action to help best position the industry to address unfair trade practices, grow their businesses, and create good, well-paying jobs for middle-class Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Grand Prairie Mackenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's that time of the year again when families start making plans for their summer vacations. I'm wondering if the Prime Minister can commit to getting an estimate in advance from the Privy Council office on how much his summer vacation dreams might cost. And I'm hoping that he'll maybe take that into consideration when he chooses what to do and where to go this time.
Remind colleagues that questions must be about the responsibility of the government. There's no points of order during question period. The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Yesterday, the inquiry into murdered and missing Indigenous women got a failing grade from the Native Women's Association of Canada. And yesterday, 30 families and Indigenous leaders also said the process is in, quote, serious trouble. A full and independent inquiry was promised to families, but that is not what they're getting. I've asked this before, and the minister has refused to answer. Do the commissioners have full access to inquiry funding? And if not, who is delaying approval of those expenditures?
The Honourable Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
Speaker, our government is committed to ending the ongoing national tragedy of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. The terms of reference of the inquiry make clear that the families should and must be at the centre. I've read the letter from the families. They're making heartfelt suggestions and asking important questions. I am looking forward to hearing the Commissioner's response and to see if our government can do anything to help them. The government has also taken immediate action on root causes with investments in women's shelters, housing, education, and child welfare reform.
The
Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan. Mr. Speaker, the City of Laval is one of the most innovative in Canada, with strong and dynamic technological, scientific, digital, and aerospace sectors. Laval has many interesting projects in order to position itself as a smart city that is green and oriented towards solutions for the future. How can the Smart Cities Challenge encourage our cities to adopt innovative approaches to urban planning and infrastructure that will improve the quality of life of their citizens? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honourable Member for his question. The Smart Cities Challenge will encourage cities to adopt new and innovative approaches to city building, improve the quality of life for residents through the implementation of clean, digitally connected technologies, including green buildings, smart roads, and energy systems. This $300 million program is a great opportunity for Canadian municipalities, and look forward to launching this challenge in the coming months. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals continue to fail Canadian seniors and their families. On Friday, I asked why they're not making palliative care funding a priority. The Parliamentary Secretary's response? Medical aid is dying. Really? The Liberal solution to an aging population is assisted suicide? When will the Liberals get serious about the issues facing Canadian seniors and help those in need of proper home care and palliative care?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question and for his advocacy on behalf of palliative care. We are very happy as a government that we were able to support the provinces and territories to the tune of $6 billion of new money to expand access to home care and palliative care. I've had the opportunity now to work with my counterparts in the provinces and territories, have looked at some of the fantastic programs they're introducing, including an outstanding program in Nova Scotia where paramedics are delivering palliative care. There are wonderful innovations going on to expand palliative care across this country.
The honourable member for Pierre-Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Mr. Speaker, let's look back here. KPMG proposed methods to its clients to defraud the CRA. The government refuses to put an end to contracts it gives to KPMG. CRA hires from KPMG. And now we find out that the treasurer of the Liberal Party, appointed by the Prime Minister during the Isle of Man scandal, used to work at KPMG. Does the Prime Minister realize that with KPMG, his party is falling back into old habits of scheming, conflict of interest, and cronyism that harks back to the sponsorship scandal? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to answer questions by my colleagues opposite and remind them that last year we invested $444 million to combat tax avoidance and tax evasion. This year, $524 million. I think that the catch was pretty good last year because we did end up collecting $13 billion, $1.3 billion with voluntary disclosure. So we have a plan, it's working, and we have evidence of that. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. The Auditor General confirmed what we already knew, Mr. Speaker. This government is not serious. Nothing concrete has been put forward to get us out of the oil industry. It's either redacted or hidden. Giving lessons on the world scene to fight climate change while having no plan here to get out of the fossil fuel business is contradictory, just as it is to give lessons on human rights while selling armored vehicles to Saudi Arabia. When will this government start to take our environment seriously and table a concrete plan to fight climate change? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, we thank the Auditor General for his work and we welcome his recommendations. Our government has a solid plan to invest in clean growth that will create middle-class jobs. We're on the right track to have a low-carbon economy. We've made a commitment with our G20 partners to progressively eliminate ineffective subsidies to the fossil fuel industry by 2025, and we're on the right track to achieve that objective. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Brought to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of the 2017 recipients of the Canadian Institutes of Health Research Gold Leaf Prizes: Dr. Julio Montaner, Dr. John Dick, Dr. Gregory Steinberg, and Dr. Charlotte Loppe. Pursuant to order made earlier today, I now give the floor to the official opposition House Leader.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and express deep gratitude to someone who is a remarkable leader, member of Parliament, mentor, and friend. The member for Sturgeon River Parkland has tirelessly led our party and Her Majesty's loyal opposition for the past 18 months.
She has done so with dedication, with passion and energy, and with professionalism.
All the while, she's consistently shown her sharp intelligence, keen sense of humor, and her genuine kindness and nurture. When the member for Sturgeon River Parkland took over the role as leader of the Conservative Party, it was as interim leader. But never once did she treat this position as a placeholder or merely a fill-in. She gave everything to the role, and in doing so has led and unified a caucus and party through what many would acknowledge could have been a very difficult time. Her capable and true servant leadership style has led our party to a place of strength, effectiveness, and unity. You know you are a great interim leader when people are fighting at policy convention to change all of the rules so that you can run for permanent leader.
Under her leadership, Conservatives have thrived. Our party is strong. Our fundraising is very robust. Our caucus is united. And we are an effective opposition. We are definitely a force that the Liberals have had to reckon with. And that is in no small part due to the leadership of this woman.
Our interim leader has shown and excelled in her role. Whatever she has taken on as an MP or a minister, she's given 110% and delivered impressive results, some of which I'm going to speak about momentarily. But what few people know is, like many women, the member for Sturgeon River Parkland, known to most as Rana, never thought she would run for public office. In fact, she never even considered it, which is typical of many women. After resisting many calls for her to throw her hat in the political ring, she was finally convinced by Stephen Harper to take the political plunge and compete for the nomination to be the Conservative candidate in Edmonton's Spruce Grove. A nomination race which had the unique distinction of having 9 candidates, making it one of the largest nomination races in the history of the Conservative Party of Canada. And against all odds, and in spite of being told that she didn't have a chance, she persevered and in 2004 won the nomination against 7 men and 1 woman. She's our example of a strong, competitive, no quotas needed Conservative woman. Since then, the member for Sturgeon River Parkland has gone on to win her seat in 5 straight federal elections. Prior to being elected interim leader of the Conservative Party, the member served in Stephen Harper's cabinet as Minister of the Environment, Intergovernmental Affairs, Western Economic Diversification, Labour, Public Works and Government Services Canada, Status of Women, and Health. Throughout her career as a cabinet minister, she has left a lasting legacy of public service and results. When she was appointed to cabinet in 2006, she had the unique distinction of becoming the youngest woman in Canadian history to be appointed to cabinet. As Minister of State for the Status of Women, she was instrumental in leading the charge as our Conservative government, in the face of opposition from many sides, fought to ensure that First Nations women who live on reserve have the same property rights during divorce as women who don't live on reserve. During 2011, she continued that work for women who need a voice by being the champion at the UN for the adoption of a resolution declaring an annual International Day of the Girl. 122 member states were persuaded by her, and as a result of her efforts, every October 11th, we celebrate this important day internationally. And as Minister of Health, she played a leading role in the worldwide response to the Ebola crisis. During this very challenging time, she led the charge to ensure that not only Canadians were protected, but that countries most affected by the outbreak were receiving the necessary support to treat Ebola right there on the ground. In addition to working to make sure that mobile treatment units were made available in various devastated regions, she moved heaven and earth so that the Canadian-made experimental Ebola vaccine could move quickly through clinical trials. The Canadian vaccine has proven to be safe and effective and will undoubtedly save many lives. Most recently, as leader of the official opposition, the member for Sturgeon River Parkland has fought tirelessly to advance the rights of victims. Whether it was her diligent commitment to helping Yazidi girls find refuge in Canada or her strong record in advancing legislation to defend the rights of victims, including Wynn's Law, and most recently successfully passing her private member's bill, more commonly known as the JUST Act.
Here, here.
Our interim leader has always had a heart to help those who are less fortunate. She is someone who cares deeply about justice and mercy, and her work on so many files in this regard is a testament to her undying dedication to justice being served, but served in a compassionate way, especially for victims who are too often forgotten. But while the member for Sturgeon River Parkland's records of achievement in political life are numerous and known to many, there are certain things that many people don't know about her. So,
great.
A little known fact is that her chief of staff, Gary Keller, and I actually ran against her in an election. Let me explain. In 2004, Gary ran against her in that nomination race. You know, the one where she beat 7 men? Well, Gary was one of those men that she beat. And I tried to run against her for interim leader. Needless to say, Gary and I both lost. But the reason I raise this is not just to highlight the fact that the member for Sturgeon River Parkland is a tremendous campaigner and an inspirational leader. Those are well-known facts. I raise this to bear witness to the tremendous character of this amazing woman. Her willingness to trust even one-time adversaries to then become some of her closest advisors is a testament to her uncanny ability to see the best in people and her capacity to rise above and beyond the cut and thrust of politics to do what is right and what's for the greater good in each and every situation. So here, though, are some fun facts about our interim leader. She speaks fluent Portuguese. She loves to hike in the mountains and does so quite often with her good friend Lorene Harper. And just last year, she almost threw up on U2's Bono. But that's a story for another day. But, Mr. Speaker, our interim leader's dedication and love for politics is nothing compared to her love for her family. Because I think if you would ask her, she would say why she is able to be so successful in public life, she would tell you is due to the constant love, support, and influence of those who matter most to her. As a child growing up around the kitchen table, her family loved to talk about current events and happenings all over the world. It was through these conversations that she developed a love and an appreciation for important issues and a passion to solve problems and to do the right thing. Ironically enough, the member for Sturgeon River Parkland quite dislikes partisan fights. In fact, I have to tell you, there have been a couple of occasions just before she's going to rise in question period to hammer the Prime Minister with the hard-hitting question that he probably won't answer. She will look over to us and say, to one of us and say, quick, say something to make me mad so that I'll look a little more angry. I think all of us in this House have seen that she really is not especially partisan and that she would rather try to help and solve problems in a collegial way. Mr. Speaker, the love of her life and soon-to-be husband, JP, will attest to the member's incredible devotion to her family. And at this time, and on behalf of our entire caucus and party, I want to thank JP for his incredible JP for his incredible support of her through this amazing, but I'm sure somewhat exhausting adventure. I know, JP, that you have been Rana's rock, constant, encouraging, and so present. through good times and challenging times, and I know we all want to thank you for your sacrifice and willingness to share her with our Conservative family. Thanks, VP. I also know that she is very much looking forward to having a little bit more time to spend with you, JP, and her stepchildren, whom she loves so much and is always bragging about, McKenna, Garrison, and Shanice. To her dear parents, Jim and Colleen Chapchuk, thank you for having raised such a remarkable woman. You have so To her brothers, James and Morley, I hear you don't always agree on politics, and so your sister got good practicing defending her position, and I'm sure winning arguments with common sense Conservative policy. But thank you for giving her the chance to practice being a strong woman in a political world often dominated by men. I'm sure the Prime Minister isn't so grateful after what she's put him through the last 18 months, but on this side we all are. And finally to you, Rana, my dear friend. Thank you so much for your trust and confidence in asking me to be your House Leader. Working with you has been one of the best experiences in my time here in Ottawa. Thank you for your example to me of being this amazing blend of both intellect and knowledge coupled with heart, soul, and compassion. Your confidence and strong leadership has been a true inspiration, not only to me, but to a whole generation of young women striving to make their mark in the world. On behalf of our Conservative caucus and all members of the Conservative Party of Canada, thank you. You have not quite done. Not only helped our party remain united during a very long leadership race, but you've made sure our party is stronger than ever. And as you prepare to pass on the baton to our new leader, who will be elected in less than 2 weeks, my friend, you can be immensely proud of what you have done. The honourable member from Sturgeon River Parkland, our interim leader, will be greatly missed as the leader of Her Majesty's loyal opposition. However, you will always remain close to our hearts, no matter what road you take. We love you, Rana. Yeah.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the great privilege of rising in this House today to give my thanks to someone who is liked and respected by everyone who sits in this place.
Has not merely filled the role of political leader, but who has truly owned it and made it her own and dedicated herself fully to one of our democracy's most demanding jobs. I'm speaking, of course, of the leader of Her Majesty's official opposition and interim Conservative Party leader, the honourable member for Sturgeon River Parkland. Dans seulement 11 jours,
in just 11 days, the members of the Conservative Party of Canada will elect a new leader, and the current leader's official mandate will come to an end. No matter how she decides to continue to serve Canadians, the contributions she has made in this House will stand the test of time. These contributions not only reflect her skills, they also remind us all that hard-working politicians can rise above the fray for the good of Canadians. Great defender of the cause of women and girls, the Leader of the Opposition, in her former capacity as Minister of the Status of Women, helped Canada's team at the United Nations create the International Day of the Girl. Since then, it is thanks, in large part to her hard work, that we celebrate this day every year in October. As an experienced minister, she always set an example by serving Canadians with both elegance and determination, all the while managing many different portfolios, including the environment, intergovernmental affairs, labour, public works, status of women, and health.
Serving as an interim leader is a tough job that the Leader of the Opposition has embraced with a confidence and a commitment to service that impresses everyone who has the privilege of working with her, for her, and opposite her. And throughout it all, she has remained true to her own values, something we saw earlier this year when she introduced a private member's bill that, once passed, will require federal judges to undergo comprehensive training in sexual assault law, so that survivors She has helped ensure that survivors will feel the full support of the law at the time they need it most. Mr. Speaker, the honourable member and I obviously disagree on a good many things, but no one can doubt that she cares deeply about this country and has always been willing to work hard to make things better for her constituents and for all Canadians. In fact, last year, as part of Maclean's Parliamentarian of the Year Awards, members of this House voted to declare her the hardest working Member of Parliament, a great honour indeed. And the one above all others that guaranteed everyone in this House really wants to win. The Leader of the Opposition also has a tremendous sense of humour. Her April Fool gags, Mr. Speaker, always funnier than mine. Her bull riding jokes, definitely funnier than mine. Mais ce qui m'a probablement le...
But I think what impressed me the most about the opposition leader was her commitment to speaking from the heart. Whether speaking about the sudden death of our colleague, Member Jim Hillier, or about the devastating forest fires in her home province of Alberta, the opposition leader showed everyone, both within this House and beyond, the power of expressing oneself sincerely. This is a truly Canadian approach, characterized by goodwill and authenticity, just like the leader herself.
Speaker, as we learned this morning, the honourable member for Sturgeon River Parkland will not only be leaving her position as Leader of the Official Opposition, she will also be resigning her seat and leaving federal politics. I hope that the Leader understands how keenly she will be missed. And I hope she knows that thanks to the leadership she has shown here, she is leaving this House a much better place. A place where the things that mattered so much to her, the interest of women and girls, Albertans and all Canadians, will continue to be supported and upheld. We will be forever grateful for the heart, humour, and hard work she shared with us these past 12 years, and wish her and her family all the very best in the years to come. Thank you for all you have done, Rana. You will be missed by all of us.
L'honorable député d'Out.
The honourable member for Outremont.
Monsieur le Président,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
today we pay tribute to the extraordinary member for Sturgeon River Parkland and interim leader of the Conservative Party for her service as a member of Parliament, as a minister, and as leader of the official opposition, and thank her for the honour, integrity, and passion she has brought to this House over the years. We learned last night that not only will the member be handing over the reins to a new leader, but she will also be stepping down as MP. That news was met with an outpouring of recognition and tremendous gratitude, and rightly so, Mr. Speaker. She will be missed as an MP and as a great leader of the Conservative Party. My personal favourite, for the record. Now, in less than 2 weeks, a new Conservative leader will be chosen, and we don't know who that'll be, but we know it won't be Kevin O'Leary, so I guess for that, at least we can be thankful. I thought today that I would tell a story that demonstrates why the member for Sturgeon River Parkland is so widely respected. This House is often filled with passionate debate and disagreement, as it should be. As opposition leaders of often diametrically opposed parties, we frequently have very different perspectives on issues. But sometimes we can find common ground and bypass party differences for the greater good. In March, the Leader of the official opposition and I, and ultimately all members of this House, were able to come together and do just that. Une série de décisions troublantes.
A series of troubling decisions demonstrated that, once again, our legal system is doing an awful job when dealing with cases of sexual assault and protection of victims. A ruling made in Halifax clearly demonstrated that appropriate training for judges in cases of sexual assault was not only necessary, but urgently needed. The Criminal Code stipulates that there can be no consent unless when the plaintiff is incapable of consenting to the act. But this ruling ran completely counter to the Criminal Code, so naturally it was necessary to act and act quickly.
Legislation, Bill C-337, that would require judges undergo comprehensive training in sexual assault law. I was very impressed with the proposed bill. It's an important step forward for survivors of sexual assault who are struggling in a judicial system that far too often fails them. And it was clear to me that the legislation should receive unanimous support, not only due to the urgency of the problem, but also because at that moment in particular, it was critically important that every member of this House come together and say, we believe survivors. Well, we reached out to the member and her office and offered to endorse the bill and fast-track it to committee by proposing unanimous consent. That unanimous consent was forthcoming. It's rare for all leaders of political parties to support each other's legislation, and even more rare for leaders to propose unanimous consent for each other's legislation. But when it comes to how our judicial system handles cases of sexual assault, I'm so proud to say that the members of this House unanimously agreed to put survivors first, Mr. Speaker. Alors, très sincèrement.
And so, very sincerely, I thank the Leader of the official opposition for the great deal of work she has accomplished with this bill. I know that all of this goes back to the time the honourable member was studying at university. She participated in a project that studied the way that people who reported their sexual assault were treated in court. And so I know how important this is to her. And I am so honoured that her bill was passed in the House yesterday.
Donc, je la remercie.
And so I thank her for demonstrating so much openness to cooperation and to nonpartisan work. This led to the accomplishment of this work. I will always feel great pride for this moment, and I hope that she will feel the same. I can say that, without a doubt, the leadership of the member for Sturgeon River Parkland in this House has certainly gained the respect of all of the New Democratic Caucus. Mr. Speaker, to conclude, to our colleague, the Leader of the official opposition, to her family, and to her exceptional spouse, JP, Catherine and I wish you years of peace and happiness together.
L'honorable député de Pierre Boucher.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois pressed the Liberal government to act on the Rona file. It did nothing, and we lost a jewel. Today, this House is losing another. The interim leader, who has all the necessary qualities to be a full-time leader, in my humble opinion, the Conservative interim leader has decided to leave politics. The House of Commons is losing a great parliamentarian. Obviously, we rarely share her political positions, but we've always admired her class, her energy, and her conviction. The opposition leader is a great lady. With her mischievous sense of humor, she often succeeded in getting the Conservative Party to go viral on social media. I was thinking of her very funny mannequin challenge, or when she even put Stornoway on Airbnb for an April Fool's joke. All of this gave the Conservative Party a much more modern and dynamic image. The Conservative Party is the party of oil, big corporate bosses, and old-fashioned right-wing morality, the kind that would have voted Trump. Not a nice mix, but their leader was a breath of fresh air. And given the party's positions, that's really quite a feat, everything that she accomplished. The interim Conservative leader also managed to give a sense of unity to a party involved in a seemingly endless leadership race with how many candidates? 30 or more? I've lost count. She was the living example of unity for her party the day after the last election, and in this regard, she has served very well. I can't help but highlight her will to move women's issues forward, particularly with her bill, but also with her firm attitude in favor of equality. We've seen her clap for the Bloc's questions. Yes, it happens. When it was a matter of equality between women and men, and that is entirely to her credit. And so it is a great parliamentarian leaving us today, and I'm sure that the Conservative Party will not be able to find a better leader this weekend than the one they had until today. Congratulations, Madam Leader of the Opposition.
Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Je prends la parole aujourd'hui pour honorer mon collègue.
I rise today to honor my colleague and my friend. I met the member for Sturgeon River Parkland 11 years ago.
Yet, I was executive director of the Sierra Club of Canada when I first sat down at a table opposite the current leader, interim leader of the Conservative Party. She was then Minister of Environment. And it's a tribute to her personal characteristics of fairness and kindness and just plain likability that I couldn't help liking her as we discussed the Kyoto Protocol. We always, and I'd like to say always, I've searched my memory banks. I can't remember a single time in the last 11 years when I haven't thought well of her as a person, even if we disagreed. We share many things, a love of dogs, a love of hiking in the wilderness, and we also shared much when she was Minister for Health. So I want to pause for that period and thank her once again. Elle a joué un rôle clé.
She played a key role to ensure the quick passage of Bill C-442. That was the Lyme disease bill. We're working on the national framework for that bill now.
Minister of Health deciding that a private member's bill from an opposition party leader would be okay to support. To have it pass unanimously in the House of Commons and the Senate isn't about all the independent decision-making of all the MPs. Honestly, if the Minister of Health hadn't supported that bill, it would have died right there. So I want to thank her once again for supporting remedies for the people across this country suffering from Lyme disease. And I also want to pay personal tribute to the fact that under her leadership and in the government of Stephen Harper, the strongest legislation ever taking Big Pharma to task, Vanessa's Law, was passed. And that's solid, and it's a tribute I want to pay publicly. Lastly, finally, as another woman in politics leading a much teenier, weenier party, teeny weeny over here in the corner, I just want to say that everything she's ever done as interim leader of the official opposition has demonstrated that women can do everything just as well as a man. And in fact, it reminds me so much. I saw her earlier today standing at the podium in the foyer. I don't know how she stands in those shoes. I don't understand how anyone can walk in those shoes. They're phenomenal high heels. They're very, very gorgeous. And it reminded me so much of what they often said of Ginger Rogers and Fred Astaire. She danced just as well as he did, but backwards and in heels. Hats off to the leader of the official opposition. We will miss you.
Colleagues, before I call on the Leader of the Official Opposition, allow me to add my words of congratulations on her many accomplishments, on her professionalism, and on her devotion to her constituents and to Canada. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition, Honourable Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
I wish to thank my honourable colleagues on both sides of the House for their tributes that are so generous. It's nice but hard to get compliments in the House, but it doesn't make their words any less important.
From all sides of the House for their thoughtful and generous tributes. It really has been the privilege of my life to serve as the Leader of Her Majesty's Loyal Opposition and Interim Leader of the Conservative Party of Canada. Now, before I get to thank yous, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to make a point. Mr. Speaker, you know better than anyone that for this place to function, we also need a good opposition, no matter what party. A great Canadian Prime Minister, the Right Honourable John Diefenbaker, said once, if Parliament is to be preserved as a living institution, His Majesty, or as we know now, Her Majesty's Loyal Opposition, must fearlessly perform its functions. When it properly discharges them, the preservation of our freedom is assured. It must be vigilant against oppression and unjust invasions by the Cabinet of the rights of the people. It finds fault. It suggests amendments. It asks questions and it elicits information. It arouses, educates, and molds public opinion by voice and vote. It must scrutinize every action by the government, and in doing so prevents the shortcuts through democratic procedure that governments like to make. Well, Mr. Speaker, I hope that I've in some small part done my job as Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, I have to say I'm overwhelmed by the kind comments and good wishes from my colleagues, but I wanted to say to the members that are new in the House, if you're wondering how long it takes or how long you have to be here till people say nice things about you, you actually don't have to wait, you just have to quit. I really want to thank my good friend and our House Leader for her heartfelt words she's conveyed on behalf of our caucus and our members of our party. It's truly humbling. And of course, I want to thank my caucus because it was they who put their trust in me to lead the party for this time. And I have loved every minute of it. In large part, that's because I get to work with this amazing group of people every single day, and I'm so proud of what we have accomplished together. Now, Mr. Speaker, I know people say that being a leader of a caucus is a challenge, and I'm sure the Prime Minister, leader of the NDP, knows what that feels like. I hope one day the leader of the Green Party will know what that feels like, too. But really, people say leading a caucus of politicians is like herding cats, but at least it's better than dealing with the media, which is like giving a cat a bath. I sincerely want to thank the Prime Minister for his generous words, especially after I just hammered him in question period. In all seriousness, Mr. Speaker, we've had a very respectful working relationship. I want to thank him for supporting my private member's bill, and with all sincerity, I want to wish him the best, to Sophie and the kids and his whole family, all the best. But Mr. Speaker, it must be said that never again will two competitors be so well matched up for the battle of best hair. I want to thank the leader of the NDP for his words, for his friendship, and in particular I want to thank him, and he mentioned it, for his unequivocal support for my private member's bill. I want to thank him for that. I also need to tell him he's earned some very good Western street cred. When my spouse JP, now they've become really good friends. That always happens when anyone meets JP. Right. But when he found out the leader of the NDP wears cowboy boots all the time, but not just any cowboy boots. He wears the kind of cowboy boots that real cowboys wear. And I want to wish him and Catherine and the whole family all the best. I also thank very much the great words of my friend from the Green Party and my colleagues from the Bloc. They're truly humbling. I want to thank my parents who are here. I'm so fortunate to have them in my life. They're amazing people who taught us the important things like respect and compassion and integrity, and I want to thank them. My brothers who are here, both of them are here, and after all these years, we're still good friends, even though, Mr. Speaker, one of them votes NDP. Who knows, Mr. Speaker, maybe they both do. I don't know, but I'm happy that they're here. I'm also thankful to have my in-laws here and so many friends. I'm so incredibly thankful to all of you for being supportive, loving, and extremely patient through these years. I want to thank my constituents, my volunteers back home who have worked with me over the years on many campaigns and have been especially understanding over the last 18 months while I traveled across the country as leader. And of course to all my staff over the years in all the offices, the riding here on the Hill, at the Conservative Party headquarters, in the Leader's office. Thank you for your commitment, your passion, and your professionalism. We've had a lot of fun. And they're great, Mr. Speaker. My staff, even those who have left the Hill, have always referred to themselves affectionately as Team Ambrose. And the great little group that I travel with now on tour calls themselves the Rontourage. And they've made work a lot of fun, and truly my success is their success. And Mr. Speaker, I also want to take a moment to give a special thanks to my friend and mentor, the Right Honourable Stephen Harper and his wife, Lorraine. He gave me his trust and his friendship, and for that I am forever grateful. And I thank the two of them because they've just been wonderful. And lastly, but most importantly, of course, I want to thank JP and the kids because they make my life so great. When they came along, almost. We'll get through it. You'll see. Yeah, through the nose. Yeah. Breathe through the nose. But, Mr. Speaker, they embrace this crazy life with so much enthusiasm, and I thank them for that. In fact, Mr. Speaker, it's great because it's reminded me about how important the little things in life are. And it reminds me of a story. When Garrison was only 6, he said to me, "What did you do today?" And at the time, I was the Minister of Health. So I proceeded to tell him about the important meetings that I had that day, the important people that I met, the important decisions that I made, the press conference that I had, the millions of dollars that I gave away to some stakeholder, and then he said, "So what else did you do?" And that says it all. That says it all, Mr. Speaker. But like many of you, I've seen the exposure to this life that has really benefited them, and they've just thrived in it and loved it. McKenna, when she was only 8, did a speech about International Day of the Girl in front of 1,200 students to talk about the importance of girls' education. Was only only 8 when he actually talked about the importance of science for kids, and this was in front of 2,000 people before he handed the mic over to astronaut Chris Hadfield. So, Mr. Speaker, they've done quite well in this life, let me tell you. But one of our favorite memories is when I had to work on a weekend, and they had some friends here in Ottawa. So we came to Parliament so I could do my job, and the security guards gave them access, an all-access pass. I hope that's okay. An all-access pass. And they literally had run of the house, of this house, and played hide and seek. So I'm thankful that my life has afforded us such fun and lasting memories. And lastly, I want to thank JP, who has been a rock for me since the day we met. He embraced this life. So doing, he made it a partnership from day one, and we've had a blast together. And Mr. Speaker, he always says, never would he have imagined, as a former bull riding champion, that he would be hosting tea parties at Stornoway. But he did. But he did. Yes. But he did. Benny brought, of course, his down-to-earth love of life and love of people to everything that he did. But there wasn't just tea parties. He handed out candy to the kids at Halloween at Stornoway, but it wasn't really fair because he dressed up as a cowboy. He brought beer pong tournaments for the interns to Stornoway, karaoke for the press gallery parties, great bands, and even a mechanical bull for our caucus parties. The truth is, Mr. Speaker, everybody loves JP. In fact, one of my caucus colleagues actually said this to me, Rana, the truth is, if JP ran against you in a nomination, I'm not sure who I'd vote for. So, Mr. Speaker, words cannot express our love and thanks to our friends and family for making this such an unforgettable part of our lives. We're excited to start a new chapter of our lives. Now, we won't be far away, and I'm still here till June. Yes. So I want to say what an honor it's been to serve in this great place. So thank you. I've enjoyed every minute of it. Thank you.
I must say that I'm actually less concerned about this talk of all-access passes than I am about the topic of hair coming up so often around here. But best wishes to you, Rana, and to your family in the future. All the best. Orders of the day.
Orders, government bills, comments. Resuming debate on a motion on Senate amendments to Bill C-7, an act to amend the Public Service Labor Relations Act, the Public Service Labor Relations and Employment Board Act, and other acts, and to provide for certain other measures.
order. I encourage members to carry on their conversations, and in some cases their hugs, which is great to see, in the lobbies. Resuming debate. There is 2.5 minutes left remaining in questions and comments following the speech of the Honourable Member for Parry Sound Muskoka. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we caught the tail end of the member's comments just before a question period. We're talking about the importance of our RCMP, and I think sometimes it is worthwhile in terms of looking where we can find consensus within legislation. And I think where there is a consensus, I believe from all members of this House, is in fact recognizing the fantastic work that our RCMP officers do day in and day out for all Canadians. We applaud them on those efforts. The question that I have for the member is that it seems to me that this issue has had a great deal of debate already. Whether it was in second reading, it was in committee, there was even discussions prior to the last national election, quite frankly. There has been a great deal of discussion on the issue, and would the member not agree that ultimately it is a healthy thing to see this ultimately go back to the Senate?
The Honourable Member for Parry Sound Muskoka.
Thank the Honourable Member again for his commentary. And indeed, I believe I prefaced my remarks by saying we as a caucus are not opposed to the Supreme Court of Canada decision. It's a fact that there will be, of course, collective bargaining for the RCMP, and of course, there will be a right to organize for RCMP officers. The issue before us are the amendments that were proposed by the Senate that have been adopted by the Liberal government. And our point on this side of the House is very clear. While we accept certain of the amendments and accept the position of the government on certain aspects of it, a crystal clear point of demarcation is on the right to a secret ballot. And that we cannot have any kind of compromise. We think it's fundamental to the expression of will by RCMP officers, just as it is in democracy as a whole.
Resuming debate, reprise le débat, l'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard-Saint-Michel.
As a member of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security, I am pleased to have this opportunity to speak in support of the government's proposed response to the amendment to Bill C-7.
Madam Speaker, I'll be sharing my time with the member for Madawaska-Restigouche.
Amendments is in line with our stated position, Madam Speaker. In this response, we demonstrate our support for the dedicated and proud members of Canada's National Police Service. Madam Speaker, who could be more deserving of such support than the dedicated and proud members of Canada's National Police Service who protect Canadians on so many fronts? Members of the RCMP come to work every day with the goal of serving Canada and protecting Canadians. They are the people who protect the Governor-General, the Prime Minister, and other ministers of the Crown, visiting royalty and dignitaries, and diplomatic missions. They are the people who participate in international policing efforts, who safeguard the integrity of our borders and provide counter-terrorism and domestic security. They are the people who enforce our federal laws against commercial crime, counterfeiting, drug trafficking, and organized crime. And they are the people who provide policing services under contract to 8 provinces, the 3 territories, and more than 150 municipalities. Madam Speaker, this bill with amendments helps support those who protect us. And these men and women, recognized as a symbol of Canada around the world, deserve our respect. In addition, Madam Speaker, over the past few years, the RCMP has taken action to promote a respectful and healthy workplace. For example, a new code of conduct was implemented that specifically identifies harassment as a contravention of the code. Harassment in the workplace is an issue the Government of Canada takes very seriously. Discrimination based on gender or sexual orientation, as well as bullying and harassment, is simply unacceptable. What's more, in February 2016, the Minister of Public Safety asked the Civilian Review and Complaints Commission to undertake a comprehensive review of the RCMP's policies and procedures on workplace harassment, and to evaluate the implementation of the recommendations the Commission made in 2013. In addition, in July 2016, the Minister of Public Safety announced the appointment of Sheila Fraser as a special advisor. Her role has been to provide advice and recommendations to the Minister regarding the application of various policies and processes by the RCMP after the filing of legal proceedings against the organization in 4 specific cases. The recommendations by Ms. Fraser and the Commission will be carefully reviewed and will inform further work on improving the workplace of the RCMP. I would like to thank Ms. Fraser and Ian MacPhail for their work, as well as the many individuals who agreed to be interviewed and who provided information that led to the findings and the recommendations. I should also mention the RCMP has launched the Informal Conflict Management Program and a 5-year mental health strategy for all employees. Madam Speaker, the RCMP has made great strides with the initiatives, programs, and policies it has implemented. These steps are important not only to the RCMP, but ultimately to Canadians who rely on them for integrity and effective policy. Our proposed response to the amendments increases the scope of what can be discussed and potentially included in a collective agreement to include issues such as harassment. Let me turn to the specifics of the government's response to these amendments. As I just stated, our government accepts the amendment to remove the restrictions on what may be included in collective agreements and arbitral awards that are specific to the RCMP. This amendment ensures that the employer and any future RCMP member bargaining agent can engage in meaningful discussions in good faith on topics of importance to RCMP members and reservists. This amendment increases the scope of the issues that can be discussed at the bargaining table. Issues now include transfers and appraisals and matters commonly associated with harassment and general aspects of workplace wellness, such as the promotion of a respectful workplace and early conflict resolution. It is in support of our National Police Service that we also accept, with some modifications, the amendment to include a management rights clause as part of the new labour relations regime for RCMP members and reservists. We have the utmost respect for the Commissioner's authority to manage the RCMP and ensure the operational integrity of the police service. What is at stake here is the safety and security of Canadians. Keeping Canadians safe is a serious responsibility, Madam Speaker, and our government takes this responsibility seriously. We propose a more targeted management rights clause to focus on the authorities that the RCMP Commissioner needs to ensure effective police operations. We do this because we also value the rights of the RCMP members and reservists, the dedicated men and women who risk their lives every day to keep Canadians safe. With these two measures alone, I am confident that the motion before us today addresses the key concerns with the bill. We must preserve the restrictions on what can be negotiated that replicate those that have applied to the rest of the federal public service for over 40 years. We must also maintain the current mandate of the Public Service Labor Relations and Employment Board. Expanding this mandate to include all matters pertaining to terms and conditions of employment would result in two different grievance processes that might lead to conflicting decisions. Finally, the government cannot proceed with the amendment requiring a secret ballot vote to certify a bargaining agent to represent RCMP members and reservists. The secret ballot amendment is contrary to Bill C-4, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code, the Parliamentary Employment and Staff Relations Act, the Public Service Labour Relations Act, and the Income Tax Act. Bill C-4, which was introduced in the House of Commons on January 28, 2016, seeks to repeal legislation adopted in 2013 that sought to undermine unions' organizing efforts. Bill C-4 puts the discretion of certification with the Public Service Labor Relations Act and Employment Board whether there will be a secret ballot or a card check. The board will make sure that the members' interests are reflected in the choice made. Madam Speaker, to conclude, as we celebrate Canada's 150 years, let us not forget one of Canada's most venerable police services, which is why, Madam Speaker, our government urges all members to proudly support the proposed response to the amendments of Bill C-7. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask the member across the way about the government's use of time allocation on this bill. The use of time allocation suggests that the government perceives some urgency in passing its response to these amendments. However, the Senate provided its amendments in June of last year. So the government waited 11 months to bring its response to the Senate amendments to the House, and is now using time allocation to limit debate in this House to only a few days. So if this is such an urgent issue, why did the government sit on it for 11 months? And if it's not an urgent issue, why is the government imposing time allocation now?
L'honorable député de Saint-Léonard.
Honourable member for St. Leonard Saint-Michel.
Time allocation was explained by the government's House Leader. I simply reiterate the response that she provided. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened intently to the speech across there, and I realize that this whole thing came about because of a Supreme Court decision. But the one part that really bothers me extensively, and I spoke in this House before, is the secret ballot. Now, I want to put through you, Madam Chair, to the member across from us. Now, just say he had to vote, along with his whole caucus, whether they wanted to remove the Prime Minister for some reason. Hypothetically, I hope you can understand, hypothetically, you have to remove your boss. Now, would you like to do it with a private, secret vote? Or would you like to do it standing up in front of him so he knows who his allies were and who the people against him were? Ask that member through you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Saint-Léonard.
Honourable member for Saint-Léonard Saint-Michel.
I want to thank the member for his question. And I will state very clearly, I will not answer his question, as it is so extremely hypothetical. However, I will answer, if I may, I will answer the underlying assumption, which is about secret ballot, which I think is a very fair question. and one that should be addressed. And I've been a labor law professor for 35 years, and it's certainly something that I address in the books that I write, and it's something that I address in the classes that I teach. I'll even say that what my personal views might be are certainly not necessarily what I'm exposing right here, but I have to say one thing. I believe that the concept that we have of our labor laws was conceived in the 19th century, and the workplace is so dramatically different that it is not even, the similarities no longer exist. And what I regret is that in 2013, the government at the time did not undertake a fundamental review of all the basic concepts of our labor legislation.
Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Saint-Léonard, Sainte-Marie, for his words and for his work on the Standing Parliamentary Committee on Public Safety and National Security. Mr. Speaker, we're aware, and certainly a law professor, labor law professor, will be aware of all of the initiatives that have come forward since 2014 addressing workplace harassment in the RCMP. So I'd like to ask the member why he believes that, in his own words, meaningful discussion and good faith on issues of workplace wellness and harassment will improve the labor regime for the collective, the bargaining for the RCMP members.
Une brève réponse du député de Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel.
A brief answer from the member.
The concept that we have of labor relations is one where you have one certified agent and negotiate on behalf of all the members with the employer. And therefore, this certified agent gets instructions from its members who provide it with information. And therefore, you have at the bargaining table the two entities that are best informed by what happens in the workplace and that are in the best possible position to craft the most adequate solutions.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm thrilled to have the opportunity to participate in the debate about the government's response to Bill C-7. This bill marks a historic step in labour relations for the RCMP. If passed, RCMP members and reservists would for the first time have the same right to collective bargaining as other Canadians. Madam Speaker, RCMP members have a long tradition of exceptional dedication to this country. We've just celebrated the 100th anniversary of the Battle of Vimy Ridge, and so I think it's appropriate to mention that many brave members of the RCMP participated in this battle. In fact, during World War I, the Canadian government had first refused to deploy RCMP members overseas. But many of these members wouldn't take no for an answer. They chose to leave the former Northwest Mounted Police in order to join the ranks of the Canadian Expeditionary Force. During the battle for Vimy Ridge, these former members fought side by side with the Canadian forces, and many of them distinguished themselves in battle. A century later, RCMP members are still just as brave. They are now fighting the illicit drug trade or fighting organized crime. They play a role on the front line in maintaining public safety. And we need to ensure that they work in a safe environment. When it comes to harassment, Madam Speaker, I can assure my colleagues that the government takes this question very seriously. The government's goal, and the goal of the RCMP, is to create a safe working environment free of harassment. When there are allegations of harassment, our goal is to have strong processes in place to be able to solve the problems safely and effectively. I'd like to thank Ms. Fraser and the Civilian Review and Complaints Commission for their work on these reports concerning RCMP harassment, which were published this week. I also want to thank the brave individuals who agreed to be interviewed as part of this report. Madam Speaker, it's important that we all support the work of RCMP members, and it's important that we take all necessary steps to help them carry out exercise their right to collective bargaining. Which brings us back to Bill C-7. As you know, the Government of Canada has tabled this bill in response to an important ruling by the Supreme Court of Canada made in January 2015. In its ruling, the Supreme Court concluded that the provision that excluded RCMP members from the Public Service Labour Relations Act was unconstitutional. This provision prevented them from choosing their own leader, or rather from choosing to be represented by a bargaining agent, a right which all other Canadians have. I would like to thank the Supreme Court of Canada for having made this ruling. This important ruling gave us the opportunity to modernize the labour relations system, which applies to RCMP members and reservists. Bill C-7 gives members the freedom to choose to be represented by a union if they so choose, and to have collective bargaining through this organization so that their needs can be heard. This is the same freedom that all other police officers in Canada have. I think that's important to mention. The bill aims to ensure that RCMP members' rights are upheld while still protecting Canadian safety. Madam Speaker, the bill has been studied rigorously by experts, stakeholders, parliamentary committees, and senators. And we have followed up by making changes concerning the treatment of job-related injuries early in the process. The government's response was to accept some of the amendments proposed by the Senate, modifying others and rejecting others. The government agrees to withdraw from Bill C-7 the restrictions concerning the arbitration rulings and negotiations within the RCMP, and adopting a targeted management rights clause. These amendments would allow the employer and any future bargaining agent of the RCMP to have real discussions in good faith on important subjects for RCMP members and reservists. This approach would preserve the RCMP Commissioner's power to ensure the operational integrity of the police force and ensure the safety of Canadians. Some limits concerning the question could be included in collective agreements and arbitration rulings if they are consistent with the Public Service Labour Relations Act, which applies to the rest of the federal public service. The government also rejects the requirement to have a secret ballot for the certification of the bargaining agent representing the RCMP members and reservists. It's important to mention that this bill does not deny the RCMP the option of having a secret ballot. It simply allows the Public Service Labour Relations Commission to decide what is appropriate under the circumstances, a vote or a verification of cards, one or the other. If the bill were passed, the president of the Public Service Labour Relations Board would have to take into consideration the requirement of having at least 2 commissioners with a knowledge of police organizations present when proceeding with appointments. The government does not accept the broadening of the Commission's mandate in order to have it hear grievances concerning a wider range of issues relating to labor relations. This would be incompatible with the application of the Public Service Labour Relations Act and would create an overlap in appeals and grievances procedures, which are established under the RCMP Act. Madam Speaker, thanks to this government's proposed response, we have made the best bill possible, which takes into consideration many hours of healthy debate and discussion. Consequently, we should not wait any longer. The Public Service Labour Relations Act, in its current form, does not fully take into account the concerns and interests of the RCMP members. That is why we need to move forward with this bill, And we need to set up a labor relations framework for the RCMP members and reservists that will give them the freedom to choose to be represented by a bargaining agent, and which will take into consideration the particular needs of our national police force. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock. Oh, sorry. Bow River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yeah, we move our desks every once in a while. So, the previous speaker, and it goes also to this one, saying that labor law has changed significantly since 1900, but we're sort of maybe in some archaic times. One of the things that the government had proposed as far as voting for us was electronic voting rather than standing, and they were preferring to see we might be able to do electronic voting even in our own offices. So that seems counteractive to what they're proposing under this legislation. Instead of standing up and card voting, they were proposing for us to do electronic voting, which would be very invisible compared to card-holding voting. So I wonder what if this member would respond to is their party had proposed something significantly different electronically voting as to the former speaker from that party saying we need to get updated into now. Seems a little different. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Madawaska, Restigouche. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my honourable colleague for the question. I know that the matter of mandatory secret vote seems to be very important for the opposition. However, after having heard from many witnesses, after having taken the time to reflect on what we read and what we heard, and taking into account the analysis of both the Senate and the Supreme Court, and to hear the principal party, which is the RCMP, who is not asking exclusively for a secret vote, the government has decided to reject the amendment or proposal because it goes against Bill C4, which can reestablish fair labor relations. We think that the Labor Relations Commissioner should decide on a case-by-case basis whether there should be a vote or a card check. Determine what is the most appropriate method for certification. There is no reason to treat the RCMP differently in this matter.
And comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his speech. I don't have all of his legal knowledge, but what interested me with regards to C7 was the report of the Civilians Commissioner, the Commission to Review Civilian Complaints. There was a report on harassment in the workplace indicating that the RCMP does not have an adequate appeal policy, and contrary to the employees of the public service who have the right to appeal a decision made in the case of a harassment complaint, according to the established convention in the collective agreement, the RCMP does not have an impartial and independent appeal body. This motion that we have would reject an amendment from the Senate that intended to put grievances under the jurisdiction of the Public Service Relations Act rather than under the RCMP Act. Does the RCMP disagree with the conclusions of that commission? The Honourable Member for Madawaska, Restigouche. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I would like to highlight that my colleague with whom I had the opportunity to work with on a joint committee regarding physician-assisted dying, she is an extraordinary colleague who made a significant contribution to the recommendations of the committee through her knowledge, and that was much appreciated. We are firmly resolved to implement measures that will support members and recruits of the RCMP to help them feel safe and respected in the presence of their colleagues and supervisors. Both reports describe serious concerns regarding long-standing issues of harassment in the RCMP. Because of the problems raised, because of their impact on the health and well-being of victims and on the reputation of the RCMP, the recommendations will be carefully reviewed and will enlighten the activities regarding how to behave in the workplace to ensure that the RCMP has a safe and healthy workplace. As the report clearly indicates, we can and we must do better.
Debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to speak to the government's motion in respect to amendments brought forward by the Senate to Bill C-7. Before I continue, I just want to mention I'm sharing my time today with the member from Mégantic-L'Érable. I'm also very pleased to say that I'm not following the wonderful speeches made earlier today honouring our colleague, leader of the opposition. Now, I want to acknowledge in the same manner that my colleague from Brandon-Souris did that the Conservative Party respects the Supreme Court's decision that the RCMP officers are entitled to organize and bargain collectively, and we recognize the great work of the men and women of the RCMP. In much the same manner as the Bill C-4, itself currently back before the House, the Senate has demonstrated a willingness to apply democratic principles to flawed legislation. I welcome this attention to democracy from the Senate and am pleased to speak in favour of the Senate amendment regarding secret ballots, which this government has chosen to ignore in practice and attack in debate. To start, though, I have to openly wonder why it took this government 11 months to respond to amendments from the Senate. The amendments from the Senate are substantially similar to the amendments brought forward to C-7 last year when it was before committee. Now, last year, the government ignored these amendments as the legislation was deemed, in their words, too critical. So critical, in fact, that they invoked time allocation to rush it through this House. Now, though it appears that every bill is critical, of course, as time allocation seems to be used on every bill that the government bumbles through the House. But on receiving amendments from the Senate on the so-called critical bill, the government then promptly sat on the bill for almost an entire year. The parliamentary secretary to the Treasury Board claims the government was, and I quote, doing the thoughtful, careful analysis required to explore the whole portfolio of amendments made by the other place and to come forward with their response to have a robust regime for collective bargaining for the RCMP. I was personally shocked that she missed mentioning a whole of government approach and helping the middle class and those working to join it as an excuse for the delay. Yep, let's rush the bill through because it's absolutely critical, then sit on it for an entire year because they need to carefully and thoughtfully consider the analysis. Why they didn't do that originally when drafting the bill or when similar suggestions was brought forward to committee is beyond me. Funny enough, though, in spite of this government's odd stalling, Bill C-7 was, for the most part, a reasonable response to the Supreme Court's ruling on the RCMP's officers' rights to collectively bargain and organize. I cannot, however, endorse any bill that refuses to grant union members the right to vote in a secret ballot on whether to unionize. I asked the parliamentary secretary to the President of the Treasury Board if she could tell us specifically why she thinks a card check system is better than a secret ballot system. In my question, I noted that secret ballots are used to elect members in this place, all the way down to simple acts of choosing high school student councils. So on a question as important whether or not workers want to join a union, why should those workers not be given the same priority? In response, the parliamentary secretary criticized me for comparing the critical work of the RCMP to high school student councils. Now, I don't take offense to such inane criticism from this member, as evidence she did not have response to the uncomfortable reality that this government is endorsing anti-democratic principles. In a follow-up question to my colleague from Calgary Rocky Ridge, the parliamentary secretary claimed that it is, quote, fair to restore the choice for Public Service Labour Relations Board to ensure whether the secret ballot or the card check system is in the interests of the members in a particular situation. She also questioned why we want to single out the RCMP for a more restrictive certification process than all the other groups that bargain with the government in labour relations. I have two responses to that. First, it's poor justification for maintaining an anti-democratic system. It's an argument for keeping things the same because nothing else is changing. It's frankly a remarkably nonsensical excuse for denying democratic rights to workers and prospective union members. Second, we're not trying to single out the RCMP. We've consistently argued for the rights of union members and for the transparency of unions. C-7 is one of a long line of examples where Conservatives have argued for greater transparency enshrined in law, which unions must follow. Unions are like any employer organization. By virtue of their position, they necessarily have coercive power over the members and workers in a workplace. There's no logical reason why members opposite should argue that employers, through their scale and resources, possess undue power and influence over workers, but that unions, with their scale and resources, do not. Secret ballots balance out the power structure and ensure that workers come first. This government has provided no indication that it recognizes the power imbalance and heavy entrenchment of unions, nor has it demonstrated any indication that they support transparency in unions. On this side of the House, we believe in transparency, and we believe in legislation that strengthens the rights of individuals to make a choice free from intimidation. So when the parliamentary secretary asked why we want to single out the RCMP, the simple answer is that we'll happily single out any organization for greater individual rights and greater transparency. RCMP members would be a good start, but every worker should know that this side of the House will stand up and defend their rights. In his speech to the House last week, the member for Brandon Souris reminded this House that, in a briefing presented to the Public Safety Committee, it was told that all previous certifications of public sector unions were done by secret ballot. By accepting this amendment, the government would actually treat the RCMP equally in terms of certifications or decertifications as other public sector unions. So the parliamentary secretary is wrong for trying to justify anti-democratic legislation because current unions don't use secret ballots. She's wrong to argue that we're trying to single out the RCMP because we have long argued for greater democracy and transparency. And she is wrong to single out the RCMP because previous certifications of public sector unions were done by secret ballot, meaning that this government is actually singling out the RCMP for non-democratic treatment. Now, this is the second union-related bill that the Senate has sent back to the House with amendments calling for protection of the secret ballot certification process. It might be because the Senate has a point here. Secret ballots are the only way to ensure that union members can choose their future free from intimidation. The excuses put forward by this government do not justify denying democratic rights to workers. I want to quote my friend and colleague, the honourable member for Durham, who stated, "My friends in the other parties are in Parliament not through a card check of their voters and their constituents, but by a secret ballot vote, which is a fundamental tenet of our democracy. It bothers me that we would suggest that federal government and federal government's unionized work environment would have the same sort of intimidation stories you hear in relation to some private sector unionization efforts from years ago with unfair labour practices." Madam Speaker, he's correct. The importance of the secret ballot cannot be understated and must be upheld. And researching some of the history of the secret ballot, I was reminded of the history in the UK from reading about the People's Charter, written by the London Working Men's Association. As late as the mid-19th century, voting was still done by public show of hands at hustings. Given the prevalence of intimidation of voters, the demand for a secret ballot was one of the 6 key points of the People's Charter, and the Charter's 1838 petition that suffrage to be exempt from corruption of the wealthy and the violence of the powerful must be secret. The Charter's points were not passed into law at that time. Unfortunately for all, the voting process was not made secret until the Ballot Act was passed in 1872. Voters in the UK fought for decades for secret ballots because it was the only method to protect their their votes from intimidation. That this government is stuck in the mindset of the 19th century is quite disheartening. In closing, I want to reiterate the comments made from my colleague from Brandon Souris in quoting the honourable member for Carleton, who originally spoke on the legislation. He said that by removing the right of a secret ballot, it was important to be very clear on what this meant. It meant that a union could take over a federally regulated workforce without there ever being a vote by a member from that workplace. That thousands of employees from any number of federal employers could be forced to pay dues and be represented by a union for which they never had a chance to vote. He noted that this would be particularly alarming when it related to the RCMP, an organization comprised of members who put their lives on the line each and every day in part to defend our democratic lifestyle. Therefore, it is great irony that members of the RCMP would be deprived of the most basic democratic right, which is the right to vote in secret on whether to certify a union while they stand and demand our democratic rights. I will reiterate my support for the Supreme Court's decision, and I firmly believe that the RCMP members should be given the rights of a secret ballot. I cannot support legislation that removes the ability of a worker to choose, of their own volition and without fear of intimidation from anyone, their future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Edmonton West for his remarks. He posed the question, why would our side of the House believe that card check's a better approach? In fact, we've been very clear that it's important that there are a card check method and secret ballot method each have their place, and there is a board that can determine when is the appropriate place for a fair and effective certification. So I actually find it very puzzling that the Conservatives are now so opposed to allowing the Public Service Labour Relations Board to have this discretion to choose the certification method that it thinks is the most fair. Because when the previous Conservative government introduced Bill C-43, their RCMP Labour Relations Bill, did it make secret balloting mandatory? No, it did not. It actually left the choice to the Public Service Labour Relations Board, just as we are doing. So, Madam Speaker, I would like to know why was it fine for the board to have the choice of appropriate methodology under the Conservatives' previous Bill 43, but it's not now?
The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank the Parliamentary Secretary, the Treasury Board President, for the question. We're not here to debate C-43 from years ago. We're debating a bill before the House today on whether to allow members of the RCMP to enjoy the same rights as any other Canadian, which is a secret ballot, the same right to be free of intimidation, free of coercion, and to choose on their own whether they wish to join our union or not. And it's silly to be arguing debate some years ago when the bill in front of us today is on the important democratic rights of the RCMP officers to enjoy a secret ballot on whether they decide to unionize or not. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague from Edmonton West is quite correct to point out the incoherence between the government sitting on these Senate amendments for 11 months and then applying time allocation to this bill responding to those amendments. Now, I appreciate that the member for Edmonton West was not part of the previous Conservative government. But the position that the Conservatives put forward in this debate is that they support the ability of RCMP members to form a union and to bargain collectively. They just believe that that process should require a secret ballot. So I wonder if my colleague from Edmonton West could shed any light on why the previous Conservative government did not extend collective bargaining rights to RCMP members when they were in power and when the Canada Labour Code did require a secret ballot as opposed to card check certification. Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Regina Louvain, sorry for the question. I do enjoy my time I spend with them on Committee on Operations and Estimates. I'll be honest, I cannot answer to something that happened in the past when I was not here. Again, the bill before us today is specifically, and the argument specifically, is whether we should be allowing secret ballots for union or certification, and we strongly believe in this side, at this time right now, that it's important for the RCMP members to be free of coercion, free of intimidation, that their right is to have a secret ballot vote on whether they wish to unionize or not. Thank you.
A brief question, the honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Everybody brings up the past, and let's just deal with the past through you, Madam Chair. Get something hanging for me, it's called a mic. 20 seconds? Okay, Madam Chair, if we go back into the 70s and early 80s, the RCMP had a different rep program. Unlike what the Liberals said earlier, that they never had the opportunity to bargain. The Div rep was voted in by the members by secret ballot. He negotiated for the members, and during that tenor while they were there, we had the third, usually within the top 3 police forces in Canada. Now that the government got involved, public services got involved, we're now 56th ranked. One of the member, through you, can tell me what he thinks about that.
Very brief answer from the member for Edmonton West.
I think it's probably due to the fact that my honourable colleague is no longer an RCMP member. The fact he is now left, that's probably why the rankings have dropped so much. There's a lot of work to be done with the RCMP. We've got thousands of wonderful members there. There's obviously work to be done, and we look forward to all sides of this House working with the RCMP moving forward to improve the force. Thank you.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate, l'honorable député de Mégantic-Lérable.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
The honourable member for Mégantic-Lérable. I wish to thank I'm sorry, I should have done this first. Order, please. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House of the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment.
Well, Ladysmith, Indigenous Affairs, and the honourable member for Renfrew-Nipissing-Pembroke, National Defence. On va recommencer l'horloge.
We will start the clock back for the honourable member for Mégantic-Lérable. We're on resuming debate. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Once again, I'm pleased to congratulate my colleague for his speech, and do it twice. Very relevant comments that he made in this House about our position on Bill C7 that we're debating here today. Bill to amend the Public Service Labor Relations Act, the Public Service Labor Relations and Employment Board Act. It's a title that doesn't mean much to most Canadians, but I will have a chance to explain. But I'd like to start by talking about respect, Madam Speaker. Why respect? Because, once again, the government has decided to sidestep the right of parliamentarians to fully express their views on a bill here in this House, as is now the Liberal government's habit. They attempt to put an end to debate as quickly as possible when the debate doesn't suit them, of course. When the government has nothing to gain by having a debate go on, when it realizes that the arguments presented by the opposition or by senators are quite relevant and pertinent, instead of allowing us to explain these points and discuss them here in the House, the government decides to use the gag. It's not the first time, it's the second time this week alone. In fact, the government House leader said so. In the future, the government will increasingly use the gag to muzzle opposition MPs. And yet today, I heard excellent speeches, and I want to point out the excellent work of the opposition, the leader. Since she's been here, she's given a true voice and sense to the official opposition. It's my first experience as a member of Parliament, and I can tell you that I'm extremely proud that our leader is there. She showed me the way on how to be an effective opposition. These great principles of effective opposition are something that the Liberals shared when they were in opposition, but apparently power may not corrupt, but given what's going on, we can perhaps say that yes, indeed, power corrupts. When you're in power, you don't like to hear opposing opinions. Respect is at the base of leadership. If we want to be respected by Canadians, if we want to be respected by parliamentarians, but rather than force that power on others, we should ensure that our opinions and ideas convince other parliamentarians that we're on the right track. But the government chose motion M6. It tried to change the rules of this House in a rather indelicate manner. It has used the gag on many occasions. Given how we're going this week, I think that's not finished yet. In the coming weeks, I'm sure that there will be many more gag orders. That's a lack of respect for the House of Commons. Now let me discuss Bill C7. The government had promised true change, Madam Speaker, in the way the House operated, in the discussions we have. And one of the gestures that the Prime Minister made was to appoint new senators from across Canada to make the Senate more functional, more operational, according to him, an independent Senate. For those who read transcripts, I'd say quote-unquote independent, because when an appointment is made directly by the Prime Minister's office, regardless that the recommendations are made by a so-called independent office, the final choice is up to the Prime Minister, who can choose the candidates with whom he has the most affinity. Let me read a couple of quotes by the Prime Minister. when the senators were appointed. Once appointed, these 6 exceptional Quebec candidates, together with the other candidates introduced, can establish a Senate that reflects the image of our large country. When he appointed Ontario senators, this is what the Prime Minister said, "I'm pleased to introduce 6 exceptional candidates as new senators representing Ontario. These men and women were selected through a new process established by this government that's merit-based. This is a concrete example of democracy in action." And when he appointed senators from elsewhere in Canada, he said, "It's a privilege to submit to the Governor-General the names of 9 new senators that were selected as part of our constant effort to make the Senate more modern and independent, and to ensure that its members have the knowledge and experience necessary to serve Canadians the best way possible." Well, Madam Speaker, those are words, just words by the Prime Minister, used when he appointed senators to make the Senate supposedly more independent. What do we have before us today? We're supposed to discuss amendments proposed by those senators. These senators appointed to have sober second thought over legislation that we have examined here. And what is the reaction of this government? Very simple. They will just delete what the Senate has recommended whenever it doesn't suit them. All the work done by the Senate is pointless. That's not what was sent to them. It didn't come back the way we like, so we'll make sure that the changes they're proposing are not included in the new version of the bill. So we'll go back to the Senate with this bill telling them, you didn't do your job properly because that's not what we think. But that's what's happening right now, Madam Speaker. The government wants to send this back to the Senate, having crossed out everything substantive, everything that meant that C7 could have provided for members of the RCMP certain rights, including the right to be unionized and not be intimidated in the accreditation process. But that was not within the government's agenda, so they decided to send it back. I was talking about respect, Madam Speaker. What kind of respect are you showing for senators when you act like that? What message are you sending those new senators? You ask them to spend hours and hours thinking about a bill when they've done their job in committee, they met with witnesses, and the bill comes back with amendments, and the government tells the Senate, well, you didn't understand. That's not what we want. So we're going to send it back to you again, hoping that this time you'll understand what it is we want. Well, Madam Speaker, that is a lack of respect for the Senate. Now, to get back to the bill itself, Bill C7. Bill C7, let's be very clear here. The official opposition respects the judgment of the Supreme Court concerning the RCMP officers having the right to collective bargaining and being represented. We have to acknowledge that RCMP members do an excellent job. We can all be grateful for that. These are men and women who, day after day, put their lives in danger and accept all kinds of risks to protect Canadians. Bill C7, in its original form, was a good response to the Supreme Court decision, and the Senate amendments even improved Bill C7. However, Madam Speaker, once again, the government decided not to show respect for the Senate and thus will not respect the right of RCMP members to make a decision on their unionization in a personal manner. I was talking with my colleague earlier. He was explaining that if you have to vote on a change of leader, do you want to vote in secret or do you want to have a show of hands? If you lose your vote, you will not be in the good graces of your leader. The same is true for the RCMP. I think it's absolutely essential that they be allowed to vote in private, and we have to maintain that amendment. Once again, Madam Speaker, gag. Lack of respect for the Senate amendments, lack of respect that is repeated in this House. So, Madam Speaker, this is why we will be voting against the proposal to send this back to the Senate. Thank you very much. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to put a question to the Conservative member who's just spoken. And I'd like to say that it's a lack of respect for members of the RCMP to vote against C7, which implements an appropriate labor system that responds to the needs of the RCMP members. What I also would like to say is when the former Conservative government introduced Bill C-43 regarding labor relations in the RCMP, the secret ballot was not compulsory in that Conservative bill at that time. That's not a long time ago. The choice was in the hands of the Labor Relations Board. The RCMP Labor Relations Board. So, why was it okay to have all possible choice in this regard in Bill C-43, but it's not acceptable now? And why vote against Bill C-7? Which contains the conditions demanded by the RCMP. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. That was a long question, though. I don't understand why the Liberals are hiding behind past events. If they miss the Conservative government so much, all they have to do is resign. You know what will happen? People are going to put us back there quite quickly, because after all this time, the Liberal government means that people back in my riding at least miss us a lot. So we're talking about the future here. We're talking about Bill C-7 that's before us now, a bill that will mean that members of the RCMP cannot choose a union through a secret ballot. It'll be a card signature process where 3 RCMP officers will ask a fourth one, do you want to sign? That's intimidation. That's bullying. And we're trying to avoid that kind of situation. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I agree with my colleague that it's a lack of respect on the part of the government to have taken 11 months to respond to the Senate amendments and gives others 5 days to respond. We know that members of the RCMP are dispersed in rural areas and even abroad. My colleague supports a secret ballot for accreditation of the union, but I'd like to know whether they also support the fact that the government would provide the resources necessary for an independent and exhaustive voting process that means that all RCMP members can exercise their right to vote at all times. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I presume, yes, I think so. I think that that's a very relevant question. What's before us now, and I'll get back to the 11-month delay, it's quite impressive to see that they sleep over this decision for such a long time, and all of a sudden they realize, oh, we forgot this legislative process somewhere, and we're going to force the opposition to move very fast to avoid hearing that kind of speech and avoid having parliamentarians in the opposition who have good arguments deliver them and convince even more Canadians, even more RCMP members, that the opposition position is the right one.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's always a pleasure to be able to rise and speak on labour legislation. It's something that's not new for me in the sense that one of the very first speeches I gave as an elected official was during a fairly hot debate inside the Manitoba legislature back in, I guess it would be 1988, where we talked about final offer selection. And, you know, one of the issues back then that I picked up on relatively quickly was the importance of labor laws and how important it is for government to take an approach that promotes harmony within our workplace. And this is something in which I believe that we have seen with this government take very seriously. We believe as government, and it dates all the way back when the leader, the Prime Minister became the leader of the Liberal Party, and we made the appointment of our Labour critic, and I saw him often stand up in the House criticizing the government of the day for some of the anti-labor legislation through the back door that was being introduced into the House, in which the government was more than happy, in fact quite eager to get behind and support. And I would suggest to you, Madam Speaker, if I reflect on my early days of being a parliamentarian and what I witnessed while I was in opposition on the other side was an attitude that really did a disservice to labor harmony in our country, where we saw the Harper government try to use the politics of labor as a wedge issue, and very much anti-union, I would suggest to you, Madam Speaker, and there is a substantial cost for that. I think that you need a national government to demonstrate leadership on that particular file, and that's why I was so glad that the Prime Minister took this issue very seriously as the leader of the third party of the House, brought it into the election itself, and we all know what happened in the last election, Madam Speaker. But it's important to highlight that one of the first pieces of legislation that we brought in was, in fact, what we're debating today, Bill C-7, but also Bill C-4. And Bill C-4, I choose to believe, rectified some of the problems that Harper created, Madam Speaker. So when we take a look at Bill C-7, C-7 originates, I would suggest to you, from a decision from the Supreme Court of Canada. And the Supreme Court of Canada, in essence, indicated that there is absolutely nothing wrong with, in fact, we should be providing a mechanism where our RCMP and reserves are allowed the opportunity to be associated as a labor group, Madam Speaker. And that was an excellent ruling that was made from the Supreme Court of Canada. And ultimately, the Conservatives were quite content just to sit on the issue. They were relatively had taken very little action on the issue, Madam Speaker, and we'll get to the 11 months shortly. But the Conservative government at the time didn't take it seriously because they didn't agree with the principle of unionization, I would argue, for our RCMP. Now, we know for fact, Madam Speaker, because there was a great deal of research that was actually done, canvassing our RCMP and reserves in regards to what it is that they were wanting to see. And during that consultations for this particular bill, let's be very clear, there was a vast majority of RCMP officers that clearly indicated to the government three things. One, that a national union to represent them was something in which there was a great deal of interest. And this is what the membership was conveying, if not directly, or in addition to directly, also indirectly to this House, Madam Speaker. Two, that the union to be focused on representing RCMP members. And also the right to binding arbitration was another thing that was expressed through the consultations, many consultations that were in fact done. And Madam Speaker, Bill C-7 does all three of those points. It's a government that has actually listened to the women and men of our RCMP and the reserves, and that's what this legislation is really all about. Now, you know, I've heard member after member talk about why it is that we had brought in the issue of time allocation. Members across the way will know this isn't the first time that we've actually had the debate in the House. In fact, if you review what members across the way have been talking about all day, what you'll find is it is about the one issue, the secret ballot. And they want to champion the secret ballot as the reason why that they're in opposition to the legislation itself. In reality, we know that that's right, that it's not true, that there is more to it, but that's in fact what they have been emphasizing. Now, look at the debate on C4 that we have recently somewhat concluded, Madam Speaker, and what will you find the Conservatives standing in their seat and talking about? The secret ballot once again. Then you bring it over to the other House and you listen to the debates that have been taking place there. You will find that it is about the secret ballot once again that's being raised, Madam Speaker. And if you bring it back to the second reading, what will you find? That the Conservatives will again and again stand up on the notion of the secret ballot. Well, Madam Speaker.
Just want to remind the member for Surrey White Rock that I understand that this is a very passionate debate. However, there will be a chance for questions and comments, and I would ask her to take the information that is being provided right now by the Parliamentary Secretary, and to feel free to stand up during the questions and comments period. Thank you. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
That's okay, Madam Speaker. I have what they call selective hearing, so I'm okay with heckling. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, you know, I want to emphasize, you know, the discussion on the secret ballot was in fact better served during the debate over Bill C-4. That bill actually put the discretion of the secret ballot or a card check process for certification back with the Labour Board. The board will make sure that the RCMP members' interests are reflected in the choice made. Why do we have member after member from the Conservative Party insisting on limiting that choice? In fact, Madam Speaker, it's important that as a government that we promote and we encourage and we put into place a uniform approach in labour relations. That's what makes sense, Madam Speaker. One sector or group shouldn't be different than another sector. But the Conservative Party consistently demonstrates that they do not understand that principle, Madam Speaker. Why do the Conservative Party not, or why do they not understand the value of having a uniform approach on union certification across the public sector, Madam Speaker? And I anxiously await to hear an answer from any one of my Conservative colleagues across the way. But, you know, I started by saying, well, the issue of time allocation. And it's interesting because, you know, I was here when we had the questions and the answers in regards to time allocation, and I had made the suggestion. When I was sitting in opposition, Madam Speaker, it doesn't take very much for any grouping of 12 members of Parliament to, in essence, tie up a piece of legislation for quite a long period of time. If they're creative to a certain degree, Madam Speaker, it doesn't take much for 12, let alone 20, 30, or 40 members. In fact, I remember sitting in the opposition benches, and I would say, and Hansard is wonderful because you can find the quotes where I indicated that at the end of the day, you need a responsible opposition in order to assist in passing legislation. You don't pat yourself on the back because we can hold up all this legislation. Well, any opposition could do that. The issue is, what is the purpose of what it is that the Conservatives are attempting to do here? And they've made their position very clear. They do not like unions. And their mission is to continue to delay and delay and delay indefinitely. They will argue that every member not only should be entitled once, but twice, possibly even 3 or 4 times to speak on the legislation. Why? Because they don't want the legislation to pass, Madam Speaker. So when they stand up and say, oh, government has put in time allocation, well, the first thing I would remind them is that, the Stephen Harper used it over 100 times. And I often said, Madam Speaker, even when the Harper government was bringing it in, that at times I felt sorry for the government because I recognized that one opposition, the official opposition party, would talk about anything and everything on everything, Madam Speaker. And that can frustrate the system. I respect when we bring in legislation, we want to ensure that there's an adequate amount of time for debate on issues. Madam Speaker, I like to consider myself a parliamentarian first and foremost in making sure and trying to be able to contribute to debate and ensure that there's at the very least an appropriate amount of time. And I can tell you on the issue of labor and labor relations and the whole certification issue, there have been many hours of debate on this issue. Inside this wonderful, beautiful chamber, inside our committee rooms, in the other place, coming back here, not only in the last 18 months under this government, Madam Speaker, but in the last couple of years of the Stephen Harper government. There's no one saying anything surprising or shocking, Madam Speaker, on the issue. It's a lot of rehashing of what has been said. Now, having said that, we do recognize, and the Prime Minister has been very clear in recognizing that whether you're a standing committee and you come up with ideas that can actually improve upon the legislation and it can be incorporated into the legislation, that we're open to that. And that same principle also applies for the other chamber, the Senate of Canada. And I am pleased, Madam Speaker, to indicate or to reinforce that once again we have yet another piece of legislation where we do see that the government has moved in terms of recognizing some changes to the legislation. I see that as a very strong positive thing. But, Madam Speaker, let's not kid ourselves in terms of if we and the government House Leader didn't fulfill her responsibility in terms of trying to get this legislation through the House, that without the time allocation or goodwill coming in from opposition members, it's virtually impossible to do it, Madam Speaker, unless you have that sense of, we are prepared to see the legislation pass in an appropriate timing. We have limited amount of time for debate. Mid-June is coming up really quick, and there's still so much more that we want to debate. There's opposition motions that we want to debate, and I always find it interesting, and again, I would say it even in opposition, that you have limitations in terms of passing things while you're in opposition also. So, Madam Speaker, I hope by commenting on that, because I know a number of Conservatives and even some New Democrats would ask the question about why time allocation. So that is the essence as to why it is that we do have a time allocation here today. Madam Speaker, I wanted to be able to comment more on some of the other aspects of the legislation in which the government has, in fact, as I pointed out, listened to the Senate and also from members in this House by allowing for changes to Bill C-7. More issues, for example, can now be collectively bargained, such as the issues surrounding harassment. That is something that was in fact expanded upon because government was listening to members across the way and the Senate. Madam Speaker, I would think that this bill provides an appropriate Labour regime for our RCMP members to stand up for their rights. And that is something in which we really wanted to be able to achieve, not only because of the direction given by the Supreme Court of Canada, but I believe that it's important that we recognize that there are other law enforcement agencies today that are unionized, and things continue on relatively positively. And if you take a look at what it is that our men and women that serve as RCMP officers or into our reserves, and the incredible work, not only that they do here in Canada, but also abroad, I can't understand why someone would actually oppose having or affording our law enforcement agency the opportunity to be able to organize. I see that as a very strong positive, and we can reinforce that positive message by passing this legislation. And I would encourage members, in particular in the Conservative Party, to look at that and send that positive message by voting in favor of this legislation. It's important to recognize that the Senate actually offered 5 key amendments, along with consequential amendments. Some of these amendments are, in fact, being accepted by the government, and others are not being accepted. But I can tell you, Madam Speaker, that the Department has actually been very thorough in reviewing all of the suggestions that the other House has actually made. We know that there have been some concerns that have been raised from the New Democrats in regards to Bill C-7, and our response to the Senate amendments gives labour relations and collective bargaining regime that will allow RCMP members to stand up for their rights. We listened to the Senate and the members of this House by expanding the issues, such as I pointed out earlier, dealing with bargaining. With our response to the idea that RCMP members can only collectively bargain pay and benefits is just not correct. That is an impression that my friends in the Democratic Party are trying to give out, and we know, Madam Speaker, that that is not correct. They can collectively bargain a whole host of different issues, such as the terms and conditions for grievances, procedures, and procedures around classifications, workforce adjustment. They can also bargain issues such as harassment, something that is very topical. And I know one of my colleagues, when we were sitting in opposition from Toronto, often talked about the issue of harassment that was taking place, the desire to see something happen on that particular issue. And I'm glad that it's being incorporated, and I'm sure all members are happy to see that. Madam Speaker, there are issues in which the Conservative Party does raise. There was no surprise that the Conservative Party is against the collective bargaining rights per se. As the government, they did bring in anti-labor bills that I made reference to, 525 and C-377. We identify that C-4 is dealing with the issue of mandatory secret ballot now. C-7 was initially silent on this issue because there should be a uniform approach to across the public service. And that is something in which I believe that the Conservatives need to recognize, having that uniform approach. Madam Speaker, the last, because I see I only have a minute left, I did want to recognize the agreement that was reached with the RCMP and the Government of Canada on April the 6th, 2017, which does see a significant increase in pay for our RCMP, which I think will go a long way in, again, showing and demonstrating the respect that we all have for the fine work that they do. And I thank you for the opportunity to share a few thoughts and words.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That was a long speech. Thank my honourable member across. Yeah, it did take a long time. You know, I've been listening here for a couple hours this afternoon, and a number of my colleagues from across spoke about harassment, intimidation in the RCMP, the new legislation correcting harassment. The honourable member from Don Valley East talked about a safe, respectful, healthy environment in the RCMP. This is why he said the Liberals were insistent in making the changes against the directions that came from our Senate, Madam Chair. Now, I said this quite a while ago, but I'm going to say it again. A young member, let's take it the member, my colleague across the way on the back chair, his son's in the force, very new to the force, one of your Liberal members, stationed at Dawson Creek. He has a staff sergeant for a boss. He's got 2 sergeants for supervisors. He's probably got 4 corporals as supervisors, plus 4 or 5 members below him or above him. Now, he's got to vote, stand up his hand. Do you not think that the staff sergeant, the 2 sergeants, the corporals are not going to intimidate him in which way he should vote as a young junior member in the RCMP? Do you not think that that is not overstepping as harassment, in a sense, which they're trying to protect? The environment of the RCMP, I spent 35 years in it, Madam Chair, has gone downhill. Against what that member says, I believe they should unionize. But if they're going to unionize, give the respect to the members to be able to say it in a private, secret vote. I'd like you to comment on that, Madam Chair.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll try to be really concise in responding to the member's question. It's really important. Think of the Labour Board. Okay? The board will make sure that the RCMP members' interests are reflected in the choice made. Why does the Conservative Party believe that you should have one system for the public service and another system for the RCMP? I don't call into question whatsoever in terms of just the fine work and the important work that our women and men of the RCMP do for us every day, Madam Speaker. And I do believe that they are individuals of great strength and integrity. I don't believe that they are going to be rolling over and taking something because they're too shy or timid to be bold. I choose to believe in the Labour Board, and I do believe in how important it is that we have uniformity when it comes to labour relations. And one of the things that we need to recognize is that this is a fantastic step forward. Well, the second part is something a little bit off. The concise part was the very beginning of the answer. I do believe, Madam Speaker, that we are moving forward by having this legislation today.
And comments, the honourable member for Victoria.
Madam Speaker, I heard the member opposite say that all opposition members simply wanted to discuss 2 things, the card check system and time allocation. We on this part of the House, for one, think the card check system is the way to go. It's a feature of modern Canadian labour legislation and support that entirely. So we reject the categorical characterization of the opposition that the member has provided. But, Madam Speaker, on the issue of the time allocation, is it not the case that this government has sat on this bill since June 2016 when the other place reported its amendments back to this House? It's taken this government 11 months to come back here, and they're giving us 4 or 5 days to discuss this bill. So isn't that the time that we should be talking about, Madam Speaker? Why this government dithered for 11 months, causing uncertainty amongst RCMP members who have a constitutional right to collective bargaining and have it thwarted for all this time by this government?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, it's not fair to try to give the impression that it's been like 1 year in which we've been sitting every day and dithering. This government has done a great deal in the last year, and there's a very limited number of days in which we've actually had the opportunity to have it called before the House in order to get debated, and the member across the way would know that. It's not like we had in the last year 300 sitting days, all of which there were government orders, and we could have called it in any one of those days. Madam Speaker, you're talking well under the number of 100. You know, opposition has 22 of those days. We spent 7 days talking about a couple of members' privilege in order to be able to have access to the chamber, and that's okay, Madam Speaker. But that's what we wanted to talk about. We talk about it, but don't give the impression that we were sitting for 300 days and this was just on the back burner. This is important legislation. That's one of the reasons why we brought it in as early as we did, Madam Speaker. We want to see this legislation passed.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Winnipeg West for his comments, his remarks, and I'd like to ask him about the fact that our government listened to the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Safety and National Security and accepted amendments put forward by the members of Parliament that were supported by various parties. And our government took the amendments from the Senate and has accepted the appropriate amendments from the Senate and has been willing to make changes accordingly. I'd like the comment from my colleague as to what that speaks to in terms of the changes in the openness and democratic process in this House under our government.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I really appreciate the question. And one of the things I appreciate is because the member from Vancouver and I actually sat in the opposition benches, and we recall quite well when we would go to committee. And under Stephen Harper, you never had oppositions cooperating and getting amendments actually through to legislation. We have this is just one bill where we have witnessed once again a different approach, a more open, transparent approach at dealing with legislation, with the idea that, look, if we can make it better, and the idea comes from a government member or from an opposition member, let's talk about it and allow the Standing Committee to do the fine work that they can do if you enable that to take place. And we have a government that's prepared to allow standing committees to do that. And I would encourage all members that sit on standing committees, whatever the legislation or the budget matter might be, that where there is areas in which you can improve it, to take advantage of what it is that the government is providing members and look at ways in which we can improve things. Thank you, Madam.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh, a brief question, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just would like to ask my honourable colleague if he can clarify some of the contradictions that I've heard. The work in committee is something that is very aspirational. Bill C-4 was supposed to address so many shortcomings and some regressive moves on the previous government's part. Now, this is coming back, and we're seeing more contradictions with as the changes are explained. For instance, there was a Senate amendment to move all grievances under the PLSRA instead of the RCMP Act. And, does the member disagree with that report into the workplace harassment in the RCMP as recently as May 15th? And
If so,
in order to give the member an opportunity to answer, I'm going to have to, unfortunately, cut off the member at this point. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, a very brief answer, please.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I believe it's the RCMP Act that deals with grievances. And suffice to say that, and maybe I'll just conclude on that, on a positive note, indicating that we listened, whether it was from members across the way in committee during second reading, and even in the other chamber. And as an example of that, I would cite where the Senate and members of this House really wanted us to expand the issues that could in fact be bargained, and we did just that, Madam Speaker. There's reason to be optimistic. We just want to see the legislation ultimately passed. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And I have the honour to inform the House that a message has been received from the Senate informing this House that the Senate has passed the following bill to which the concurrence of the House is desired. Bill S-232, an act respecting Canadian Jewish Heritage Month. J'ai l'honneur d'informer la Chambre que nous avons...
I have the honor of informing the House that we have received the following message. Mr. Speaker, I have the honor of informing you that the Right Honourable David Johnston, Governor-General of Canada, has given royal assent to the following bills in the annex of May 16th, 2017. The Honourable Speaker of the Senate.
Je m'excuse, c'était... Okay. I have the honour to inform the House that a communication has been received as follows. I have the honour to inform you that the Right Honourable David Johnston, Governor-General of Canada, signified royal assent by written declaration to the bills listed in the schedule to this letter on the 16th day of May 2017 at 4:02 p.m. And it's signed by the Honourable Stephen Wallace. Bills assented to. An Act respecting National Seal Products Day, Bill S-208, an Act to implement the Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement between Canada and the European Union and its member states, and to provide for certain other measures, Bill C-30. La loi instituant la Journée nationale des...
An Act implementing the National Seal Products Day.
Des projets de loi...
Sorry. Bills having received royal assent. An Act implementing the National Seal Day, S-208. An Act to implement the Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement between Canada, the European Union, its member states, and including other provisions, Bill C-30.
Reprise de débat,
resuming debate.
Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay. Oh, sorry, the Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
I'll be splitting my time with the Member of Parliament for South Okanagan, West Kootenay. I want to extend, more than anything, sincere thanks to the members of the Nanaimo, Ladysmith, and Gabriola detachments of the RCMP for the work they do in our community, in the riding that I'm honored to serve. There are 159 sworn members of the RCMP who form the ranks in our riding, and they join 18,000 members from across the country. And when we talk today about Bill C-7, I'm remembering that it doesn't only affect officers in our riding and across the country, but it affects their families, their spouses, grandparents, children, their classmates, our entire Canadian community. To remind us what it is that we're debating here today, I have an email that was sent to me by Robin Buchanan. She writes, members of the RCMP have waited a long time with lower than fair wages due to both Conservative and Liberal governments. This past weekend, they are banding together by removing their yellow stripes from the side of their uniforms. This peaceful protest is to speak to the government and let them know that they are dissatisfied with safety issues and wage issues. Plainclothes members and members of the public are showing their support by wearing yellow ribbons. Often these ribbons are made from the very stripes that are removed from the uniform. I can make you a ribbon myself, as my husband is an RCMP officer on Vancouver Island." End quote. And I'm wearing one of those ribbons today, as are many members here in the House. I also have a note, April 4th, David Buchanan wrote to me saying, the Treasury Board's stance is that as an RCMP member, I am just another federal employee. I assure you we're not just average federal employees. I was one of the first police on the scene at the Nanaimo Mill shooting. I ran toward the gunfire and not away. I also arrest countless impaired, unlicensed, and dangerous drivers. I am not just another federal employee. I am a police officer. We should be compensated as police officers. I put my life on the line. RCMP members have the added stress of feeling undervalued and unsupported by our government. We are watching police officers fall to post-traumatic stress disorder on a daily basis, yet we are considered just another federal employee. I am just one police officer attempting to make things right for my other police brothers and sisters." End quote. So these fine men and women do dangerous work on our behalf. And collective bargaining is about respect. It's about fostering respect for workers and their rights, creating a safe working environment, and rewarding workers for their dedication and growth. It allows employees to have a voice and enables employers to listen. The cornerstone of collective bargaining is that respect. And this is a right that is enjoyed by a vast majority of federal workers, and those rights generally allowed workers to be part of the conversation about staffing levels, deployment, relocation, sexual harassment, except for the RCMP. That's what the courts ruled in 2015, and they ruled that it must change. And so we appreciate that the bill in front of us today does include those elements, the workplace safety, sexual harassment being allowed to be collectively bargained. We heard that loud and clear from RCMP members over the last year and a half that they've been writing us letters. And especially I want to say that the extent of sexual harassment in the force has been widely documented, widely covered in the media. And that makes it especially troubling to me that it was explicitly excluded from the first version of this government's bill, which we debated a year ago. On workplace safety, rural officers have special concerns. I think in particular of the terrible tragedies in Mayerthorpe and Moncton, where there was terrible loss of life of RCMP members, and there remain issues as to the extent to which they were protected. These men and women stand up for us, and we should stand up for them. Here's a letter sent to me by Thomas Trashell. He writes, "The RCMP has fallen so far behind almost every other police force in Canada in almost every area that we are literally on the verge of breaking. We are near the bottom of pay in the Canadian police forces. Our training opportunities now routinely lag behind that of most other police forces, and our equipment is often years out of date or decades behind schedule being deployed. If the government restricts us to negotiating pay and benefits alone, that may help us recruit more people, but it won't stop our members from dying because they're working alone in remote places without radio communications or proper backup, because local managers create interpretive backup policies or ignore them altogether. It won't stop overworked people from descending into depression, losing families, and committing suicide. It won't stop abusive managers from bullying and intimidating the men and women that they supervise. It won't fix our broken promotion system. It won't promote any change in the imbalance of power between management and employees in the RCMP that has bred a culture of fear and distrust of management among many members, a culture which actively opposes innovation and creativity. Please tell the government that RCMP members deserve to be given the dignity of being free to bring all matters relevant to our working conditions to the bargaining table, a freedom that every other police force in Canada enjoys, so that we can begin to truly fix our own problems from within." So how did the government, so end quote there. So how did the government embrace this plea for support and this call to action? The government bill that we were debating a year ago excluded staffing, deployment, harassment, and discipline from collective bargaining. Most witnesses at the committee that studied Bill C-7 expressed great concern about what was left out of this collective bargaining agreement. And in the New Democrats' view, this meant that the bill failed to live up to the court's direction. But the government members voted down our amendments at committee, which would have brought those vital topics into collective bargaining and would have amended the bill at that time. The government then shut down debate a year ago, last May, because it was so urgent that we move forward. Then the Senate did its work. It did it quickly. And it removed those exclusions from collective bargaining. It allowed those matters to be included in the legislation for the purposes of collective bargaining. And it reported to the government in June 2016. And the government sat on those changes, those Senate changes, for 11 months. Now, I still feel if the government had taken the opposition advice a year ago, they could have incorporated those amendments in early and could have given RCMP members some satisfaction that they were being heard. I'm glad that they are listening to the Senate's advice on this matter. But still, the government only told us this 5 days ago, that stakeholders didn't hear before then, and that it is shutting down debate tonight. I believe I'm the second last speaker. So we've had closure on debate twice on a bill that's still not perfect, and we can't tell whether the current amendments, as they are being received by the government, which of the Senate amendments they're going to receive, we can't tell entirely whether they are going to accommodate all of the supports that our men and women on the front line need to be safe themselves while they keep our communities safe. I'll end by noting what Corporal Clover Johns from Nanaimo reminded me. He said that members of the House have what RCMP members do not now have. We hold the power to listen and to voice their concerns when they were not afforded an opportunity to do so. We have the power to enact just laws that enhance the National Police Force, to treat its members fairly, and to advance public safety in Canada. We should do that today, and we should guarantee members of the police in Canada equitable, open, and harmonious labour practices.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Vancouver Quadra.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the words of my NDP colleague across the aisle and the personal stories that she mentioned. Bill C-7 and our response to both the House Committee and the Senate amendments gives labor relations and collective bargaining regime that will allow RCMP members to stand up for their rights and to address issues of workplace well-being and harassment, as she has pointed out, is so critically important. Our government listened to the Senate, listened to members of Parliament of all parties, expanded the issues which are now available for collective bargaining. So I'd like to ask, will this member support this important piece of legislation?
The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll note that it took a year for the government to hear the advice from the opposition members, and we only heard 5 days ago that the government was going to take the advice that the Senate had delivered to the government 11 months ago. So we are really in a crunch here. I'm hearing just kind of a few messages from people in the within the RCMP community that they don't understand the government's new language around management rights being inserted into the legislation. We haven't had time to study this. It's a new idea. It looks like it gives power to the RCMP commissioner to ensure that police operations are effective. But that might just override all of those other pieces of collective bargaining, depending on how that's interpreted. So without more time to study that language, I mean, I'm going to be just before the vote talking with my colleagues in the opposition lobby to find out if they've had any more satisfaction during debate today on this matter. Because I'm glad to see the new language that we asked for a year ago and that RCMP members asked us to advocate for a year ago at committee, gravitated now, as of 5 days ago, into the government's legislation. But I don't know how the police associations, how the members themselves are feeling about that and whether they think that this is actually going to protect their interests.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her insightful comments. And I believe that meaningful collective bargaining on a wide range of issues is beneficial, not just to the members, but also to the institution. And I wonder if my honourable colleague would comment on that and what her insights are with regards to the RCMP.
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
RCMP provide the majority of policing services in British Columbia. In my riding, there's no police force other than the RCMP. So I see them on the ground. They've got bicycle control. They've got a canine unit. They're part of a homelessness task force. They do fantastic outreach. They are receiving training on domestic assault. They are very connected with the grassroots frontline organizations around prostitution, around women's safety. I can't say enough about them. And I can't reconcile that community image of the RCMP with what I read in the headlines and in the Auditor General reports. And the dysfunction at the top just seems to be so extreme. The sexual harassment allegations. No wonder women have a hard time complaining to police when they see headlines like that. So I can only believe that a progressive piece of legislation such as what was ordered by the courts can only improve the force, and it's up to all of Parliament to make sure we give that the very best chance.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to rise here once again to discuss Bill C7, which would give RCMP members at long last the right to collective bargaining. I spoke to this bill last spring when it was first put before us here, and I must admit disappointment has been expressed by others at how long the government took to bring this back to the House. The Supreme Court gave Parliament a year to create this legislation. That deadline was May 2016. The Senate sent its amendments to the bill in June 2016, but it has taken the government 11 months to come up with a response. And in that time, the morale in the RCMP detachments across this country, and certainly in my riding, has declined significantly, and the delay has needlessly created significant legal uncertainty and confusion for the certification process. You know, the RCMP is one of the best-known police forces in the world. The red surge at ceremonies, the musical ride. Many young men and women have joined the RCMP to be part of that proud tradition. But now many are increasingly disappointed with their positions. Morale is so low that some members are removing the yellow stripes from their pants in protest. The ribbons that some of us in the NDP caucus are wearing today were made by RCMP members out of those stripes. As a member from British Columbia, I'm grateful for the dedicated work of the RCMP in protecting citizens across most of our province and indeed across the country. And I make regular visits to RCMP detachments in my riding. And usually I meet only the officer in charge of the detachment, but in the last few meetings I arrived to find almost all the members and civilian support staff as well waiting to meet me. They are so concerned about deteriorating morale, understaffing, poor equipment, and other issues that they took the time to tell me in no uncertain terms that the situation had to change and had to change quickly. They were extremely frustrated with the government's foot-dragging on this issue. And these members were speaking out in contravention of orders not to speak even amongst themselves while on the job about these serious issues. The only way that they were allowed to communicate with other members was through Facebook, since they couldn't speak at the office and they couldn't use work emails to discuss these issues. So what are they concerned about? Well, to start with, they're concerned with the dramatic decline in pay that RCMP members receive for their work relative to the other forces in Canada. Only a few years ago, the RCMP was in the top 3 forces in Canada when it came to pay, and of course that's to be expected. RCMP members face difficulties that other police officers in Canada do not. They spend their early years on the force serving in small and often remote communities across the country. They're moved regularly, causing hardship within families and relationships. And in fact, their pay was calculated with that assumption that the rate put them in the top 3 forces in Canada. And that's not the case today. Now the RCMP is 72nd out of 80 police forces across Canada in terms of pay rates. And I've heard other numbers today, 54th, 78th. The number doesn't matter. They're at the bottom of the pile. And not only that, while the government refuses to act on a pay council report entitled Fair Compensation for the RCMP that recommended significant wage increases for members, the RCMP top brass were given $1.7 million in bonuses this year. Frontline members received nothing. So unfair pay levels have an immediate and significant effect on everything else in the force. Members are leaving the RCMP in large numbers to take positions with other police forces. Why should they stay when they could make 20% more with another force? And it's easy to see why so many members are leaving and why many detachments are chronically understaffed. On one of the biggest detachments in my riding, I heard that on a recent Friday night, there were only 3 members on duty. One was a brand new rookie, one was a 67-year-old retired member, and just because other members did not want to work yet another weekend overtime shift. There just weren't enough staff members to do the work required. That said, I'm encouraged that the government has more or less accepted the amendments put forward by the Senate that remove the exclusions on what issues can be discussed in collective bargaining. The most important exclusions of the original bill were staffing, deployment, harassment, and discipline. What good is bargaining about pay if you can't discuss work hours or staffing levels? We asked in committee that the government remove those exclusions, but we were voted down by the Liberals and Conservatives. And I do have some concerns, however, around the management rights section that replaces these exclusions. It's not clear that those provisions are necessary, and they risk obstructing the right of RCMP members to bargain solutions to significant problems in their workplace. The RCMP members that I have...
I'll have to interrupt the honourable member. He has about 30 seconds. If he'd like to wrap up, that would be fine.
The RCMP members who I've talked to want collective bargaining. Several mentioned that they didn't necessarily see unionization of the RCMP as a priority when they joined the force, but now they clearly see the advantages. And to conclude, I would say that RCMP members simply want to be treated with respect, and they deserve that respect. They want to be proud once again to be part of the best police force in the world. They want to wear the red serge and yellow stripes with honor, and they deserve the same right enjoyed by all other police forces in Canada, the right to free and fair collective bargaining. Thank you, Mr.
Hear, hear.
It being 5:45 p.m. pursuant to order made earlier today, it is my duty to interrupt proceedings and to put to a vote all questions necessary to dispose of the amendments made by the Senate to Bill C7, of which the House is now seized.
The question is as follows. Mr. Bryson, seconded by Mr. Sajjan, moved that a message be sent to the Senate to acquaint the honours that, in relations to Bill C7, an act to amend the Public Service Labour Relations Act, the Public Service Labour Relations and Employment Board Act, and other acts, and to provide for certain other measures, the House proposed that Amendments 1 be amended by replacing all the words after the word construed with the following. May I dispense? I have permission to dispense? Okay, dispense. I'm not sure who would be more thankful, you or me. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. All those in favor, please say yay. Yes. All those opposed, please say nay. Yes. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Call in the members.
The question is the following one. Mr. Bryson, seconded by Mr. Sajan, moved. Shall I dispense?
Yes, please.
Yes, I'll dispense. Okay. Those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Trudeau. Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Sajan.
Mrs. Philpott. Mr. Goodale. Madame Joly. Monsieur Champagne. Monsieur Leblanc. Ms. Chager. Mr. Bryson. Ms. Wilson-Raybould. Mr. Macaulay Cardigan. Madame Le Boutillier. Madame Bibeau.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms.
Mahichuk.
Mr.
Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr.
Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay. Mr. Knoll.
Ms. Scroll.
Ms. Scroll. Mr. Iking. Mrs. Romanado. Monsieur Lausange, en tête de la petite nation. Monsieur Rioux. Monsieur Lightbound. Mr. Holland. Mr. Casey Charlatan. Mr. Leslie. Ms. Gould. Mr. Carr. Ms. Monsef. Monsieur Rodriguez. Mr. Sohi. Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North. Ms. Murray. Ms. Kira. Mrs. Caesar Chavan. Mr. Wilkinson. Monsieur Lametti. Mr. Cosme. Ms. Jones. Monsieur Paradis. Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Shifky.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
And back to Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia. Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Virani. Ms. Goldsmith-Jones. Mr. Fillmore. Mr. Algabra. Mr. DeCourcy. Mr. Beach. Ms. Rudd. Mr. Dugan.
Monsieur Miller-Ville-Marie, le sud-ouest île des Sables.
Monsieur Miller-Ville-Marie, le sud-ouest île des Sables. Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau. Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr.
Menachino.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. Poisson. Ms. Hutchings. Ms. Young.
Mr.
Pesky-Solido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez. Mr. Dubourg. Mr. Alden. Ms. Alistair. Mr. Amos. Mr. Hernandez Sangari.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway. Mr. Bayless. Mr. Chan. Mr. Biddle. Mr. Boissonneau. Mr. Bossio. Monsieur Breton. Mr. Chen. Mr. Bruce. Ms. Damon. Ms. Dillon. Monsieur Diorio. Monsieur Drouin. Ms. Tassi. Ms. Zerowitz. Mr. Assassi. Monsieur Khoury. Mr. Erskine Smith. Mr. Fergus. Mr. Finnegan. Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fonseca. Mr. Fragascato.
Mr. Fraser Central.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova. Mr. Fuhrer. Mr. Garrettson. Mr. Graywall. Mr. Graham. Mr. Harvey. Mr. Housefather. Mr. Yakara.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan. Mr. Johari. Mr. Cohn. Madame Lapointe. Mr. Lefebvre. Mr. Lemieux. Mr. Levitt. Mrs. Lockhart. Mr. Long. Mr. Longfield. Ms. Ludwig. Mr. Maloney. Mr. Massé Avignon, la métisse, Madame Matapédia. Mr. May Cambridge. Mr. McDonald. Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territory.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories. Mr. Morrissey. Madame Nessif. Ms. O'Connell. Mr. Oliver. Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson. Mr. Picard.
Mr.
Robillard. Mr. Rumi. Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Hota. Mr. Saini. Mr. Sanson. Mr. Sanga. Mrs. Schultz. Mr. Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton
Mr.
South.
Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr.
Mr. Spengeman. Mr. Tabera. Mr. Tan. Mr. Vandal. Ms. Vandenberg. Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zahid.
Mrs. Zahid.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Nambopoulos.
Madame Nambopoulos. Ms. Ing.
Ms. May Saanich, Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Saanich, Gulf Islands.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson. Ms. Finley.
Ms. Rample.
Ms. Rimple.
Mr. Poilier.
Mr. Poilier.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Monsieur Lebel.
Ms. Lebel.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Straw.
Mr.
Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Puddis.
Mr. Puddis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Abultaïf.
Mr. Abultaïf.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont-Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont-Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen. Mr. McKenzie. Mr. Sweet.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Eglinski.
Mr. Eglinski.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Janis.
Mr. Janis.
Mr. General.
Mr. General.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr.
Mr.
Kimmich.
Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Blaney Belchasse et Chemin Lévy.
Mr. Blaney Belchasse et Chemin Lévy.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Watt.
Mr. Watt.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin. Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona. Mr. Christopherson. Madame Brosso. Mr. Davies. Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin
Madame
Sweet.
Boutin
Ms.
Sweet. Ms. Matheson.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur
Monsieur
Aubin.
Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria. Gays pour 162, 162. Nays contre 124, 124.
I declare the motion carried. Conformément à l'ordre adopté plus tôt aujourd'hui,
Pursuant to the standing order adopted earlier today, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division. The Honourable Member for Hochelaga on a point of order. Well, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue didn't hear her name called. Was her vote counted? I thank the Honourable Member. The vote was not counted, but it will now be added. Pursuant to the standing order adopted earlier today, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the amendment to the motion of Mr. Dubé relating to the business of supply. The question is on the amendment. Mr. Dubé, seconded by Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River, moved that in the opinion of the House, public infrastructure should serve the interests of Canadians, not work to make private investors rich. B, during the election, the Liberals did not reveal to voters their plan to privatize investment in public infrastructure. C, infrastructure built by private investors will cost more than public infrastructure. D, shall I dispense?
Okay. Sur l'amendement, que tous ceux qui appuient l'amendement.
All those in favor of the amendment will please rise.
Madame Laverdière, Mr. Rankin, Mr. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona, Mr. Christopherson, Madame Brosseau, Mr. Davies, Mr. Cullen, Mr. Donnelly, Mr. Massey Windsor West, Mr. Garrison, Madame Boutin-Smith, Ms. Matheson, Madame Quash, Monsieur Dussault, Monsieur Boulris, Ms. Kwan, Mr. Blakey, Madame Moore,
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin. Monsieur Nantel. Ms. Malcolmson. Ms. Ramsey.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Sanssouci. Monsieur Choquette.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell
Ms.
River.
Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr.
Poilier.
Mr. Poilier.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod. Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod. Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Monsieur Lebel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Kent.
Mr.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Pulis.
Mr. Pulis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont, and South Glengarry.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Yordega.
Mr. Yordega. Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Cooper. Mr. Diop.
Mr. Diop.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr.
Jenner.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton
Mr.
West.
Lippert.
Mr. Lippert.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Blaney Bellechasse de Chemin-Lévis.
Mr. Blaney Bellechasse de Chemin-Lévis.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Watt.
Mr. Watt.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Barcelou Duval.
Mr. Barcelou Duval.
Mr. Plamondon.
Mr. Plamondon.
Mr. Sainte-Marie.
Mr. Sainte-Marie.
Madame Posey.
Madame Posey.
Mr. Fortin.
Mr. Fortin.
Mr. Thériault.
Mr. Thériault.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Mr. Boudria.
Mr. Boudria.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf
Ms. May
Islands.
Saanich Gulf Islands.
All those opposed to the amendment will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare. Mr. Sajan. Mrs. Philpott. Mr. Goodale. Madame Joly.
Mr. Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne. Monsieur Leblanc. Ms. Chager.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mrs. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Leboutillier. Madame Bibeau.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr.
Ms.
Baines.
Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scroll.
Ms. Scroll.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking. Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argentin, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation. Monsieur Rioux. Monsieur Lightbound. Mr. Holland. Mr. Casey Charlottetown. Mr. Leslie. Ms. Gould. Mr. Carr. Ms. Monsef. Monsieur Rodriguez. Mr. Sohi.
Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Kira.
Ms. Kira.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky. Mr. Dhaliwal. Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Virani. Ms. Goldsmith-Jones. Mr. Fillmore. Mr. Algabra. Mr. DeCourcy. Mr. Beach. Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Dugan.
Mr. Dugan.
Monsieur Miller-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest île des Sables.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, île des Sables.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Petit-Pas-Taylor.
Ms. Petit-Pas-Taylor.
Mr. Menachino.
Mr. Menachino.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair. Mr. Poisson.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Ms. Alice
Ms.
Led.
Alice Led.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Hernandez-Sangre.
Mr. Hernandez-Sangre.
Mr. Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault. Area. Mr. Area. Mr. Badaway. Mr. Badaway. Mr. Bayless. Mr. Chan. Mr. Biddle. Mr. Boissonneau. Mr. Bossier. Mr. Breton. Mr. Chen. Mr. Bruce. Ms. DeMoff. Ms. Dillon. Mr. Diorio. Mr. Drouin. Ms. Tassi. Ms. Zerowitz. Mr. Assassi. Mr. El Khoury. Mr. Erskine Smith. Mr. Fergus. Mr. Finnegan. Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fonseca. Mr. Fragiscato. Mr. Fraser Central Nova. Mr. Fuhrer. Mr. Gerritsen. Mr. Graywall. Mr. Graham. Mr. Harvey. Mr. Hausfall. Mr. Yakodov. Mrs. Jordan. Mr. Johari. Mr. Cohn. Madame Lapointe. Mr. Lefebvre. Mr. Lemieux. Mr. Levitt. Mrs. Lockhart. Mr. Long. Mr. Longfield. Ms. Ludwig. Mr. Maloney. Monsieur Massé-Avignon, la métisse ce matin de Matapédia. Mr. May Cambridge. Mr. McDonald. Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam. Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories. Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories. Mr. Morris. Madame Nessie. Ms. O'Connor. Mr. Oliver. Mr. O'Regan. Monsieur Ouellet. Mr. Peterson. Mr. Picard. Mr. Robillard. Mr. Rumi. Mr. Rosnak. Mr. Sahota. Mr. Saini. Mr. Sanson. Mr. Sanga. Mrs. Schultz. Monsieur Serry. Madame Shanahan. Mr. Sheehan. Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsui Fraser Canyon. Miss Sidhu Brampton South. Mr. Sobera. Mr. Spengler. Mr. Tabera. Mr. Tan. Monsieur Vanda. Ms. Vandenbell. Mr. Whalen. Mrs. Zayed. Mr. Rota. Madame Fortier. Madame Lambropoulos. Ms. Ing. Mr. Tutu. Yeas pour 127, 127. Nays contre 161, 161.
Je déclare l'amendement.
I declare the motion defeated.
The next question is on the main motion. The question is as follows. Mr. Dubé, shall I dispense? I think I heard some no's. Mr. Dubé, seconded by Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River, moved that in the opinion of the House, A, public infrastructure should serve the interests of Canadians, not work to make private investors rich. B, during the election, the Liberals did not reveal to voters their plans to privatize investment in public infrastructure. C, infrastructure built by private investors will cost more than public infrastructure. D, it is a conflict of interest to allow private corporations who will be the largest beneficiaries of the Canada Infrastructure Bank to participate in the planning and development of the bank. E, the bank will leave taxpayers with an unacceptable burden of fees, tolls, and privatization that will only make private investors wealthy to the detriment of the public interest. And F, the clauses concerning the Canada Infrastructure Bank's creation should be removed from Bill C-44, Budget Implementation Act 2017, number 1, so they can be studied as a standalone bill. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. All those in favor signify, please say yay. Yay. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Mulcair. Monsieur Mulcair.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Rankin. Mr. Rankin.
Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Collins.
Mr. Collins.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame
Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan. Mr. Blakey.
Madame Moore. Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Sanssouci.
Monsieur
Choquette.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Canning. Mr. John.
Mr. John.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Power
Ms. Blaney, North Island Power
Ms.
River.
Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Poilier.
Mr. Poilier.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod. Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod. Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Warwick.
Mr. Warwick.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Abultaïf.
Mr. Abultaïf.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. McCollum.
Mr. McCollum.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont, South Glengarry.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr.
Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van
Mr. Van
Kesteren. Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen. Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Hobart. Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Fall.
Mr. Fall.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega. Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Janis.
Mr. Janis.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Generou.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Blaney Belchasse, de Chemin-Lévis.
Mr. Blaney Belchasse, de Chemin-Lévis.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Watt.
Mr. Watt.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Monsieur Barcelou
Monsieur Barcelou Duval. Monsieur Plamondon. Monsieur Sainte-Marie. Madame Posé. Monsieur Fortin. Monsieur Thériault. Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf
Ms.
Islands.
May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Sur tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion,
All those against the motion will please rise.
Mr. Hare. Mr. Sajan. Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale. Madame Jolie.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Leboutillier. Madame Bibeau.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms.
Ms.
Bennett.
Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Knoll.
Mr. Knoll.
Ms. Groh.
Ms. Crow. Mr. Aiken. Mrs. Romanado. Monsieur Lauzon, Argentin, la Petite Nation. Monsieur Rio. Monsieur Lightfoot. Mr. Holland. Mr. Casey Charlottetown. Mr. Leslie. Ms. Gould. Mr. Carr. Ms. Monsa. Mr. Rodriguez. Mr. Sogi. Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray. Ms. Kira.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan. Mr. Wilkinson. Mr. Lemaitre. Mr. Cousin. Ms. Jones. Monsieur Paradis. Mr. McGinty. Mr. Scarpaleggia. Mr. Sims. Mr. Jesnevsky. Mr. Dhaliwal. Mr. Shifke. Mr. Virani. Ms. Goldsmith-Jones. Mr. Fillmore. Mr. Algaba. Mr. DeCourcy. Mr. Beach. Ms. Rudd. Mr. Dugas.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et le
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et le Dessert. Mr. Lamour. Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau. Mrs. McCrimmon. Ms. Petit-Pot-Taylor. Mr. Menachino. Mr. Blair. Mr. Poisson. Ms. Hutchings. Ms. Young. Mr. Pesky-Solido. Madame Mendez. Mr. Dubourg. Mr. Alday. Ms. Alice-Lay. Mr. Amos. Mr. Amanda Sangari. Monsieur Arsenault. Mr. Area. Mr. Badaway. Mr. Bayless. Mr. Chan. Mr. Biddle. Mr. Boissonneau. Mr. Bossio. Monsieur Breton. Mr. Chen. Ms. DeBruson. Ms. Damoff. Ms. Dillon. Monsieur Diorio. Monsieur Drouin. Ms. Tassi. Ms. Zerowitz. Mr. Sassy. Monsieur El-Khoury. Mr. Erskine Smith. Monsieur Fergus. Mr. Finnegan. Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fonseca. Mr. Fragascatos. Mr. Fraser Central Nova. Mr. Fuhrer. Mr. Garrettson. Mr. Graywall. Mr. Graham. Mr. Harvey. Mr. Housefather. Mr. Yakima. Mrs. Jordan. Mr. Johari. Mr. Kong. Madame Lapointe. Mr. Lefebvre. Mr. Lemieux. Mr. Levitt. Mrs. Lockhart. Mr. Long. Mr. Longclair. Wakefield. Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney. Mr. Massé Avignon, Lamitis, Matane, Matapédia. Mr. May Cambridge. Mr. McDonald. Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories. Mr. Morrissey. Madame Nassif. Ms. O'Connor. Mr. Oliver. Mr. O'Regan. Mr. Ouellet, Mr. Peterson, Mr. Picard, Mr. Robillard, Mr. Rumi, Mr. Rosner, Ms. Sahota, Mr. Saini, Mr. Sanson, Mr. Sanga, Mrs. Schultz, Mr. Seri, Madame Shanahan, Mr. Sheehan,
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsqui, Fraser
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon, Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South, Mr. Sorbera, Mr. Spengler, Mr. Tabera, Mr. Tam, Mr. Vanda, Ms. Vandenberg, Mr. Whalen, Mrs. Zahid, Mr. Rota, Madame Fortier, Madame Lambropoulos, Ms. Ing, Mr. Tutu. Yeas pour 127, 127, nays contre 161, 161.
I declare the motion defeated. It being 6:27, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Orders of the day, private members' business, commencement of debate at the board stage of Bill C-309, Gender Equality Week Act, standing in the name of Mr. Spengeman.
Order. I encourage members to take their conversations outside. I know there's great value in these conversations, and they're important, especially those that are between people from different parties, among people from different parties. And now I'd ask colleagues to assist me by saying shh. I thank colleagues for their assistance and cooperation. There being no motions at report stage, the House will now proceed without debate to the putting of the question on the motion to concur in the bill at report stage. Mr. Spengeman, seconded by Ms. Vandenbeld, moves that Bill C-309, an act to establish Gender Equality Week, as amended, be concurred in at report stage. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? There were some nays. I didn't hear any nays. Carried. Yep. When shall the bill be read a third time? Now. Mr. Spengeman, seconded by Ms. Vandenbeld, moves that Bill C-309, an act to establish Gender Equality Week, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The honourable member for Mississauga Lakeshore.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's indeed a pleasure for me to rise today to once again speak in support of my private member's Bill C-309, an act to establish Gender Equality Week, as it is read a third time. I would like to thank my colleagues in this House for their interest in this bill, for their important contributions to the debate at second reading and at the Standing Committee on the Status of Women, and for their support. I would also like to thank once more the members of my incredible team, Mr. Speaker, for their tireless efforts, and the stakeholders, community organizations, and Canadians from all walks of life who shared their views with us. In particular, I would like to thank the Strength in Stories team for the ideas and inspiration that helped bring us where we are today. Mr. Speaker, Gender Equality Week provides us with a critical opportunity to engage and address areas in which gender-based disparities persist. As my colleagues in this chamber are aware, my team and I elaborate on these disparities in the preamble of this bill. Importantly, Mr. Speaker, Gender Equality Week is not an occasion to celebrate accomplishments, but as reflected in the preambular paragraphs, it's an initiative that seeks to raise awareness of the most profound remaining challenges, and it offers a platform to work collectively on concrete solutions. The resounding vote of 287 to 1 in this House to send the bill to committee at second reading, in my view, revealed that acknowledgement of these challenges goes far beyond partisan affiliation. All of us bear individual and collective responsibility in a society that categorically and systematically treats and values genders differently. In short, Mr. Speaker, if we truly seek to address these challenges, the pivotal steps are to recognize them frankly and to ensure that they're understood. Secondly, the federal government cannot solve these issues and problems by itself. Gender equality requires awareness and engagement on the part of all Canadians. To be absolutely clear, I'm very proud of what we're already doing to achieve gender equality and equity. I applaud the leadership of our Prime Minister and of the federal government who are working to address systemic gender-based gaps that have permeated Canadian society since Confederation. Le Premier ministre a établi la parité homme-femme.
The Prime Minister established parity between women and men for Cabinet for the first time in Canada's history. For the first time, he also appointed a woman to the position of Leader of the Government in the House, and appointed a minister who will deal exclusively with issues of gender. The Government of Canada launched an inquiry into missing and murdered Aboriginal women, and the Minister for the Status of Women is developing a federal strategy on sex-based violence, or gender-based violence, rather. The government has also launched the implementation of Gender-Based Analysis Plus in all the departments, all federal departments, rather, to make sure that aspects affecting women and men be taken into consideration in all programs, policies, and legislation. At the beginning of December 2016, the Governor of the Bank of Canada, the Minister of Finance, and the Minister of Status of Women announced that businesswoman and champion of civil rights, Viola Desmond, would be the first woman whose image would appear on a Canadian banknote. The Government of Canada tabled Bill C-16, which is currently before the Senate, which protects Canadians whose identity or gender expression is in the minority by adding both identity and gender expression to the list of prohibited grounds of discrimination to the Canadian Human Rights Act. In this respect, Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague, the member for Edmonton Centre and Special Advisor to the Prime Minister regarding LGBTQ2 issues, for their tireless work and as defender of Canadians whose identity or gender expression is in the minority. As my colleagues know, in Budget 2017, the federal government committed $3.6 million over 3 years to establish an LGBTQ2 secretariat at the Privy Council office. Mr. Speaker, I consider this to be an important step for the creation and the implementation of government-led initiatives for the LGBTQ community, and I hope that Gender Equality Week will contribute to it. At the international level, Canada seized the opportunity to serve on the United Nations Status of Women Commission and has vigorously supported the campaign He for She. As Canadian delegate to the 61st session of the United Nations Status of Women Commission, held in New York last March, I committed, along with other colleagues, namely the representatives of countries like Pakistan, Burkina Faso, and Cameroon, to implement the type of effort that Canada and parliamentarians such as myself implement to promote gender equality. I was pleased to hear positive comments about Bill C-309 on the part of representatives and other delegates. In Canada and abroad, There is an undeniable will to eliminate gender-based disparities. I have no doubt that if we continue to unite our efforts to reduce the gaps between both genders in our respective societies, we'll be able to find constructive and long-lasting solutions. Again, I want to highlight the leadership of our Prime Minister and the Government of Canada when it comes to promoting equality between women and men.
These and other actions are, Mr. Speaker, more work remains ahead of us than there is behind us. And to close the remaining gaps, the government will need the advocacy, the support, and the commitment of Canadians. Bill C-309 recognizes this need, and it issues a call to action to all Canadians to become involved. Men, women, Canadians of minority gender identity and expression, children, students, educators, civil servants of all levels of government, young and established professionals, new Canadians, our Indigenous peoples, Canadians in law enforcement and our armed forces, and seniors. Mr. Speaker, involvement in Gender Equality Week could take a wide range of forms, and some of these forms include town hall discussions, university and college colloquia, music, plays, literature, film projects, workplace roundtables, the formulation and presentation of academic research, public rallies, fundraisers, social media, radio and television events, and campaigns. Monsieur le Président, nos consultations auprès de...
Mr. Speaker, our consultations among various groups, organizations, and levels of government allowed us to draft a substantive preamble that gives all Canadians an elaborate description of the challenges that await us. The challenges that represent gender-based violence and the wage disparity are especially serious obstacles that we as Canadians must counter and eliminate. Through active engagement, we can make real progress on these two fronts.
Speaker, now that I've had the privilege of hearing different perspectives and working with colleagues from all parties in this chamber on Bill C-309 for the past several months, I look forward to engaging with our counterparts in the Senate in the months ahead. I encourage fellow members to once again support this bill, Mr. Speaker, as the time to act is now. Canadians want us as parliamentarians to address the most critical issues facing our country. Through Gender Equality Week, we would build a platform through which we can generate momentum to resolve a major, multifaceted issue that faces our country today, gender inequality. Mr. Speaker, this House has had the opportunity, or has the opportunity, to send a powerful message to Canadians that their elected representatives, in concert, seek to engage and work with civil society to address gender-based disparities. I look forward to continue working towards establishing a national annual Gender Equality Week, and I look forward to working on this project with colleagues from this House and in the Senate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg North. Oh, sorry, if it's okay. The honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank to my colleague for his great speech. Mr. Speaker, I note that in the preamble of my honourable colleague bill, the following statement, and I quote, whereas Indigenous women, be they May, First Nation, Métis, or Inuit, are disproportionately affected by gender-based violence and sexual exploitation. I commend my colleague for introducing Bill C-309, an act to establish Gender Equality Week. It is clear that from recent history, such week is long overdue. My honourable colleague obviously believes that Canada still has a long way to go to achieve gender equality and to achieve justice for Indigenous women and girls. My question, I would like to ask my colleague, how would we also best address the identified underlying causes of violence toward women and especially to Indigenous women and girls? Thank you.
Member for Mississauga Lakeshore.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Richmond Hill for this very important question. This is indeed an opportunity to look at the deeper causes, the root causes of gender inequality, gender inequity across our country. And to do that, we need to engage all Canadians. So this bill really is an opportunity to pivot to all of civil society, to pivot to leaders in our community, but also to Canadians who have never thought about this issue and who have never thought of becoming involved. It gives them the opportunity and the platform to do that. I made reference to a number of different forms in which Gender Equality Week could manifest itself, and one of those is academic research. So when we look at the sociology of root causes, Gender Equality Week could direct
attention, public attention, national attention to that issue, and to really give us an opportunity to acknowledge the root causes and then to formulate solutions to addressing and resolving them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his comments. And one of the issues that I've always found when you have this sense of awareness that is brought through, whether it's days, weeks, and months, on this particular issue, that it would be wonderful not only as the national government demonstrating leadership by having that designation for a week, but how it can actually have an impact in the different levels of our communities. For example, in our schools, and using schools as an example, when you get a teacher that takes an interest in what has been done and proposed by Ottawa, that we get a higher sense of gender equity when the issue is talked about more in our schools, as an example. And I'm wondering if he might want to, my colleague might want to just provide further comment in terms of the educational benefits by having a week of this nature.
The honourable member for Mississauga Lakeshore.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and again, thank you to my colleague for this important question. And indeed, the very origin of this bill, I mentioned a group called Strength and Stories, which is a local organization in my riding. The very first conversations around this bill were exactly in the area that my colleague points to, which is the field of education. The idea was to pull together a project that would address gender-based disparities or inequities at the level of education. Now, the federal governments can't reach into other competencies and levels of government to prescribe educational programming, but it could certainly offer this week as a platform for teachers to take advantage of and to do the very important teaching, not just at the graduate and postgraduate level, which would give us an opportunity for research and some data, but all the way down to the elementary level where cultures, where attitudes are shaped early on. So really, we look to education as probably the foundational opportunity for this week to manifest across the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, we have time for a very short question, 30 seconds, if you can thank
Mr. Speaker, I just want to congratulate the member for Mississauga Lakeshore for his speech and his leadership on this particular issue. I wonder if he would offer us a few reflections on the budget that we've just passed, the first gender statement in a budget, and how this is consistent with the spirit of his private member's bill.
In 30 seconds or less, the honourable member for Mississauga Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, thank you once more for the opportunity and for this excellent question. And when it comes to gender analysis, of course, it's fundamental to connect that to the budgetary process and to put our programming through a gender lens, as much as it is to use gender-based analyses in the bureaucracy and the planning and execution of programs. The two really come together. And Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud that this budget is the first budget that has been developed in Canada with a gender-specific lens, and we look forward to much more along these lines in the years to come. Thank you so much.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for South Surrey White Rock.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments from my colleague and looking at Gender Equality Week and all the things that we can do to promote women and young girls. And, you know, I've listened to the gender equality budget, the quota system, and being tokens of and put on boards. And I have to say that myself, and I would suggest that you know, many women that I have had the honor of serving with politically or in the private sector. And I would suggest that teaching young girls that just because you're a female that you can get to where in any position because you're a female. I think, Mr. Speaker, that really is offensive to many, and certainly to myself, who has really gone through the trials and tribulations in my life to get to where I am today, and to make the sacrifices and to live those sacrifices and to really understand what that journey looks like, and to suggest that we have a token that you're a female, so you get this position. You're a female, so you get on this board. You know, you're a minority, so you can have this. And I think it does a considerable disservice to all of us. And I really think that it is incumbent for each and every one of us to do what we can do in terms of empowering people around us, especially young girls. You know, I go back to my time as almost a decade as mayor of the city of Surrey, and since 1996, we had the majority of women on council. We had the majority of women making decisions for the city. Was it a token position? No. Was it gender equity? No. It was because they wanted to participate, they wanted to be part of the community, and we wanted to encourage other women to join in having a say on the issues that were really relevant to our community. And so in that context, it really was self-empowering in terms of what we were able to accomplish as a collective. And so if we are short on the quota of not having enough women in politics, not having enough women on a board, then it's incumbent upon us to do a better job. I have 2 daughters, and I would never, from the day they were born, let them know that they were a quota, that they were a token, that they could get a position because they were a female. That's not the way I brought my daughters up. I brought them up to be strong young women that were empowered. I taught them to make sure that they empower the people around them, that we work collectively together, and we go through trials, we go through tribulations, and we get to where we go because the journey is the lessons of where we get to. And that in itself is, you know, as a woman of my age, gives me satisfaction. It demeans everything that I've done. It demeans everything that I've taught my daughters. When I sit there and I listen to that, well, we have to have a token representation here and a token representation there. Mr. Speaker, that is totally offensive. And I don't think that that's what we should be teaching our children. And furthermore, I would just suggest that what we can do, because it's not about what we can't do, it's about what we can do. We can really come together as a community, as parents, mothers, fathers. There's single moms, there's single dads, there's children that need to be brought up in a community that has resiliency, that we make sure that they have all the tools and all of the education and all of those things, that we have resilient communities, we have empowered children. We ensure that our kids know that they need to look after and give their hand out to somebody that is less fortunate than ourselves. And that's where we make a difference. And that's where we have empowerment within our communities, within our families, and that's what makes us stronger. So, you know, while I appreciate, and I honestly do appreciate my colleague, and I sit on many committees with him, and I respect him to the utmost degree. You know, I would suggest that when we don't have Gender Equality Week will be a good day in this House. Thank you.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, it's absolutely necessary to reach gender equality. There's no doubt about that. That's one of the principles of the NDP. Through our action in legislative measures that we propose and our action in the field, that principle is ever present. Could I say as much about the present government? Unfortunately not. Mr. Speaker, please understand me. I have no doubt about the good intentions of my colleague who's sponsoring this bill. I followed what he had to say and the Standing Committee on the Status of Women, but I want to state that when you sincerely believe in a principle as fundamental as gender equality, you have to be consistent with it without partisanship. I want to mention that, unfortunately, the sponsor of the bill that we're examining voted against the NDP's Bill C-237, the Act on Male-Female Equity, of candidates to increase the number of women on the political scene at the federal level. So how can you be for gender equality but against a measure that would enable us to have more women in this place? I will be consistent with my principles, and I will support this bill. I think that it doesn't go far enough and that it doesn't propose any concrete action, but I think that it's impossible to talk too much about gender equality. Moreover, my New Democrat colleague from Nanaimo, Ladysmith, will work tirelessly in committee to propose amendments to make this bill focus more on action, and she has my confidence and support. In reading Bill C-309, I said to myself, thank goodness, some progress for women and girls. Finally, we'll get some concrete action, but really we aren't. This is just a bill to designate the first week in October as Gender Equality Week, and then there's nothing else. There are no measures to attack economic disparity, no money to fund women's and children's shelters, no action plan to put an end to violence against women, no money to restore the funding of organizations that work with women and girls and who do extraordinary work with very little funding. No measures to increase the number of women in this House. And the list goes on and on. So what does this bill actually propose? In reading the preamble to the bill, there are 21 points. Among the 21 points, let me just cite one, that there is a wage gap between men and women in Canada. What does this bill propose to remedy the situation? Action, a plan, measures? Well, no. It proposes a Gender Equality Week. Let me be clear, Mr. Speaker. Nobody's against motherhood and apple pie here, but how could a week to promote gender equality change things in any concrete way for women and girls? If legislative measures are proposed, Mr. Speaker, there has to be action behind them, and unfortunately, this bill does not propose any kind of action. As you already know, the gaps between men and women are flagrant. For every dollar a man earns, Canadian women only earn 74 cents. That's unacceptable, and things have to be done to close that gap. Last March, Oxfam published a report on the action taken by the Liberal government when it comes to gender equality. The result is that this government got the worst mark for its policies regarding women's work and pay equity, the worst grade. The Oxfam report noted, while the Liberal Party campaigned on a promise to improve the economic situation of women, this government has implemented very few concrete measures to achieve that. So, here again, there are more words than actions. I get the impression I've been saying this all day, and action is what women need. For 40 years now, women have been waiting for pay equity. 40 years. So promoting gender equality is all very nice, but proposing concrete action is better. And concrete action is what is needed now by the women of this country. This government should develop proactive legislation on pay equity in order to reduce the wage gap and instaure economic equality for women. Because this is 2017. We should do things differently. Because this is 2017, women should get equal pay for work of equal value. It's high time that the government take action in keeping with its statements and take action immediately. Another point in the preamble is that poverty and inequality disproportionately affect women, particularly senior women, disabled women, transgender women, or visible minority women, which puts them in a position of isolation and vulnerability, and that is so true. In my bill, C-245, which seeks to introduce an anti-poverty strategy, I heard many stakeholders and many organizations and many women's groups say the same thing. These organizations are waiting for concrete actions to continue to help women. In my riding, women's groups do extraordinary work. For instance, Ressources Femmes in Acton, Centre de l'Autonomie en Soi, La Clé sur la Porte, a domestic violence shelter, CAVAS, for the victims of sexual violence, Les Massuicoutaines, the Cercle des Fermières in many villages, AFEAS, which do awareness, the Farmers Union in Saint-Hyacinthe, and the Coalition des Femmes, la Merci des Mascoutins. These groups expect more and they expect better. They expect that the words of this government will be followed by action. In our riding, 63% of seniors with low incomes living alone are women. In Quebec, the median disposable income of our seniors is $20,200 for those 65 to 74, and after 75 years of age, it's below $20,000. Behind those statistics, there are people, and these people need actions, measures, and gestures. And when you think that women are poor, well, their children are poor too. And that's a completely unacceptable situation. By failing to attack the problem, we're letting down thousands of women, girls, and children that cruelly need this. How will a Gender Equality Week help them lift themselves out of this situation? So I've already reached my conclusion, Mr. Speaker. It is our duty to adopt concrete measures in order to achieve gender equality. Calling oneself a feminist is not just believing a philosophy and great principles, it's also taking consistent action. You can't just have gender equality in a cabinet and say, that's it, we've done what we needed to do over 4 years. That is never sufficient. You can't have a Gender Equality Week and say, well, we did what had to be done. These bills have to be a first step toward a great deal more action. Oxfam has said, and we have said, that this government had the worst grade when it comes to this. We New Democrats know that genuine gender equality can only happen through action, not just words. We cannot stop fighting for gender equality and women's rights, and we will never stop doing so. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Status of Women.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to participate in this debate on Bill C-309, a bill to establish a Gender Equality Week in Canada each year. And I want to congratulate the Honourable Member for Mississauga Lakeshore for his leadership advancing gender equality in this country. It is fitting, Mr. Speaker, that as we mark 150 years since our nation's founding, we are discussing a bill which asks Canadians to pause over the course of a week, reflect on the progress we've made towards gender equality, and recommit to taking actions that will help to make that equality a reality. One of the key challenges we face is the myth that gender equality already exists and that feminism is no longer necessary. Mr. Speaker, that's simply not true. That's why I want to underscore my strong support for the intent of this bill, because the more we do to advance equality, the more inclusive Canada will be, and the better off all Canadians will be. I also agree with the goal of this bill, which is to encourage all sectors of society to mark this week with events and initiatives that address the challenges Canadian women, as well as individuals of minority gender identity and expression, continue to face. It's just as important that we encourage men and those who do not identify as women to become involved and remain engaged in achieving greater inclusiveness and full gender equality in Canada. These goals need to be pursued not just during Gender Equality Week, but throughout the year, Mr. Speaker. I also want to take a moment to say that I agree with the amendment that was made in committee, which would have made this week occur in the 4th week of September rather than in October. It makes sense to me because the month of October is already designated as Women's History Month in Canada, a time when Canadians celebrate the achievements of women and girls as trailblazers throughout our history. In addition, Women's History Month includes two important commemorative dates for women and girls: International Day of the Girl on October 11th and Persons Day on October 18th. So by holding Gender Equality Week in September, it will not overlap with events that are part of Women's History Month. This will give Canadians an additional opportunity to understand gender equality in all its facets, help close the gender gaps that still remain, and increase awareness of what some of the emerging issues are, Mr. Speaker. The need to raise awareness is clear. Despite all of the progress we have seen among women and girls since Confederation, our journey towards equality is far from complete. Consider these challenges, Mr. Speaker. One area where action is needed is in closing the gender wage gap, and I will very much agree with my honourable colleague from the NDP. The fact is that women earn 87 cents for every dollar earned by men, largely as a result of wage inequality between women and men within the same occupation. A record number of women, a total of 88, were elected in Canada's 2015 general election. This means that women held 26% of the seats at that time. We can be proud of the fact that 4 women were recently elected to this House, but we still have much work to do to achieve parity in this House, Mr. Speaker. The most recent statistics from the Board Diversity Council's 2015 report card indicate that women hold only 19.5% of FP 500 board seats. I disagree respectfully, Mr. Speaker, with the honourable member from South Surrey White Rock that this status quo should remain. We need to be active on this front. The bill before us today, Mr. Speaker, by creating a Gender Equality Week, will allow us to shine a bright light on the actions we must take to close these gaps. There is always more that we can do to make progress in creating a more inclusive country that benefits everyone, regardless of their gender identity. That's why, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud of the fact that the Prime Minister is leading by example on the goal of gender equality. The Prime Minister recently broke new ground by appointing a special advisor on LGBTQ2 issues who will advise him on the development and coordination of the Government of Canada's LGBTQ2 agenda. This will include working with organizations from across the country to promote equality for the community, protect the rights of its members, and address discrimination against them, both historical and current. The Prime Minister appointed the first gender-balanced federal cabinet in history, Mr. Speaker, and the first ever minister fully dedicated to gender issues. Thanks to the commitment of the Prime Minister, we are having a renewed conversation about gender equality and feminism in this country at an elevated level and in many places around the world. The federal government is also taking strong actions to help deliver on its commitment to equality, including developing a strategy to address gender-based violence, enhancing the gender-based analysis that the honourable member spoke about to ensure that decisions about policies, programs and legislation advance gender equality, and many other measures, Mr. Speaker. We also can't ignore the tremendous step forward that Budget 2017 represents for openness and transparency by including a groundbreaking gender statement, something I mentioned earlier, Mr. Speaker, not as an annex, but as a full chapter in the budget itself. The gender statement raises the bar in our understanding of how public policies affect men and women differently. These are all important actions, but as I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, having a Gender Equality Week on the calendar each year will help to accelerate our nation's journey towards equality through greater awareness, understanding, and action. And that's why I encourage all members to support the bill before us today. It will provide us with one more tool to mobilize support for gender equality by engaging the hearts and minds of all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Scarborough North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to have the opportunity today to speak in support of Bill C-309, which will designate the 4th week in September as Gender Equality Week. Equity, social justice, and compassion for all individuals are core values shared by all Canadians. At every level of government, we as a nation have legislated gender equality, yet women and people of marginalized gender identities and expressions continue to be victims of violence, hate, and discrimination. Their lived experiences speak to a very different reality than the ideals of gender equality that we as Canadians aspire to achieve. We know, for example, that women are more likely to be among the poor. We know that Indigenous and Aboriginal women are disproportionately represented in jails and in prisons. We know that there is unequal pay for women who do equal work with equal education. These are just a few reasons why we all have a responsibility to address the challenges that women continue to face in our society. Mr. Speaker, allow me to illustrate the importance of establishing Gender Equality Week. In my riding of Scarborough North, a one-of-a-kind shelter has been in operation for over 25 years. Juliet's Place, also known as Homeward Family Shelter, provides temporary refuge for women and their children who are escaping from domestic violence. The women assisted by this wonderful organization often face multiple points of oppression. They are women of color, as well as Indigenous and Aboriginal women. They are members of the LGBTQI2S community. They include immigrants, as well as undocumented workers. They come from all backgrounds and socioeconomic classes. Regardless, Juliet's Place is there to help these women and their children, providing them a place to stay upon fleeing from horrific situations of domestic violence. They also help women secure longer-term housing, as well as find work and access other social services. For those with children, Juliet's Place can provide resources for legal custody arrangements. The incredible staff, volunteers, and board members of the shelter serve to advocate for those women and their children. Juliet's Place is the only shelter of its kind located in North Scarborough, but there are many such organizations in all parts of our country. This is unfortunate. I say it is unfortunate because there is and there continues to be a need. All too often, organizations like Juliet's Place are just around the corner from where we live, yet they are deemed invisible. Invisible until we find out that a family member or friend is affected by domestic violence, or we find ourselves as victims. Gender Equality Week is a designated time each year for us to highlight the reasons why organizations like Juliet's Place exist, to shine light on the work before us that is unfinished. As Canadians, we must talk about domestic violence, about the barriers to equality that women and people of marginalized gender identities and expressions continue to face. Juliet's Place also does important outreach work, speaking to businesses and faith groups, running workshops in schools. They teach children that violence in the family is unacceptable. This empowers our students to approach their teachers, their guidance counselors, to talk about abuse in their own homes. School social workers may then have an opportunity to provide specific information to families in need, linking them with supportive resources in their community. Education can be the first step to prevent violence from occurring or recurring, and that is why Gender Equality Week is so important. There remains much work for us to do in terms of gender equality, as women continue to face barriers in all facets of life. With that said, some trends are indeed positive. For example, women today are achieving higher levels of education than ever before. Studies by Statistics Canada showed that in 1990, only 14% of women aged 25 to 54 held a university degree. But by 2009, this figure had increased to 28%. In fact, more women today than men have earned a university degree. The 2011 National Household Survey released by Statistics Canada said that 53.7% of university-educated Canadians aged 25 to 64 were women. Despite these trends, women continue to face tremendous barriers in the workplace. Women are underrepresented in certain fields, most notably in jobs related to science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Not only are women underrepresented, but their average earnings are also considerably lower compared to men. Achieving gender equality is a monumental task, one that requires all Canadians to have a better awareness and understanding of the issues at hand. Indeed, our government is committed to growing the middle class, to investing in Canadians, and to creating a fair and just society. And if we are to work towards achieving these goals, then we must also achieve gender equality. In order to effectively grow the middle class, we must eliminate the wage gap faced by women. In order to invest in the success of Canadians, we must address the reality that women and their children continue to be victims of domestic violence. In order to achieve a fair and just society, we must ensure that all women are treated fairly and justly. Mr. Speaker, the creation of Gender Equality Week highlights the challenges that are before us to achieving a society free from violence, hate, and discrimination. It encourages all three levels of government to work together with stakeholders to achieve this goal. Stakeholders like academia, the private sector, the media, non-for-profit organizations, and social service agencies like Juliet's Place. Gender Equality Week compels us to think about the ways in which inequality affects not just women in general, but especially women of color, Indigenous and Aboriginal women, members of the LGBTQI2S community, poor women, and women of minority faith groups. It makes us realize that achieving gender equality is just as much about achieving social equality for everyone. I stand together with women and people of all gender identities and expressions in the fight for equality for all Canadians. I stand in support of Bill C-309 as an important step in the right direction, knowing full well, Mr. Speaker, that change is neither quick nor easy, but it begins with courageous conversations. Through Gender Equality Week, I hope that all Canadians will take a moment to reflect on the progress that we have made, the challenges before us, and the change that we all want to see. This is a national conversation that we must have, one that recognizes the importance of furthering the project of gender equality for a fairer and more just society. I implore all my colleagues in this House to support this important legislation. Thank you.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I must say I was really impressed with my colleagues' comments on the issue. And you can detect whether it's my colleague or the Parliamentary Secretary for the Status of Women, the way in which they articulate on the issue that it is something that they genuinely believe in. And I think that in good part, Mr. Speaker, there are issues that will come and go in terms of debates from within this chamber, but that there is a genuine appreciation that we can, in fact, do much better on the file of gender equity. There are many signs over the years where we have seen significant progress. In fact, it was Sharon Carstairs, was a very important woman in my life, someone that was quite inspirational. And I had a big decision to make back in the mid-'80s towards the late '80s in regards to what direction I was going to be going and put it in the perspective of a time frame. And Sharon Carstairs played a significant role in terms of me making the decision to get involved in politics. At the time, I was in the military and trying to make the determination on whether or not to go in. And we had this wonderful leader that was elected in Manitoba for the Liberal Party, and it was something different. It was something very different. Back in 1988, I believe you'll find that Sharon Carstairs was the first female that was elected leader of a national party, even at the provincial level, or one of the main three parties, Mr. Speaker. I suspect that if we were to canvass the opinions of members of the House, that you will find individuals that have really impacted our lives. And when I look at this whole issue of gender equality and the amount of inequity that is out there, I believe that this is a very powerful motion that we are actually talking about today. The issue of designating a week, and that designation could lead to all sorts of things being talked about, whether it's in our classrooms, our business communities, whether it's corporate tables, in union rooms, to the governments, the different levels of governments, the many different nonprofit organizations that are out there, or the individual homes. And I think that there are many stories that need to be told. I talk about Sharon Carstairs because of the profound, what I would argue, positive impact that she had on me, but there are also other women in my life that have had such a huge impact. And I think that we owe it to all that we move forward and advance the issue of gender equity. I'm very proud of the fact that we have a Prime Minister that is a feminist, and the type of actions that he has taken over the years, or over the months, and now year and 20 months or 20 months, 22 months, whatever the actual number of months since the last federal election, have been very significant, Mr. Speaker. In fact, one of the first initiatives that he had announced was the fact that he was going to have gender parity within the cabinet. And that was a first in Canadian history, Mr. Speaker. And I believe that you had governments around the world recognizing that particular initiative. It wasn't, the PS, the Parliamentary Secretary for the Status of Women, had talked about that gender lens, and that's, two words that we often use now more than I've seen. In the last year, I've seen the term gender lens being used more than I've seen in the previous 20 years. And because there is a heightened sense of awareness in terms of when you develop public policy, whether it's a budget or it's a piece of legislation, that in fact you do need to apply that gender lens. And this is something in which I know that our Prime Minister pushed on and pushed heavily, and you've seen the Cabinet respond to that, Mr. Speaker. We see that in the sense of the Minister of Finance, as the PS to the Status of Women indicated, where we have that gender lens being applied on the most recent budget, the budget that we've actually debating in the last number of months for 2017, 2018. And I do believe that that in itself will have a significant impact on the types of decisions that we are making. Day in, or quite often, I should say, we hear from opposition members criticism about the government's appointments. And I'm actually quite happy with the way in which the appointments have been taking place. We had somewhere around 122 the other day when I was responding to a question from the opposition in regards to appointments. I made reference to the fact of 122 appointments, and out of that, 60% were of females, Mr. Speaker. And, I don't have at the top of my head in terms of the number of appointments and the actual gender breakdown with Stephen Harper, but I suspect that what you will find is through this Prime Minister yet another initiative that doesn't just talk about it, but actually we see a tangible action towards gender equity. So we have the Cabinet, we have the gender lens, and I would suggest to you that we have the appointment process. And through that appointment process, we talk about the importance of transparency and accountability. We talk about the level of expertise, that the individuals are out there, Mr. Speaker, and government needs to make that extra effort at ensuring that we take down some of those barriers, because there are barriers that are in place. Some of them are more difficult to recognize than others, but the bottom line is that there are barriers that are in place. I appreciate those individuals that have really brought us to the point that where we are today. And now the member across, my colleague, brings in a bill or a motion that ultimately will see recognition being given on an annual basis for a period, duration of 1 week. The question I had posed to him was in regards to how it is that we can incorporate it into possible school classrooms. You know, when we have these awareness types of bills or resolutions or motions that come to the floor, one of the primary reasons I would argue is that it allows for all the different stakeholders that you could possibly imagine to take advantage of what sort of leadership is coming out of the House of Commons on an issue such as this, and to actually utilize it. So the example that I used for my colleague was, you know, a progressive teacher that says, you know, in Ottawa we have recognized a national gender equity week, and we want to talk about that in our classroom. And those are the types of actions that I believe you will see take place. I also believe that, you know, as members, we will often talk about the different issues, and this is one of those issues that we have the opportunity, whether it's through 10%ers or householders or just discussions that we have with our constituents, where we can actually promote some of the good work that's actually done inside the House of Commons. And by doing that and by raising this around some of those different individuals and groups that we meet, that it can in fact influence and ultimately, hopefully, raise the profile of the issue. The bottom line is it is about education. It is about looking for barriers and coming up with creative ways to take down some of those barriers so that there is a more equal playing field, Mr. Speaker. Some of the stats that we've heard even in this evening's debate in terms of the percentage of education and the types of marks that are there to the different types of professions. Even, you know, earlier today, where we had the leader of the Conservative Party, a very bold leader who's done so much and no doubt has inspired many women to take the hold of what has actually been accomplished, and knowing full well that they can be just as engaged, that women play an absolute critical role, an equal role, and some would argue even a larger role. If you talk to my daughter, she will tell you about that, Mr. Speaker. But I appreciate the opportunity to share a few thoughts of mine on this important issue.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Ottawa West Nepean. I want to remind the honourable member that she'll have about 6 minutes before we end the debate.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for Mississauga Lakeshore for bringing this incredibly important bill to this House. And I had the privilege of sitting on the Status of Women Committee when the bill came before our committee. I want to thank our colleagues on the committee who worked hard on this as well. And I think that when we talk about a Gender Equality Week, what we're really talking about is bringing people together across the country, whether it's civil society, parliamentarians, researchers, other groups, to be able to multiply the conversations, to be able to start a real engagement on gender equality in Canada. And we know from many, many studies that women and men in Canada are not equal today. We can see it here in this House. 27% women are elected to this House. We see it in other kinds of leadership bodies, on corporate boards. And I'm very, very pleased at what our government is doing, for instance, in Bill C-25, about women in corporate boards, to make sure that companies have a comply or explain model, so they have to have diversity policies. I'm particularly pleased at what the Minister of Science has done in the past week regarding women in research, that universities, that don't have a diversity policy within the next 2 years and reach their targets will no longer get Canadian research, federal government research funding for Canada Research Chairs. And I think this is the kind of thing, we've tried many other ways, and this is the kind of thing that is needed because we have not seen significant increases in gender equality in Canada in several decades, in many different fields. And we in the Status of Women Committee right now are studying women's economic security. We've had a number of different groups come to us, and we know that women in Canada today are not making the same amount of money for the same kind of work as men. I chaired the Committee on Pay Equity, and we came out with a very proactive report which calls for proactive pay equity legislation that recognizes that pay equity is a human right. And I'm very proud that our government has responded positively to our report and is going to be bringing in pay equity legislation. This is the kind of thing that will help in terms of people who are working in similar fields. But we also know that the wage gap includes a number of different factors that aren't necessarily just about pay equity. For instance, the precarious work. There are more women working in minimum wage jobs. There are more women who are working in part-time jobs. Today, we heard in the Status of Women Committee that in the bottom 7 decibels, so the up $0 to $70,000, there are more women earning that amount. And as soon as you get over $70,000, there are more men. So it's clear that we have a long way to go. And particularly when it comes to women in the STEM professions. When it comes to the jobs that pay good money, when it comes to the kinds of good jobs that create Canadian prosperity, women are not choosing those jobs. Women, either because of socialization, because of lack of role models, there are a number of things that we need to do to be able to improve the situation for some of the young women in our communities. And I'm very proud that I had the opportunity in my riding of Ottawa West Nepean to meet with several girls and projects that are allowing girls to fulfill their full potential. Projects like Girls World from the Pinecrest Queensway Community Health Centre, or the Girl Guides who I met with, and it was quite inspiring because when I met with these young girls, they were so articulate. They believed that they could be anything and do anything. And this is something that we need to make not just an aspiration for these young women, but an actual reality. In fact, one of the young women, later on, one of the young girls, I think 12 years old, wrote to me and asked if I could create a junior youth council because apparently when she's playing with her dolls at home, she actually plays, the dolls are doing Parliament. And to me, this is the kind of thing. When a young girl of 12 years old is dreaming of being in government, being a member of Parliament, at what point do you lose that aspiration? At what point does that young girl think, well, that's not something that's for me? Because we still don't see as many women winning nominations and winning election to this place as we ought to. And I'll just give an example in my own case, where when I was in grade 10, I joined the science club, and I decided I wanted to be an astrophysicist. I did an entire report on how to become an astrophysicist. I signed up for calculus and all of the science courses, and somehow between grade 10 and grade 12, I lost my interest in science. In fact, math was my highest mark, but I was telling people at that point, I hate math. I'm terrible at math. And it's something that I continue to repeat over and over for decades. Oh, I'm terrible at math. And then I saw my report card, and I had 93% in my grade 12 math. So somewhere along the way, young girls are socialized that it's somehow not science is not something that you want to do. And I'm very pleased having gone into history and now being in politics, but I think that what we need is to create a world where young girls and young women have the same opportunities, the same kinds of, the barriers are no longer there so that they would be able to achieve the kinds of things that when you're 12 years old you dream of, and that somehow along the way we see that inequality coming in. And when I talk to young students that come here and I tell them that men make $1 for every 73 cents that a woman makes, they gasp. They look at me and they say, how is that fair? Even young children know that that isn't fair. And so I thank my honourable colleague for bringing this incredibly important bill before the House, and I hope that it will get support across all the party lines, because this is an opportunity for us to really make sure we're doing something about the gender gap in Canada. Thank you.
The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. À l'ordre, à ce moment, si, conformément à l'article 38
It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. That this House do now adjourn.
Imo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise tonight to speak in support of a successful inquiry, national inquiry into the tragedy of murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls and two-spirited people. Canada needs this inquiry to succeed. We need to get at the bottom of why so many women disappeared. We need to support their families. We need to fix our social institutions to make sure that we are doing everything we can to prevent further tragedies like this. And so it's in that spirit that I asked both on Friday and this afternoon the Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs the question, are you doing everything you can to have the inquiry succeed? Do the commissioners have full access to inquiry funding? And if not, who is delaying approval of those expenditures? The minister refused to answer. On Friday, she also answered, quote, "We are confident that the Commission has the tools, the resources, and the networks to ensure that voices of families are heard and that they have the support they need," end quote. But that is not what the families and survivors are saying. Yesterday, the inquiry received a failing grade from the Native Women's Association of Canada. And also yesterday, 30 families and Indigenous leaders wrote an open letter to the Chief Commissioner. They said that the process is in serious trouble due to a lack of transparency, communication, and delays. Both of these reports issued yesterday suggested that the approval of the budget, as well as a lack of access to funds, may have contributed to those delays. So that's the question that I repeat tonight, making sure, because that is wholly within the realm of this government, not the independent inquiry, but this government has the responsibility to make sure that the resources they promised are flowing to the commissioners and to the inquiry so that it can do its vital work. So in the Native Women's Association of Canada report card, they said, quote, "It is likely that outside factors such as the approval of the budget as well as a lack of access to funds may have contributed to the delay," end quote. And in the open letter published yesterday, they had an entire section dedicated to the question of independence of the inquiry. They say, quote, "We were promised an independent inquiry, but it appears that many questions remain about the role of the Privy Council office in decision-making." So these are the questions that I put on the floor again tonight. The same questions, these are the exact words that were written in the open letter. So, quote, "Does the Privy Council office approve expenditures or does the inquiry? Has the inquiry been hampered in its ability to support families or its work because of the Privy Council office? Has any of the budget for the inquiry been spent to support Privy Council offices or civil services staff? And finally, can you demonstrate that the Privy Council office has not or is not impairing the independence of the inquiry?"
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for the question. First and foremost, Mr. Speaker, I think it's incredibly important to remind one another, and indeed all Canadians, why we launched the National Inquiry for Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls. It's because for far too long and for far too many families, their mother, their sister, daughter, niece, aunt, or friend has gone missing, and they need answers. The terms of reference of the inquiry make it extremely clear that families should and must be at the center. The families who fought so hard to get this national inquiry in the first place, their voices, their strength, their courage, and their well-being. The point of this national inquiry isn't only to produce a report, Mr. Speaker. It's also about helping families to heal, to have their voices heard, and through them, the voices of all women and girls we have lost. Mr. Speaker, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's final report lays out 3 main stages on the path to reconciliation. First is truth-telling, second is healing, and third is reconciliation. If we were to advance reconciliation in Canada, we must never forget to help one another heal. What we've heard to date is raw and intensely personal. It has left no doubt in our minds about the urgent need to examine the underlying and deep systematic challenges of this violence, including racism, sexism, and the sustained impact of colonialism. But we also know we can't wait for national inquiry to make recommendations before we act, which is why our government has already taken immediate action on root causes with investments in women's shelter, housing, education, and child welfare reform. This includes, Mr. Speaker, expanding the network of shelters to include 5 new centres for families fleeing violence on reserve. $2.6 billion, Mr. Speaker, over 5 years for kindergarten to grade 12 education on reserve, including $554.3 million over 2 years from Budget 2016 to address urgent housing needs on reserve, plus an additional $4 billion over 10 years from Budget 2017 to build and improve housing and other community infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, this national inquiry was purposely developed to be independent, so it would be free from political interference, and so that voices of families will be heard. That's what's happening now, Mr. Speaker, and it's up to the Commission to take the feedback they're receiving and incorporate it. And as the Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs has said, that we look forward to hearing from the Commission, and we're ready to continue to supporting them. And again, Mr. Speaker, I want to reiterate that our government is committed to ending the ongoing national tragedy of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
I agree with absolutely every word that this member just said, but none of them have anything to do with my question, other than my very first line that says, yes, we want the inquiry to succeed and we need it to succeed. None of that says anything about the government's responsibility to make sure that the inquiry has the money that it needs, that the government funding approval process is not starving and emasculating the Commission. And maybe you have good, reassuring answers for me, but this was all over the press yesterday. This is an extremely high-profile issue. I cannot believe that the minister's representative is not ready to answer these questions. Does the PCO approve expenditures, or does the inquiry? Has the inquiry been hampered in its ability to support families or its work because of the PCO? Can you demonstrate that the PCO has not or is not impairing the independence of the inquiry? It is time for truth-telling.
Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, again, let me reaffirm that our government is committed to ending the ongoing national tragedy of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. It's because this government has taken immediate step and action on root causes with investments in women's shelter, housing, education, and child welfare, Mr. Speaker. The terms of reference of the inquiry, however, make it extremely clear that families should and must be at the center, Mr. Speaker. The families who fought so hard to get the national inquiry in the first place. We have stated that the Commission must also ensure that the voices of families are heard in a culturally appropriate and trauma-informed way. We made this national inquiry independent so it could be free from political interference, and so the voices of families will be heard. That's why, Mr. Speaker, that's what's happening, and it's up to the Commission to take the feedback that they're receiving and incorporating it. And we look forward to hearing from the Commission and are ready to support them and to continue to support them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, on May 3rd, on behalf of the women and men who serve their country in uniform as members of the Canadian Armed Forces, I asked the Prime Minister a question. I asked him how many more times the Minister of Defence has to mislead Canadians before the Prime Minister will force him to resign. The response I received on behalf of our women and men in uniform was an insult to the service they provide to our country. It's time for this Prime Minister to understand that Canadians expect him to do more than just show up for question period one day a week and endlessly repeat mindless talking points prepared for him by his handler, Gerald Butts. The same mindless talking points, I might add, I should not have to expect to hear during this adjournment debate. I challenge the Prime Minister's unethical support for a member of his party who misled voters in the 2015 election concerning his service record and who continues to mislead Canadians by repeating false claims when he thinks he can get away with doing so. Having grossly inflated his role in one of the largest Canadian military operations in recent history, the Minister of Defence should have resigned. Failing to do the honourable thing and fall on his sword, the Prime Minister should have fired him. The Defence Minister has lost the confidence of the women and men he was appointed to serve. The Prime Minister, by refusing to fire the Defence Minister, has lost the confidence of the NATO allies. Defence expenditures are now at their lowest level since the end of the last Great War. These are the facts. As a Member of Parliament for Renfrew-Nipissing Pembroke, my riding includes Garrison Petawawa. Petawawa is home to the 1st Battalion of Royal Canadian Regiment. During Operation Medusa in the War of Afghanistan, it was the Royal Canadian Regiment that bore the brunt of the fighting. Members of 1st Battalion of the Royal Canadian Regiment were honoured with the Commander-in-Chief Unit Commendation, which is only awarded for extraordinary deeds or activities restricted to war or warlike conditions in an active theatre of operations. Out in the field during Operation Medusa, the battle group was commanded by then Lieutenant Colonel Omer Lavoie, the commander of the 1st Battalion, the Royal Canadian Regiment. The Canadian component of his force was comprised of 1 RCR, a complement of 2 Combat Engineer Regiment, 2 Royal Canadian Horse Artillery, medics from 2 Field Ambulance, all from Petawawa, and various support staff in undetermined roles including the self-proclaimed architect of the operation, a reservist with no military training, with an assigned rank for a total of about 1,050 Canadians. What's known for sure is that 5 soldiers in that fight received Canada's 3rd highest award for bravery, the Medal of Military Valour, while another, Corporal Sean Teal, received the Star of Military Valour, Canada's 2nd highest award, just beneath the Victoria Cross. One other soldier was mentioned in the dispatches. This is how the Minister of Defence chose to inaccurately describe his role in Operation Medusa. On my first deployment to Kandahar in 2006, I was the architect of Operation Medusa, where we removed 1,500 Taliban fighters off the battlefield, and I was proudly on the main assault. Now, much has been written about this effort to take credit for whatever minor role the minister may have or may not have played. However, what is particularly outrageous for the soldiers doing the actual fighting was the claim by the Minister of Defence to being on the main assault. Claiming to be on the main assault is an insult to every member of Charles Company, 1st Battalion of the Royal Canadian Regiment. Charles Company of 1 RCR is the most decorated, most bloodied company in the serving Canadian forces. They earn the reputation by being on the main assault.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence. Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for her question. As I had an opportunity to point out on March 8th in this House, I spent the last few months working with the Minister of National Defence, and I'm a privileged witness to his integrity and determination in implementing his mandate. The first responsibility of the Minister and that of our government is to ensure that the Canadian Forces have the training, equipment, and support they need to succeed in their missions here in Canada and elsewhere in the world. For a year and a half, that's exactly the objective of the Minister of Defence, and that's what he strives to do every day. The Minister of National Defence tries to achieve this mandate with the greatest respect for the men and women in uniform. Having said that, the member opposite has cast doubt on his competence and his role in Operation Medusa. The minister has admitted that he made a mistake in describing his role. He retracted it and apologized. The comments made by the minister were not in any way intended to diminish the role of his former superiors or his comrades in arms. He apologized to them very sincerely. The minister is very proud of having served in an extraordinary team of Canadian, American, and Afghan soldiers who made Operation Medusa a success. His commander in Afghanistan, General Fraser, considered him one of the best intelligence officers he ever worked with. And he said, and I quote, "He was the best single Canadian intelligence asset in theatre, and his hard work, personal bravery, and dogged determination undoubtedly saved a multitude of coalition lives. Through his courage and dedication, Major Sajjan has single-handedly changed the face of intelligence gathering and analysis in Afghanistan." He also added, "He tirelessly and selflessly devoted himself to piercing together the ground truth on tribal and Taliban networks in the Kandahar area, and his analysis was so compelling that it drove a number of large-scale theater-resourced efforts, including Operation Medusa, a large-scale conventional combat operation." Chris Vernon, a retired colonel in the British Army, stated, "Operation Medusa would not have seen the light of day without the major contribution of the minister. We would not have had the intelligence and tribal data needed for the operation." Mr. Speaker, the Minister of National Defence made a great contribution to these deployments in Afghanistan, and he's now making an even greater contribution within our government. In the past 18 months, he contributed to significantly changing our mission in Iraq, and this mission is delivering concrete results. He launched the most ambitious review of defense policy of the past 2 decades. He established solid and effective links with our allies, especially within NATO, especially with our American neighbors, our most important military and economic partner. With the help of his colleagues in Cabinet, he made great improvements to the procurement process. I'm proud of what he's accomplished. I'm pleased to work by his side, and I'm convinced that thanks to his vision, leadership, and hard work, our government will continue to ensure that the Canadian Armed Forces have the tools and funding they need. Thank you.
Nipissing Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, it's also an insult to Bravo Company, who joined the main assault after Charles Company was nearly decimated. The Minister of Defence's claim of being on the main assault is an insult also to the 5 members of Charles Company who lost their lives and the 40 wounded comrades. What's clear, Mr. Speaker, the decision by the Minister of Defence on more than one occasion to mislead Canadians about something so important as the most significant battle fought by Canadians since the Korean War means this minister, and by extension the Prime Minister, for refusing to fire him, cannot be trusted to do what is right and honourable. How will Canadians know when this minister makes another public pronouncement, whether he's telling the truth or merely making a mistake? On behalf of all Canadians, this House deserves a real answer to the questions that Canadians would like to have answers for, and not for the mindless talking points that characterize the Prime Minister's question period.
Honorable Secretary Parlementaire.
Well, Parliamentary Secretary, Mr. Speaker, the Minister apologized in the House for the statements he made. But I have the clear impression that even if he was to apologize 10 or 100 times, it would never be enough for the people opposite. As I mentioned earlier, I've had the privilege of working alongside the minister on a regular or even a daily basis. Last Friday, I had the opportunity to accompany him during a tour of flooded areas in Quebec. I was the witness of many meetings with our military. Everywhere we went, the minister was welcomed with great respect and enthusiasm by our troops. I saw that the sparks fly between him and the truth, and I know that he understands their needs and the challenges they face. In return, I know that the military trusts him because he has served, as they did, And they know they can count on him to always respond to the missions that they are given. He has the support of the military, of his colleagues, of the Prime Minister, and he will have a great future for our country and the Canadian forces.
Chambre Saison est maintenant réputée adoptée. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.